The siding had gone gray with rot, and the front porch sagged like a broken back. Weeds choked the yard. An old pickup sat on cinder blocks near the side of the house, rusted and gutted. James killed the engine and sat there for a moment. The silence pressed in. No sounds of life. No dog barking. No kids playing. Just the buzz of cicadas in the late afternoon heat. He climbed out and walked toward the house. The wooden steps creaked under his boots. He raised his fist to knock, then stopped. The door was already open a crack, hanging loose on its hinges. "Henry!" James pushed the door wider. The smell hit him first. Stale beer, cigarette smoke, something rotten underneath. "Henry, you here?" No answer. James stepped inside. The living room was a wreck. Empty bottles covered every surface. Clothes piled in corners. A TV played with no sound, some talk show flickering in the dim light. He moved through to the kitchen. Dishes filled the sink, crusted with old food. Flies circled lazily. "Jesus," James muttered. A sound from outside made him turn. Voices. He walked through the kitchen to the back door, which hung open like everything else in this place. The backyard was worse than the front. More weeds, more trash, an old shed listing to one side. And then he saw I in the far corner of the yard, near what might have once been a garden, sat a doghouse. Rusted chain ran from an eye bolt screwed into its side. The chain stretched maybe 6 feet, ending at a metal collar. The collar was around a boy's neck. James's breath stopped. His vision tunneled. The boy, Thomas, it had to be Thomas, sat hunched against the doghouse, so thin his shoulder blades jutted through his filthy t-shirt. His jeans were torn and stained. No shoes. His dark hair hung lank and greasy around a face that was all angles and hollows. Thomas's lips were cracked and bleeding. He lifted his head slowly, squinting in the sunlight like he wasn't used to it. When he saw James standing on the back porch, something flickered in his eyes. Not hope, just recognition that another human being existed. "Water," Thomas whispered. The word came out as a rasp, barely audible. James took a step forward, then another. His boots crunched on dry grass. He couldn't process what he was seeing, couldn't make it make sense. A boy chained like an animal. His nephew, 13 years old. The back door banged open behind James. "Well, you made it." Mary Holt stepped onto the porch. She was exactly as James remembered. Hard features, thin lips, eyes that never showed warmth. She wore jeans and a faded tank top, her arms crossed over her chest. She looked at James like he was an inconvenience. "Henry said you might come by." James turned slowly. "What the hell is this?" Mary glanced at Thomas, then back at James. "It's handled. Don't worry about it. Don't worry." James bit off the words. "He's chained up like a dog. He's asking for water. He gets water when he earns it." Mary walked past James, down the porch steps. She crossed the yard toward Thomas. The boy tried to shrink back against the doghouse, but the chain pulled tight. James followed. "Mary, what are you doing?" She ignored him. Next to the doghouse sat a metal bowl, half full of murky water. Thomas reached for it with shaking hands, but Mary's boot came down first. The bowl tipped, water spilling into the dirt. Thomas made a small sound, like a wounded animal. Mary looked down at him. "You don't give him what he wants. He has to learn." The words came out cold, matter of fact, like she was explaining why you don't feed a dog from the table. Something snapped inside James. He grabbed Mary's shoulder and spun her around. "Have you lost your mind?" Mary jerked free. "Get your hands off me. Unchain him. Right now. You don't come into my house and tell me what to do with my son." Mary stepped closer, jabbing a finger into James's chest. "You don't know what he's like. You haven't been here. He's out of control. He looks half dead. He's manipulative. He'll say anything to get his way. This is tough love, James. Something you wouldn't understand since you ran off 12 years ago." James looked past her at Thomas. The boy sat motionless now, staring at the wet dirt where the water had spilled. Defeat radiated from him like heat. "Where's Henry?" James asked. "Inside, sleeping it off." Mary turned and walked back toward the house. "You want to talk to him? Go ahead. He'll tell you the same thing I'm telling you. Thomas needs discipline." James stood frozen, his hands curled into fists. Every muscle in his body wanted to tear that chain off Thomas's neck and drag him away from here. But Mary was already at the porch, looking back at him with something like amusement. "Go ahead," she called. "Call the police if you want. They'll tell you the same thing we did. He's unstable. Nobody's going to believe you." She disappeared inside, letting the door slam behind her. James turned back to Thomas. The boy hadn't moved. His eyes were fixed on the ground, like he'd learned not to hope for anything. "Thomas." James walked closer, crouching a few feet away. The smell was overwhelming, sweat and filth and human waste. "Thomas, look at me." Slowly, Thomas raised his head. Up close, James could see the damage. Bruises on his arms, cuts that hadn't been cleaned. The chain had rubbed his neck raw. "What did they do this to you?" Thomas opened his mouth, then closed it. His voice came out barely above a whisper. "Long time." "How long?" "Don't know. Months maybe." Thomas's eyes flickered to the house, then back to James. "Fear lived there, deep and old. You should go. She'll get mad if you stay. I'm not leaving you like this. You have to." Thomas pulled his knees to his chest. "It's worse when people try to help. She makes it worse." James felt something twist in his chest. He recognized that fear. He'd warned himself once, as a kid, when their father would come home drunk and looking for someone to hit. Henry had been older, bigger, but he'd never stepped in, never said a word, just watched while James took the beatings. "Listen to me," James said. "I'm going to fix this." Thomas shook his head slightly. "Can't fix it." "Yes, I can." James stood. His legs felt unsteady, rage making his whole body shake. "I'm coming back. You understand? I'm not walking away." Thomas didn't respond, just lowered his head again, back to staring at nothing. James forced himself to turn and walk toward the house. Each step felt wrong, like betrayal. He climbed the porch steps and went inside. The living room was still empty except for the trash and the silent TV. He found Henry in a bedroom at the end of a short hall. His brother lay on a bare mattress, one arm thrown over his face. Empty beer cans littered the floor. Henry wore stained sweatpants and no shirt, his belly distended, his skin sallow. He looked 10 years older than 40. "Henry." James kicked the mattress. "Get up." Henry groaned and shifted. "What?" "I said get up." "James." Henry lowered his arm and squinted. "When do you get here?" "Doesn't matter. Sit up. We need to talk." Henry pushed himself up slowly, swaying even sitting down. His eyes were bloodshot, unfocused. "You want a beer?" "No. I want you to tell me why your son is chained in the backyard like an animal." Henry blinked. "Mary tell you about that?" "I saw it myself." "Oh." Henry scratched his chest. "Yeah, we had to do that. You had to. He's dangerous, James. You don't know. He gets violent, breaks things, tries to run away. We couldn't keep him inside anymore." James stared at his brother, at this pathetic, drunk shell of a man. "So you chained him up. Temporary measure, just until he settles down." Henry reached for a can on the floor, shook it, found it empty. "Mary handles it mostly. She knows what to do." Mary knocked his water over while he was begging for a drink. Henry shrugged. "That's her way. Tough love. Kid needs to learn respect. He needs food and water and basic human dignity. You don't have kids, James. You don't understand how hard it is." Henry looked up, his face slack and defensive. "He's not like normal kids. Something's wrong with him. Mary says he might be mentally unstable. Or maybe he's desperate because you're torturing him." "Hey." Henry's voice sharpened, just a little. "We're doing the best we can. Life's been hard. You know that. I'm between jobs. Mary's working part-time at the church. We're barely keeping the lights on. Thomas is just one more problem we can't afford." James felt something cold settle in his gut. "One more problem? You know what I mean?" "Yeah, I know exactly what you mean." James turned toward the door. "Where you going?" "Away from here before I do something I'll regret." "James." Henry struggled to his feet, stumbling. "Don't start trouble. We've got this under control. If you call anyone, make a big deal out of it, they'll just put Thomas in the system. Is that what you want? You want him in some stay home?" James stopped in the doorway. "Maybe that would be better than here." "No, it wouldn't. Those places are worse. Way worse. At least here he's with family." James looked back at Henry. His brother stood there, pathetic and swaying, already reaching for another beer. The same brother who used to share a room with him, who used to promise they'd look out for each other when their father went on his rampages. The brother who never once stepped between James and their father's fists. "You always were good at standing by and watching," James said. "Guess some things don't change." He walked out before Henry could respond. Outside, the sun was starting to sink toward the horizon, painting the sky rust orange. James stopped at the edge of the yard and looked back at Thomas. The boy hadn't moved. He sat there like a statue, like he'd learned to disappear into himself. Mary appeared at the back door. "You leaving? For now. Good. Don't come back unless you're invited." She smiled, and it was the ugliest thing James had ever seen. "And don't bother making calls. Everyone around here knows Thomas is troubled. They'll take our word over yours." James got in his truck and drove away. His hands shook on the wheel. His vision blurred at the edges. He made it maybe 2 miles before he had to pull over, his breath coming too fast, his chest too tight, that he sat there on the side of the road as the sun went down Thomas's eyes. That's what he kept seeing. Not frightened eyes, though there was fear there, but dead eyes. Hollow, like something inside had given up. James knew those eyes. He'd seen them in a mirror when he was 16, after his father split his lip for the 3rd time that week, and Henry pretended not to notice. He'd sworn back then that he'd get out, that he'd escape this place and never look back. And he had. He'd run and never stopped running. But Thomas couldn't run. Thomas was chained. James hit the steering wheel. The horn blared into the empty evening. "Not this time," he said out loud. "I won't let it go." The words hung in the air. A promise or a threat. Maybe both. He started the truck and turned around, heading back toward town. Not to help. Not for mercy. Mary and Henry deserved none of that. He was going back to destroy them, piece by piece, until Thomas was free and they paid for every second of what they'd done. And he wouldn't stop until it was finished. James rented a room at the only motel in the area, a strip of 10 units with crack parking lot and a sign that buzzed with dying neon. He lay on the bed that night, staring at the water-stained ceiling, and made a list in his head. Things he needed to know. Things he needed to do. By morning, he had a plan. First stop was the public library, a small brick building on Main Street. The librarian, an older woman with reading glasses on a chain, showed him to a computer. James wasn't great with technology, but he knew enough to search. He started with the local school district website, finding the middle school Thomas should be attending. He called from his cell phone, standing outside the library in the morning heat. "Riverside Middle School, this is Beth." "Hi, I'm calling about a student. Thomas Holt." A pause. "Are you family?" "I'm his uncle. I'm in town and wanted to know how he's doing. Haven't seen him in a while." "Hold on. Let me check his file." The sound of typing, then a longer pause. "Sir, Thomas hasn't been enrolled here since March." James felt his grip tighten on the phone. "Since March. That's 6 months." "Yes." His mother withdrew him, said they were homeschooling. "Homeschooling? That's what the paperwork says. Is there a problem?" "No, no problem. Thanks for your help." James hung up. Homeschooling. He tried to imagine Mary teaching Thomas anything except cruelty. Next, he drove through town, getting a feel for the place. It was small, maybe 3,000 people. One main street with a diner, a hardware store, a church with a white steeple. Everyone probably knew everyone else's business that he stopped at the diner for breakfast. A waitress came over, young, pretty in a tired way. "Her name Tag," said Nina. "What can I get you?" she asked. "Coffee. Black. And whatever the special is. Biscuits and gravy." "Coming up." She started to turn away, then stopped. "You're not from around here." That obvious? Small town. New faces stand out. She smiled a little. "Just passing through, visiting family. The Holts. You know them?" Something changed in her expression. The smile faded. "I know them." James leaned forward. "You know their son?" "Thomas." Nina glanced around the diner. It was mostly empty, just an old man in the corner reading a newspaper. She lowered her voice. "Why are you asking?" "I'm his uncle. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with him." She studied his face, deciding something. Finally, she said, "I used to babysit Thomas. Years ago, when he was little. Sweet kid. Smart. Used to love books about space and dinosaurs." Her eyes got distant. "I haven't seen him in maybe 2 years. Mary stopped calling me. Said they didn't need help anymore. You hear anything about him lately? Just rumors. Mary tells people he's got problems. Mental problems. Says he's dangerous. Nina shook her head. But I don't believe it. Thomas was never like that. Gentle as anything. What if I told you they got him chained up in their backyard? Nina's eyes went wide. What? I saw it yesterday. Metal collar around his neck. Chained to a doghouse. No shoes, barely any clothes. Begging for water. Oh my God. She sank into the booth across from him. Are you serious? Dead serious. Did you call the police? Not yet. I need to figure out the right way to handle this. Mary's already poisoned everyone against him. If I make the wrong move, it could get worse for Thomas. Nina stared at the table. I should have checked on him. I had a bad feeling when Mary stopped calling, but I told myself it wasn't my business. She looked up. What are you going to do? Get him out of there. One way or another. How can I help? James hadn't expected that. You sure you want to get involved? Thomas was like a little brother to me. If what you're saying is true. She clenched her jaw. Yeah, I'm sure. James pulled out his phone. Give me a number. I might need someone who knows people around here. She wrote it on a napkin. When she handed it to him, she said, be careful. Henry's a drunk, but Mary's mean. Really mean. And she's connected through the church. People listen to her. I'm counting on it. Nina frowned. What does that mean? Means I'm not here to play nice. After breakfast, James drove to the County Child Protective Services office, a squat government building 20 minutes outside of town. He waited in a plastic chair for an hour before they called his name. The caseworker was a woman in her 50s, tired eyes behind wireframe glasses. Her desk was buried in files. She listened to James's story without interrupting, taking notes. When he finished, she sighed. Mr. Holt, these are serious allegations. They're not allegations. I saw it. I saw Thomas chained up. And you're his uncle. Yes. Do you have custody or guardianship? No. Have you lived in the area or maintained regular contact with the family? No. I've been working out of state. She tapped her pen on the desk. Here's what I can do. I'll send someone to investigate. They'll visit the home, interview the parents and the child, assess the situation. When? Within the next 72 hours. 72 hours? You're going to let him sit out there for 3 more days. Mr. Holt, I understand you're upset, but we have procedures. We need to investigate properly. If we find evidence of abuse or neglect, we'll take immediate action. And if they clean everything up before you get there, if they hide the chain and coach Thomas to lie, we're trained to spot those things. She gave him a sympathetic look that made his skin crawl. I know it's hard to wait, but trust the system. We're here to protect children. James stood up. Right, the system. He walked out before he said something that would make things worse. Back in his truck, he called Nina. They're sending someone to investigate. 3 days from now. That's good, right? No. It gives Henry and Mary time to prepare. They'll make everything look normal. So what do? I'm going back there tonight. I need to talk to Thomas. That evening, James parked his truck a quarter mile from Henry's house and walked through the woods that bordered the property. The sun was setting, shadows growing long. He moved quietly, staying low, until he reached the fence line at the back of the yard. Thomas was still chained to the doghouse. He sat with his back against it, head down. Someone had given him food. A paper plate with scraps sat a few feet away, mostly untouched. James whistled softly. Thomas's head snapped up. He looked around, frightened. James whistled again. Over here. Thomas saw him at the fence. His eyes widened. He glanced at the house, then back at James. It's okay, James said quietly. Come over here. Talk to me. Thomas hesitated, then stood. The chain clinked as he moved to the extent of its reach, maybe 4 feet from the fence. Still too far to touch. How you holding up? James asked. Okay, don't lie to me. Thomas swallowed. What do you want? I want to help you. You can't. Let me try. James gripped the fence. I called Child Protective Services. They're coming to check on you. Thomas's face drained of color. No, don't do that. They can get you out of here. You don't understand. When people come, Mary makes me say things. She tells me exactly what to say. If I don't do it, he touched his ribs carefully, and James understood. What does she tell you to say? That I'm bad, that I need discipline, that they're helping me. Thomas's voice cracked. She tells everyone I'm dangerous. that I hurt animals and tried to hurt her. It's not true, but no one believes me. I believe you. Why? You don't even know me. Because I've been where you are. Not exactly the same, but close enough. James studied the boy's face. Our father used to beat me. Henry would stand there and watch. Never said a word. I swore if I ever got the chance, I wouldn't stand by and watch someone else go through that. Thomas looked at him for a long moment. What was he like? Your father. Mean drunk. Hated himself and took it out on everyone around him. Died in a bar fight when I was 17. And Henry turned into the same thing, looks like. Thomas nodded slowly. Mary's worse than him. He just drinks and sleeps. But she likes this. Likes having control. She say anything about sending you away? Thomas's hands balled into fists. She talks about it all the time. Some state institution for kids with behavioral problems. Says if I don't behave, that's where I'm going. Says it's even worse than this. He looked at James. Is it? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. But you're not going to find out. You're not staying here, and you're not going there. Then where? Still working on that part. James reached into his pocket and pulled out a protein bar and a bottle of water. He tossed them over the fence. Thomas caught the water, but missed the bar. He picked it up from the dirt, staring at it like it was gold. Eat it. Drink that. Get your strength up. Thomas tore open the protein bar and ate it in 3 bites. He drank half the water in one long pull, then forced himself to stop. There's a woman named Nina, James said. Used to babysit you. You remember her, Nina? Thomas's face lit up for the first time. Yeah, I remember. She was nice. She's on our side. When I get you out of here, she's going to help take care of you. When? Not if. When? Thomas looked down at the half-empty water bottle in his hands. I stopped hoping a long time ago. Start hoping again. A light came on in the house. Thomas jerked, looking back. You should go. If she sees you, I'm not afraid of Mary. You should be. She's crazy. Really crazy. Thomas backed away from the fence. Please, just go. James wanted to argue, but he saw real terror in the boy's eyes. All right, but I'm coming back. Every night. And I'm getting you out of here. He disappeared into the woods before Mary could spot him. Over the next 2 days, James gathered information. He talked to neighbors carefully. Most knew the Holts, but didn't have much good to say. Henry's been a drunk since high school, one old man told him. Mary's got religion, goes to church every Sunday, but something's off about her. Cold, you know. What about their son? The man shrugged. Haven't seen him in ages. Mary says he's troubled. Needs special handling. You believe that? Ain't my place to say. James found similar responses everywhere. People had suspicions, but no one wanted to get involved. It was the same everywhere. Easier to look away than to act. On the second night, James was about to head back to the woods when his phone rang. Nina, someone came asking about you, she said. Who? Police officer. Deputy named Rawlings. He was in the diner, asking if anyone knew you. Asking why you were in town. What did you tell him? Nothing. But he said Mary filed a complaint. Says you've been harassing the family. James felt a spike of anger. Of course she did. James, be careful. If she builds a case that you're causing problems, they might get a restraining order. Then you won't be able to go near Thomas at all. Let them try. I'm serious. Mary's setting a trap. I know, but I'm still going to see Thomas tonight. Nina sighed. You're stubborn. Runs in the family. Just not in useful ways, usually. He went to the woods again that night. Thomas was waiting by the fence. You heard, the boy asked, about Mary calling the cops? Yeah, I told you she would. She always does this. Makes people think she's the victim. James handed over more food and water. The CPS visit is tomorrow. What happens when they show up? Same as always. They'll take me inside, clean me up, give me a script. Mary will smile and be polite. Henry will pretend to be sober. They'll show the caseworker my room, say I've been difficult lately, that they're doing their best. Then the person will leave, and Thomas trailed off. And what? And Mary will make me pay for the trouble. I'm not going to let that happen. How are you going to stop it? You'll be in jail if you come near here. She's already called the police on you. James didn't have an answer for that. The next morning, he watched from the woods as a white sedan pulled up to Henry's house. A woman in business clothes got out. The caseworker, probably. She went inside. James couldn't see much, But after about an hour, she came out, got in her car, and left. He waited until dark, then went back to the fence. Thomas was chained again, fresh bruise on his cheek. They closed the case, Thomas said flatly. Said everything looked fine. Mary cried when she talked about how hard it is to raise me. Showed them my room, which she cleaned up real nice. Told them I have episodes where I get violent. That's why I'm out here sometimes. Said it's for my own safety. And the bruise. Told them I hit myself during one of my episodes. They believed her. James wanted to tear the fence down. This isn't over. Yes, it is. You should go home. Back to wherever you came from. Forget about me. I told you before. I'm not leaving. Why? Thomas's voice rose. Why do you even care? You don't know me. You've been gone my whole life. Henry doesn't care. Mary wants me dead. Why would you risk anything for me? James gripped the fence. Because someone should have cared when I was your age. And they didn't. And I'm not going to be another person who walks away. Thomas stared at him. Tears ran down his face, making tracks in the dirt. I'm scared, Thomas whispered. I know, but you're going to get through this. We both are. The next day, James got a visit from Deputy Rawlings. The cop pulled up to the motel in a cruiser, knocked on James's door. Mr. Holt, that's me, Deputy Rawlings. Got a complaint about you. Mary Holt says you've been trespassing on her property, harassing the family. That right? She's prepared to get a restraining order if you don't back off. I'm here to give you a friendly warning first. Leave the Holts alone. I'm just visiting my family. You've been told you're not welcome. Keep pushing and you'll end up in a cell. Understand? James met the deputy's eyes. Understood. Good. Glad we could have this talk. Rawlings walked back to his cruiser. James went inside and called Nina. I need to talk to someone. Someone who knows what Henry and Mary are really like. I might know somebody. Give me a few hours. That afternoon, Nina called back. There's a guy, Rowan Pierce. He used to be Henry's best friend, but they had a falling out. He works at the auto shop on Jefferson Street. James found the shop easily enough. A small garage with 2 bays and an old sign. Inside, a man was bent over the engine of a pickup truck. He was maybe 40, heavy build, grease-stained coveralls. You Rowan Pierce. The man looked up. Who's asking? James Holt, Henry's brother. Rowan straightened, wiping his hands on a rag. Heard you were in town. Heard you've been stirring up trouble too. Trouble needed stirring. Maybe. Rowan studied him. What do you want? I need to know about Henry and Mary. The real story. Rowan tossed the rag aside. Why should I tell you anything? Because I saw Thomas chained up in their backyard. Because nobody else seems to give a damn. And because Nina said you used to be Henry's friend. Maybe you still care what happens to his kid. Rowan's expression hardened. Used to be friends. Not anymore. Henry stole $2,000 from me 3 years ago. Money I'd been saving. Took it and drank it away. When I confronted him, Mary backed him up, said I was lying. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Just tell me what you're planning. I'm planning to get Thomas away from them. Whatever it takes. Rowan walked to a mini fridge in the corner and pulled out 2 beers. He handed one to James. You want to save that kid? You can't play fair with people like Henry and Mary. I wasn't planning to. Good. Because they'll lie, cheat, manipulate. Mary especially. She's got half the town convinced she's a saint because she volunteers at the church. But I've seen what she's really like. She's mean as a snake. What about Henry? Henry's weak. Always has been. He lets Mary do whatever she wants because it's easier than fighting. If you can break Henry, Mary loses her cover. James drank some of the beer. You said you'd help. You meant that. I meant it. Henry owes me. And that kid deserves better than those 2. I need evidence. Real evidence they can't talk their way out of. Rowan smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. Then we better get creative. They talked for an hour, making plans. By the end, James felt something loosen in his chest. He wasn't alone in this anymore. That night, he bought a small surveillance camera from an electronics store 2 towns over. The kind you could hide and that ran on a battery. Nina met him at the diner after her shift. You really going to do this? She asked. Have to. What if you get caught? Then I get caught. Nina shook her head. You Holt men are all the same. Stubborn as hell. Only trait worth keeping. At midnight, James went back to the woods. He placed the camera in a tree that had a clear view of the doghouse and Thomas. It was risky. If they found it, everything was over. But he was out of safe options For 3 days, he let the camera record. He visited Thomas each night, bringing food and water. The boy looked worse each time. More bruises. A cut on his arm that was infected. James wanted to take him right then, chain or no chain, but he forced himself to wait. On the fourth day, he retrieved the camera. Back at the motel, he watched the footage on his laptop. His hands shook as the video played. Mary knocking over Thomas's water bowl. Mary screaming at him, calling him worthless. Henry stumbling drunk through the yard, ignoring Thomas completely. At one point, Mary came out with a hose and sprayed Thomas down like he was an animal, laughing when he cried. James watched it all, every second, burning it into his memory. Then he made copies. 3 USB drives. One for Nina, one for Rowan, one for himself. Got it, he texted Nina. Her reply came fast. What now? Now we end this. But before James could make his next move, his phone rang. Unknown number. Yeah, Mr. Holt. A woman's voice. This is Beth from Riverside Middle School. We spoke before. I remember. I probably shouldn't be calling, but I pulled Thomas's file. His old school records. I found some notes from his teachers. Concerns about his home life. Injuries that didn't make sense. I reported it back when he was still enrolled, but nothing ever came of it. Why are you telling me this? A long pause. Because I've been teaching for 20 years, and I've seen a lot of kids slip through the cracks. I don't want Thomas to be another one. If you're trying to help him, here's the thing. Mary came to the school last month asking about having Thomas institutionalized. She was looking into state facilities. James felt his blood go cold. She's really going to do it. She's making the case that he's dangerous. She's been collecting documentation. Fake incidents, made-up behavioral problems. She's building a file that would convince a judge. How long do I have? I don't know. Maybe a few weeks. Maybe less. Thank you for calling. Just help him. Please. James hung up and stared at the wall. Mary wasn't just abusing Thomas. She was setting up his permanent removal, probably to some nightmare facility where no one would ever check on him again, that he called Rowan. We need to move faster. What happened? Mary's trying to have Thomas put in a state institution. We might not have much time. Then we use the footage. Send it to every news outlet, every church member, everyone who thinks Mary's a good person. Destroy her reputation so completely she can't recover. That's the plan. But first I need to confront Henry. Break him down. Make him see what he's become. You sure that'll work? Henry's been a coward his whole life. Maybe, but he's still my brother. And somewhere under all that alcohol and weakness, there might be something left. And if there's not, then he goes down with her. James waited until the next afternoon. He knew Mary would be out. Nina had confirmed she volunteered at the church food bank on Thursdays. That left Henry alone at the house. James pulled up and walked to the door. It was unlocked as always. Inside, Henry sat on the couch, beer in hand, watching TV. Henry! His brother looked up, startled. James? What are you doing here? Mary said you're not supposed. Stand up. Something in James's voice made Henry obey. He set down the beer and got to his feet, swaying a little. James walked closer. I want you to come outside with me. I want you to look at your son. I've seen him. He's fine. He's not fine. He's dying out there. And you're letting it happen. You don't understand, then make me understand. James grabbed Henry by the shirt and pulled him toward the back door. Come on, explain it to me. Henry tried to pull away, but James was stronger. He dragged his brother through the house and out the back door. Thomas was chained to the doghouse, lying on his side. He didn't even look up when they came out. Look at him, James said. Really look at him. Henry glanced at Thomas, then away. He's being disciplined. That's not discipline. That's torture. You don't know what he's like. You haven't been here. James shoved Henry hard. His brother stumbled and fell, landing on his back in the dirt. Get up. James, stop. I said get up. James waited until Henry struggled to his feet. You know what I remember about us? When we were kids, I remember you promising we'd look out for each other. You remember that? That was a long time ago. Yeah, it was. And you broke that promise every single time Dad came after me. You stood there. You watched. You did nothing. Henry's face crumpled. I was scared. So was I. I was 10 years old and getting my face smashed in, and you were scared. You know what the difference is between scared and coward? Cowards let other people suffer, so they don't have to do anything. That's not fair. Nothing about this is fair. James gestured at Thomas. He's 13. He's your son, and you chained him up because it was easier than standing up to your wife. Mary's trying to help him. Mary's a monster. And you let her be a monster because you're too drunk and too weak to stop her. Henry's hands balled into fists. For a second, James thought his brother might actually take a swing at him. But Henry just stood there, trembling. I can't, Henry whispered. I can't fight her. She'll leave. She'll take everything. She's already taken everything. Look around. This is your life. A broken house. A drunk. A wife who hates you. A son who's probably going to die out here if nothing changes. He's not going to die. Yes, he is. Or Mary's going to send him to a state institution where he might as well be dead. Is that what you want? Henry looked at Thomas. The boy had curled into a ball, trying to make himself invisible. I want. Henry's voice broke. I want things to be different. Then do something. For once in your life, actually do something. Like what? Help me get him out of here. Henry shook his head. I can't betray Mary, but you can betray your son. It's not like that. Yes, it is. James stepped closer. You always let people suffer, Henry. You let Dad break me. Now you're letting Mary break Thomas. And you tell yourself it's not your fault, that you're doing your best, that you're the victim. But you're not. You're just a coward who chose the easy path every single time. Henry sank to his knees. He put his face in his hands and started crying. Big, drunk, messy sobs. James watched him without pity. You want to know what I'm going to do? I'm going to destroy Mary. I'm going to ruin her reputation, get Thomas away from here, and make sure everyone knows what kind of people you both are. And you're going to sit here and drink yourself to death because that's all you know how to do. I'm sorry, Henry sobbed. I'm sorry, James. For everything. I should have helped you. I should have stopped Dad. I should have protected you. Yeah, you should have. James turned and walked away. Behind him, Henry kept crying. Thomas lay motionless by the doghouse, like he'd heard versions of this conversation 1,000 times. James got in his truck and drove back to town. He felt hollow, empty. He'd wanted Henry to stand up, to fight back, to show some spark of the brother he used to know. But there was nothing left, just a shell of a man who'd given up on himself and everyone else. That night, James met with Rowan and Nina at the mechanic's shop after hours. Time to burn it all down, James said. Rowan pulled out his laptop. I've got the footage ready to upload. I know someone at the local news. She'll run with it. What about the church? Nina asked. Mary's got friends there. I'll send copies to the pastor and every member I can find on social media, Rowan said. By tomorrow morning, everyone in this town will know what Mary Holt really is. Do it, James said. Rowan's fingers moved over the keyboard. Within minutes, the footage was uploading to multiple locations. Email attachments, social media posts, file sharing sites. It's done, Rowan said. James felt a grim satisfaction. Now we wait. They didn't have to wait long. .by morning, James's phone was buzzing constantly. Text messages from numbers he didn't recognize. Angry messages. Supportive messages. Some calling him a liar. Others demanding justice. Nina called. It's everywhere. The news picked it up. It's on Facebook. Everyone's talking about it. What are people saying? Most are horrified. But Mary's friends are defending her, saying the video is fake or taken out of context. Let them defend her. The truth is out there now. James, be careful. Mary's going to know this was you. Good. I want her to know. That afternoon, James drove to Henry's house. A small crowd had gathered outside. Neighbors, reporters with cameras, people shouting questions. James pushed through to the front door. Mary stood on the porch, her face twisted with rage. When she saw James, her eyes went wide. You, she hissed. You did this. Yeah, I did. You bastard. You had no right. I had every right. Thomas is family. He's my son. Mine. You can't just what? Stop you from torturing him? Watch me. Mary lunged at James, actually tried to hit him. He caught her wrist easily. Behind her, through the open door, he could see Henry slumped in a chair, staring at nothing. Where is he? James demanded. Where's Thomas? You're not getting near him. James heard a scream from the backyard. Thomas, he shoved past Mary and ran through the house. In the backyard, Thomas was on the ground, Mary having apparently dragged him before confronting James. The boy's face was bruised, his lip bleeding. James saw red. He turned and grabbed Henry by the front of his shirt, hauling him out of the chair. "Get up. Get outside. What are you doing?" Henry slurred. "Giving you what you deserve." James dragged Henry through the house and out the back door. Thomas scrambled away, the chain pulling tight. James forced Henry to his knees by the doghouse. "James, don't." Henry tried to stand, but James kicked his legs out. From his truck, James had brought bolt cutters. He'd planned to use them on Thomas's chain. Instead, he cut through the lock holding Thomas captive and removed the collar from the boy's neck. Then he put it on Henry. "What are you doing?" Mary screamed from the porch. "Stop it." James locked the collar around Henry's neck and attached the chain. Henry pulled at it, panicking. "James, no. Please. You kept your son like an animal. Now you see what it feels like." Mary ran toward them, but James stepped in her way. "Stop right there. You're insane, no. I'm just finishing what you started." James looked at her. "Everyone knows what you did now. Your church knows. Your friends know. The whole town knows. You want to explain to them why you chained a 13-year-old boy to a doghouse. He was dangerous. He was a kid. Your kid. And you broke him." Mary's face contorted. "You're no better than us." "No," James said quietly. "I finished what you start." The sound of sirens cut through the air. Police cars pulled up front. People were shouting. James walked over to Thomas and knelt beside him. "Can you walk?" Thomas nodded, trembling. "Come on, let's get you out of here." James helped Thomas to his feet. The boy leaned on him, barely able to stand. They walked around the side of the house, just as police officers pushed through the crowd. "Everyone back," an officer shouted. James kept walking, Thomas supported against his side. Nina was there, pushing through the crowd. She ran to them. "Oh my God," she said, looking at Thomas. "We need to get him to a hospital." "Not yet. Get him somewhere safe first." Nina nodded. "My place." "Come on." They got Thomas into Nina's car. James closed the door and looked back at the house. Through the fence, he could see Henry on his knees, still chained, Mary standing over him screaming. Police officers were entering the yard. Rowan appeared at James's side. "You did it. Not done yet." "The hell you're not. You got the kid out. You exposed them. That's enough." It's enough when they're arrested. They didn't have to wait long. Within an hour, police emerged from the house with Henry and Mary in handcuffs. The crowd erupted, some cheering, some jeering. Mary fought every step, screaming obscenities. Henry just shuffled along, head down, defeated. James watched them get loaded in his separate police cars. He felt nothing. No satisfaction. No relief. Just a cold emptiness. His phone rang. "Nina." "The hospital checked Thomas," she said. "Dehydration, malnutrition, infected wounds. They're keeping him overnight for observation." "Is he going to be okay? Physically?" "Probably. Everything else." She paused. "James, he's going to need a lot of help." "He'll get it. CPS is here. They're asking questions. Tell them the truth. All of it." James drove to the hospital. He found Nina in the waiting room. She looked exhausted. "They're talking to him now," she said. "CPS and a social worker. What happens next? They'll place him in temporary care. Could be a foster home. Could be a facility. Not a facility." Nina looked at him. "You got another option? You said you'd help." "I did. I am. But I'm not family, James. I can't just take him home. But I can petition for guardianship." Nina blinked. You barely know him." "I know him well enough. And I'm not letting him go into the system. That's a big commitment." "Are you ready for that?" James thought about it. About his life. Moving from job to job, town to town, never staying anywhere long. About the apartment he rented month to month that barely held his tools and clothes. About the fact that he'd spent 12 years running from the past. "No," he said honestly, "but I'm doing it anyway." A doctor came out and spoke to Nina. Thomas was stable, asking to see his uncle. James went in. The hospital room was small, sterile. Thomas lay in the bed, hooked up to an 4, looking tiny in the white sheets. His face was clean for the first time since James had met him. The bruises stood out worse against clean skin. "Hey," James said. Hey. Thomas's voice was rough. James pulled up a chair. How you feeling? Weird. The bed's soft. Too soft. You'll get used to it. Thomas looked at the ceiling. They arrested them. Henry and Mary. Yeah, good. They sat in silence for a moment. What happens to me now? Thomas asked. CPS is figuring that out. But I'm going to try to get guardianship. Take you in. Thomas turned his head to look at James. Why would you do that? Because you deserve better than what you got. You don't have to. I'll be fine wherever. Maybe. But I'm doing it anyway. Thomas's eyes filled with tears. I don't know how to be normal. I don't remember what it's like. Then we'll figure it out together. You really mean that? I don't say things I don't mean. Thomas nodded slowly. Okay. James stood. Get some rest. Nina's going to stay nearby. I'll be back tomorrow. James! Yeah, thanks. For not letting it go. James looked at him. This kid who'd been beaten down, starved, chained, humiliated, who'd learned to disappear into himself just to survive, but who was still here, still fighting in his own way. I told you, James said. I don't walk away. He left the hospital as the sun was setting. The sky burned orange and red, colors bleeding together. His phone buzzed, a text from Rowan. Mary and Henry formally charged. Multiple counts abuse and neglect. Bail hearing tomorrow. James texted back. Good that he drove to the motel and sat his truck in the parking lot. He thought about calling someone, a friend maybe, or the foreman at his last job. But there was no one to call. He'd spent years making sure of that. Maybe that was going to change now. Maybe Thomas needed him to change, or maybe he'd just become a different kind of broken. The kind that survived by making sure others didn't. James looked at his hands. Scarred, calloused, stained with years of hard work. Good hands for building things, for tearing things down, for holding on when holding on was all that mattered. He got out and went inside. Tomorrow would bring lawyers and paperwork and 100 complications. But tonight, for the first time in 12 years, he felt like he'd done something that mattered. Not mercy. Never mercy for people like Henry and Mary. Just ruthless, cold justice. And it was enough. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. Marcus Heller wiped the grease from his hands with a shop rag, the fabric already stained black from a day's work under the hood of a Chevy Silverado. The auto shop smelled like motor oil and metal, familiar scents that grounded him after 12 years of marriage and 5 years of divorce. His phone buzzed against the workbench. Dad, when are you picking me up? Cole's voice carried that edge Marcus had learned to recognize. Not quite fear, not quite worry, but something that tightened in his chest anyway. Half hour, bud. Finishing up Mrs. Patterson's brake job. Okay. A pause. Dad, yeah. Do I have to go to Grandma Lorraine's this weekend? Marcus set down his wrench. Through the office window, he could see his 2 mechanics shutting down Bay 3. Friday afternoon meant Cole's weekend with Annalise started tomorrow, but that wasn't what his son was asking about. Why? She talks a lot. About you and Mom. About the divorce. What does she say? I don't want to repeat it. Marcus closed his eyes. 5 years since the divorce, and Lorraine Mercer still couldn't let it go. The woman had orchestrated the whole thing, really. Planted doubts in Annalise's head, twisted every argument into evidence that Marcus wasn't good enough for her daughter. When Annalise finally filed, Lorraine had smiled at him across the lawyer's table. You don't have to go anywhere you don't want to, Marcus said. But Mom said, I'll handle your mother. Just be ready in 30. He hung up and stared at the phone. Cole was 9 years old. He shouldn't sound that tired. The drive home took 15 minutes through the familiar streets of their Ohio town. Autumn had stripped most trees bare, leaving skeletal branches against a gray sky. Marcus pulled into the driveway of their 2-story house, smaller than the one he'd shared with Annalise, but paid for entirely with his own money. No help from anyone. Cole burst out the front door, backpack bouncing against his shoulders. He had Annalise's dark hair, but Marcus's build, already tall for his age. The boy climbed into the truck without his usual smile. Rough day? Marcus asked. Mrs. Henderson gave us homework over the weekend. What kind? Math. Story problems. We'll knock it out tomorrow morning. Then maybe hit the lake if weather holds. Cole nodded, but didn't respond. Marcus drove them to the diner on 5th Street, their Friday tradition. Inside, they slid into their usual booth. The waitress knew their order: burger and fries for both, chocolate shake for Cole, coffee for Marcus. "So," Marcus said after the waitress left, "Grandma Lorraine." Cole picked at the paper placemat. "She wants me to sleep over tomorrow night. At her house." "Yeah." She called Mom about it. Said I need to spend more time with family. Marcus felt his jaw tighten. "You see your mom every other weekend. That's family time." "I know, but Grandma said..." Cole trailed off. "Said what?" "That you keep me away from them on purpose. That you're trying to turn me against Mom's side of the family." The waitress arrived with their drinks. Marcus waited until she left before responding. "That what you think?" "No." Cole met his eyes. "But Grandma gets upset if I disagree. Then Aunt Glinda starts in too. They both just talk and talk until I say yes to whatever they want. You're 9 years old. You shouldn't have to say yes to anything that makes you uncomfortable." "But Mom, I'll talk to your mother." Their food came. They ate mostly in silence, but Marcus watched his son. Cole had always been a good eater, but tonight he pushed fries around his plate. Something was wrong beyond just Lorraine's pressure. "What else?" Marcus asked. "What do you mean? Something else is bothering you?" Cole set down his burger. "Last time I stayed at Grandma's, she forgot to give me dinner. She was on the phone with Aunt Glinda, and they were talking about you. About how you ruined everything. I kept trying to ask when we'd eat, but she just waved me away. Finally went to bed hungry." Marcus set his fork down carefully. "When was this?" 2 weeks ago. The Saturday Mom had to work late." "Did you tell your mother?" "I tried. She said Grandma probably just got distracted, that I should have reminded her." Marcus pulled out his phone and texted Annalise. "We need to talk. Call me tonight." "Dad, don't make it a big thing." "It is a big thing. You don't forget to feed a kid." They finished dinner in silence. Back home, Cole retreated to his room for homework while Marcus paced the kitchen. His phone rang at 8. "What's wrong?" Annalise sounded tired. "Your mother forgot to feed Cole." "When?" 2 weeks ago, when you had him stay there. He went to bed hungry." A pause. "He didn't mention it, because he tried to tell you, and you brush him off." "Marcus, I'm sure it was just..." "Just what?" "An accident. She was too busy talking trash about me to remember she had a 9-year-old in her house." "Don't start with that." "I'm not starting anything. I'm telling you what happened. My mother wouldn't deliberately starve Cole." "I didn't say deliberately. I said neglect. There's a difference." Annalise sighed. "What do you want me to do?" "Tell her he's not staying there tomorrow." She already planned the whole thing. She's making his favorite dinner, like she made it 2 weeks ago. That's not fair. "Fair." Marcus felt his voice rise. "You know what's not fair? Our son being used as a pawn in your mother's campaign against me. That woman has hated me since the day we met, and now she's taking it out on Cole. You're being paranoid." "Am I? Or are you still too scared to stand up to her?" Silence on the line. "Then I have to go." "Annalise." She hung up. Marcus stared at his phone, then looked up to find Cole standing in the kitchen doorway. "I heard," the boy said quietly. "Sorry, bud. It's okay." Cole walked to the fridge and pulled out a juice box. "Mom never argues with Grandma. Not about anything. That's not your problem to worry about. But it's my problem, because I'm the one who has to go there." Marcus crouched to Cole's level. "Listen to me. You don't have to go anywhere that makes you uncomfortable. I don't care what your mother says or what Lorraine wants. You're my son, and I decide what's best for you. But the custody agreement says your mom gets you on her weekends. It doesn't say anything about overnights at your grandmother's house without supervision." Cole hugged him suddenly, fierce and tight. Marcus held his son and felt the weight of 5 years of divorce pressed down on both of them. The phone rang again at 9:30. This time it was Lorraine. "Marcus." Her voice dripped with false sweetness. "Annalise tells me you're causing problems again." "I'm not causing anything. Cole needs to spend time with his family. He spends time with his mother every other weekend. I'm in his real family. The Mercers. Not just the Heller side. I'm his father. That's as real as family gets. Don't you dare speak to me that way. I've known that boy since he was born. I have every right. You have the rights Annalise gives you, and I have the rights the court gave me. Cole stays with me tomorrow night. This is exactly why Annalise divorced you. You're controlling and impossible. Marcus laughed without humor. You're calling me controlling? That's rich coming from you. I want what's best for my grandson. Then respect his father's decisions. Annalise is his mother. She makes the decisions on her weekends, and she can make whatever decisions she wants when Cole is with her. But dumping him at your house overnight isn't part of the custody agreement. You can't keep him from me. Watch me. He hung up before she could respond. Scene 2. The overnight stay Saturday morning arrived with heavy clouds and a phone call at 7 a.m. Marcus answered on the third ring, still groggy. Marcus, we need a compromise. Annalise sounded different. Firmer. Probably had her mother coaching her in the background. On what? Cole needs to see my family. You're being unreasonable. I'm being a father. Let him stay at mom's tonight. Just one night. She's really hurt that you're shutting her out. I'm not shutting anyone out. I'm protecting our son. From what? His own grandmother. Marcus sat up in bed. From being manipulated and forgotten about. One night, Marcus, please. She promised to make it special. Something in Annalise's voice made him pause. She sounded desperate, which meant Lorraine had been working on her all night. Is this really what you want? He asked. Or is it what she wants? Does it matter? Yeah, it does. A long silence. Then, it's what I want. Cole needs to maintain a relationship with my family. I don't want him growing up thinking the Mercers are the enemy. I never said they were the enemy. But that's how you treat us. That's how I treat people who disrespect me in front of my son. One night, I'll pick him up first thing Sunday morning. Mom promised to take good care of him. Marcus looked at the ceiling. Every instinct screamed to say no. But Cole was in his room down the hall, probably awake and listening. The boy needed to see his parents work together, even when they didn't agree. Fine, he said, but I'm dropping him off. And I'm picking him up at 9 a.m. sharp Sunday. Mom wants to take him to church. 9 a.m. Annalise. Not negotiable. She hung up without responding. Cole appeared in his doorway 5 minutes later. I have to go. Yeah, but only one night. And I'll be there to get you first thing tomorrow. Okay. The boy's shoulders slumped. Hey. Marcus stood and walked to him. If anything feels wrong, you call me. I don't care what time it is. You understand? Cole nodded. They spent the morning working on homework at the kitchen table. Math problems about trains leaving stations and swimmers racing laps. Cole usually enjoyed the challenge, but today he just went through the motions. At 2 p.m., Marcus drove them to Lorraine's house on Cypress Lane. The street was old, lined with oak trees and houses built in the 50s. Lorraine's place sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, a brick ranch with white shutters and a perfectly manicured lawn. Lorraine met them at the door. She was 63 but looked younger, with carefully dyed blonde hair and expensive clothes. Her smile didn't reach her eyes when she looked at Marcus. Cole, come here, sweetheart. She pulled the boy into a hug. We're going to have so much fun tonight. I rented movies and got ingredients for your favorite cookies. Thanks, Grandma. Marcus. She barely glanced at him. You can go now. I need to talk to you first. About what? Cole's bedtime routine. His allergies. When to give him his inhaler. I raised a daughter. I know how to take care of children. I'm sure you do. But Cole has specific needs. Lorraine sighed dramatically. Fine. Come in. The house smelled like vanilla air freshener and old carpet. Photos covered every wall. Annalise as a child. Annalise's wedding. Annalise and Cole. Not a single picture of Marcus. He needs his inhaler before bed. Marcus said. And if he has any trouble breathing during the night, I know about his asthma. Marcus. He also needs a night light. He doesn't like complete darkness. Anything else, Dr. Heller? Marcus felt his jaw clench. Yeah, don't talk about me or the divorce in front of him. He doesn't need to hear it. I would never. You already have. Multiple times. It stops now. Lorraine's face hardened. How dare you come into my home and tell me what I can say? I'm telling you what you can say around my son. He's my grandson, and that doesn't give you the right to poison him against me. I'm not the one who destroyed this family. Marcus stepped closer. This conversation is over. Cole stays tonight because his mother asked. But if I hear about any drama, any manipulation, any comments about me, this is the last time he sets foot in this house. Clear. Lorraine's eyes flashed. Get out. Marcus turned to Cole, who stood frozen in the hallway. Remember what I said, bud. Anything feels wrong, you call. I will. The drive home felt wrong. Marcus gripped the steering wheel and tried to shake the unease in his gut. Cole will be fine. It was one night. Lorraine wouldn't risk her access by pulling anything stupid, but the unease remained. He tried to distract himself with work. Cleaned the garage, changed the oil in his truck, started inventory for the shop supply, order Monday. His neighbor Joanna Price waved from her driveway around 6 p.m. "Where's Cole?" she called. "With his grandmother." Joanna walked over, wiping dirt from her gardening gloves. She was 37, divorced herself, with 2 teenage daughters. They'd known each other since high school, back when Marcus dated her best friend for a summer. "Lorraine's house?" she asked. "Yeah. And you let him go?" Annalise insisted. Joanna shook her head. "That woman is trouble, Marcus. Always has been. Tell me about it." "My cousin used to work with her at the library. Said Lorraine spent more time gossiping than shelving books." "Sounds right. How long is Cole there?" "Just overnight. I pick him up tomorrow morning." "Well, if you need company tonight, come over. Girls are at their dad's. I'm making spaghetti." Marcus smiled. "Thanks, but I'll be fine." Offer stands. He went inside and tried to watch TV. A football game played out on screen, but he couldn't focus. At 8 p.m., he texted Cole. "How's it going?" No response at T9. "Everything okay. Still nothing to AT10, he called. The phone rang 6 times before Lorraine answered. "What? Is Cole there?" "He's sleeping. It's only 10. He doesn't go to bed until 10:30. Well, he was tired. We had a big day. Can I talk to him? I'm not waking him up. Marcus, let the boy rest." She hung up. Marcus stared at his phone. Something felt wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what. Cole got tired sometimes. Maybe they'd had a busy afternoon. Maybe he really was just sleeping, but the unease wouldn't leave that he tried Annalise. Straight to voicemail. Tried again at 11. Same result, AT midnight. He gave up and went to bed. Sleep came slowly, interrupted by dreams of Cole calling for him. The phone rang at 6 a.m. "Dad." Marcus sat up instantly. "Cole? What's wrong?" "I don't feel good." His son's voice sounded thick, congested. "What do you mean?" "What hurts?" "My head. It really hurts. And I'm dizzy." "Did you tell your grandmother?" "She's still sleeping." "Dad, can you come get me?" "I'm on my way." 20 minutes. He dressed in under a minute, grabbed his keys, and ran to the truck. The streets were empty at this hour, and he made it to Cypress Lane in 15 minutes. He pounded on Lorraine's door. She answered in a robe, hair disheveled, eyes puffy. "What are you doing here?" "Where's Cole?" "It's 6 in the morning. Where is he?" She stepped aside. Marcus pushed past her into the house. Cole sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, face pale and slick with sweat. "Bud, I'm here." Marcus knelt beside him. "Tell me what's wrong." "Everything's spinning. In my head." Cole touched his temple. "It really hurts." Marcus felt his forehead. "Burning up." "When did this start?" "I woke up an hour ago. Tried to find Grandma, but her door was closed." Marcus looked at Lorraine. "You didn't check on him?" "I was sleeping." "He's sick. You're supposed to be watching him." "How was I supposed to know?" "He was fine when we went to bed." Marcus scooped Cole into his arms. The boy weighed nothing. "We're going to the hospital." "Hospital?" "Marcus, don't you think that's extreme? Get out of my way." He carried Cole to the truck and buckled him in. The nearest emergency room was 10 minutes away. Cole leaned against the window, eyes closed, breathing shallow. "Hang on, bud. Almost there." At the ER, a nurse took Cole's vitals immediately. Temperature 102. Blood pressure elevated. Pulse racing. They put him in a room and hooked up an 4-dot doctor. Raphael Kim came in 30 minutes later, a young doctor with kind eyes and efficient movements. He examined Cole thoroughly, asking questions about symptoms, duration, food intake. "When did he last eat?" Dr. Kim asked. Marcus looked at Cole. "Lunch yesterday," the boy said weakly. "Grandma said dinner would be at 6, but then she got on the phone with Aunt Glenda. They talked for a long time. I kept asking when we'd eat, but she told me to wait. Then she said it was too late and I should just go to bed." Dr. Kim made notes. "So no dinner last night, and no breakfast this morning?" "No." The doctor looked at Marcus. "Your son is severely dehydrated. The fever and headache are likely stress-induced, compounded by lack of food and water. His body is essentially in crisis mode. Marcus felt cold spread through his chest. Will he be okay? Yes, with fluids and rest. But this level of dehydration doesn't happen overnight. It suggests sustained neglect. Dr. Kim's voice stayed professional, but his eyes were hard. How long was he in this person's care? Since yesterday afternoon. And they forgot to feed him dinner. Apparently. Dr. Kim nodded slowly. I'm required to document this. I'll need the guardian's information. Marcus gave him Lorraine's name and address. The doctor left to enter notes. Cole squeezed Marcus's hand. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? For making you worry. You didn't make me do anything. This isn't your fault. I should have called earlier. No. Marcus leaned close. You did exactly right. You called when you knew something was wrong, and I came. That's how it's supposed to work. The four-drip continued for 2 hours. Marcus sat beside the bed and watched his son drift in and out of sleep. His phone buzzed multiple times. Lorraine, Annalise, Lorraine again. But he ignored them all. When Cole's temperature dropped and the doctor cleared him to go home, Marcus carried him back to the truck. The boy felt more solid now, less fragile. Dad, yeah, I don't want to go back there. Ever. Marcus strapped him in and met his eyes. You won't. I promise. Scene 3. The doctor's warning DR. Kim met them at the discharge desk with paperwork and a serious expression. Mr. Heller, a moment. Marcus asked a nurse to sit with Cole and followed the doctor to a quiet corner. I've documented everything, Dr. Kim said. The dehydration, the lack of supervision, the missed meals. If you're involved in any custody situation, this report could be relevant. I'm divorced. We share custody. Was the grandmother acting as a legal guardian during this time? No. My ex-wife asked me to let Cole stay there overnight. Dr. Kim handed him a folder. This is a copy of my notes. Keep it somewhere safe. If this happens again, if there's any sign of continued neglect, you need to document it immediately. It won't happen again. I hope not. But in my experience, these patterns tend to repeat unless someone intervenes. The doctor paused. Your son mentioned his grandmother and aunt were talking about you, criticizing you. That kind of emotional manipulation can be just as harmful as physical neglect. Marcus took the folder. Thank you. Take care of him. And Mr. Heller. Dr. Kim lowered his voice. I've seen a lot of families come through here. A lot of complicated situations. But I've never seen a father respond as fast as you did this morning. Cole's lucky to have you. The words settled into Marcus's chest, validation for every sleepless night and constant worry. Back home, Marcus set Cole up on the couch with blankets, water, and cartoons on TV. The boy fell asleep within minutes. Marcus sat in the recliner and finally checked his phone. 15 missed calls. 10 texts. Lorraine, how dare you embarrass me like that, Lorraine? Taking Cole to the hospital was completely unnecessary, Lorraine. You're using this to make me look bad, Annalise. Mom says you stormed out with Cole. What happened? Annalise. Marcus, answer your phone, Annalise. We need to talk about this. He typed out a response to Annalise. Cole was sick. Took him to ER. He's fine now. We'll talk later. Then he blocked Lorraine's number. The doorbell rang at 2 p.m. Marcus checked the peephole and saw Annalise standing on his porch, arms crossed. He opened the door, but didn't invite her in. Is he okay? She asked. Sleeping. What happened? Your mother forgot to feed him dinner, then forgot to check on him when he got sick overnight. He was dehydrated and feverish by the time I got there. Annalise's face went pale. She said it was just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? He went to bed hungry and woke up sick. That's called neglect. Don't be dramatic. I have a doctor's report that says otherwise. Marcus held up the folder. Want to read it? She stared at the papers. Marcus, I'm sure she didn't mean. I don't care what she meant. Cole is never staying there again. You can't make that decision alone. Watch me. Our custody agreement says he's with you on your weekends. It doesn't say anything about your mother. She's his grandmother, and she proved she can't be trusted to take care of him for one night. Annalise's eyes filled with tears. Why do you have to make everything so difficult? I'm not making anything difficult. I'm protecting our son. From my own mother. If necessary, yes. She made a mistake. She got distracted. It happens. Marcus felt his control slip. No, it doesn't just happen. Adults don't forget to feed children. They don't ignore them when they're sick. And they definitely don't spend the whole time talking trash about the kid's father while he sits there hungry. She wasn't. Cole told me everything. What Lorraine says about me, what Glinda says, how they make him feel guilty about the divorce. All of it. Marcus stepped forward. I let this slide for 5 years because I thought you'd eventually stand up to her. But you won't. You never will. So I'm done waiting. What does that mean? It means from now on, I make the rules when it comes to your family's access to Cole. Limited contact, supervised visits, and absolutely no overnights. You can't. I can. And if you try to fight me on this, I'll take the doctor's report to a lawyer and petition for full custody. Annalise's tears spilled over. You wouldn't. Try me. She wiped her face roughly. I hate you. I know, but I don't care anymore. The only thing I care about is making sure Cole is safe. If that makes me the bad guy in your mother's story, fine. I'll be the bad guy. Annalise turned and walked back to her car. She didn't look back. Marcus closed the door and leaned against it. His hand shook. 5 years of holding back, of trying to be reasonable, of hoping things would get better, all gone in one morning. But as he looked at Cole sleeping peacefully on the couch, he knew he'd made the right choice. And no one would hurt his son again. Not Lorraine, not Glinda, not even Annalise if she tried to excuse their behavior. He was done forgiving, done forgetting, done being manipulated from now on. Marcus Heller protected what was his. The week after the hospital visit, Marcus watched Cole more carefully than ever. Small things he'd missed before became impossible to ignore. The way his son tensed when Annalise's name appeared on caller ID. How he picked his food on Sunday nights before going to his mother's house. The careful way he chose his words when talking about weekend visits. How was school? Marcus asked over dinner Wednesday night. Fine. What did you learn? Stuff about the Revolutionary War. And we started fractions in math. Cole pushed peas around his plate. Marcus waited. Aunt Glinda called Mom today. Cole finally said, "Oh." I could hear them through the phone. Glinda was yelling about you blocking Grandma Lorraine's number. Marcus set down his fork. When did this happen? After school. I was at Mom's for an hour before you picked me up. Mom looked upset the whole time. What exactly did you hear? Cole met his eyes. Glinda said you're trying to destroy their family. That you're turning me against them. Mom just kept saying I know over and over. Do you feel like I'm turning you against them? No, but they think you are. What do you think? Cole considered this. I think they make everything complicated. With you, things are simple. We follow rules. We do our stuff. We hang out. With them, there's always drama about something. What kind of drama? Like, Grandma Lorraine will ask me stuff about what we do here. What time I go to bed, what I eat if you ever talk about Mom. Then she'll tell me how things were better when you and Mom were married, and how sad she is that the family broke apart. Marcus felt his jaw tighten. She says that to you? All the time. And Aunt Glinda does too. They act like I'm supposed to fix it somehow. Like if I just tell Mom the right things, you guys will get back together. You know that's not going to happen, right? Yeah, but they don't want to hear it. Cole's voice dropped. Sometimes I just agree with whatever they say, so they'll stop talking. Marcus stood and walked around the table. He crouched beside Cole's chair. Listen to me. You're not responsible for fixing your mother's relationship with me. You're not responsible for making Lorraine or Glinda happy. Your only job is to be 9 years old. Everything else is adult business. But they make me feel like what? Like it's my fault. Like if I was better or different or said the right things, everyone would be happy again. Marcus pulled his son into a hug. None of this is your fault. Not the divorce, not Lorraine's anger, none of it. You understand? Cole nodded against his shoulder. That night, after Cole went to bed, Marcus made a list. Every comment his son had mentioned, every instance of manipulation, every time Lorraine or Glinda had pressured him. The list filled 2 pages that he called Annalise. What now? She sounded exhausted. We need to talk about your family's behavior around Cole. Marcus, it's 9 p.m. I don't care what time it is. This conversation is happening. A long sigh. Fine. Talk. Your mother and sister are using Cole as a messenger. They ask him questions about me, about our routine, about what I say regarding you. Then they tell him how sad they are about the divorce and how they wish we'd get back together. They're just trying to stay connected to him. No, They're manipulating him. There's a difference. My family cares about Cole. I'm sure they do. But caring about him means respecting his boundaries and not putting adult problems on his shoulders. What do you want me to do, Marcus? Tell my mother she can't talk to her grandson? I want you to tell her she can't interrogate him or make him feel responsible for our divorce. I want you to tell Glinda to stop bad-mouthing me. And I want you to actually enforce these boundaries instead of just agreeing and then letting them do whatever they want. You're asking me to choose between you and my family. I'm asking you to protect our son. Silence on the line. Marcus heard a TV in the background, voices from whatever show Annalise was watching. They don't mean any harm, she finally said. Intent doesn't matter. Harm is harm. You're being too sensitive. Marcus laughed without humor. I'm being too sensitive? Our son thinks he's responsible for fixing our relationship because your mother keeps telling him the divorce is tragic and preventable. He's 9, Annalise. He shouldn't be carrying that weight. I'll talk to her. When? Soon. Not good enough. I want it handled by this weekend. Don't give me ultimatums. It's not an ultimatum. It's a requirement. Either you set boundaries with your family about how they treat Cole, or I will. Ow! By limiting his exposure to them. You already blocked my mother's number, and I'll do a lot more if this continues. No visits with Lorraine or Glinda unless I'm present. No phone calls without my supervision. No more unsupervised time at all. A judge would never allow that. Want to find out? I've got 5 years of documentation about Lorraine's behavior, plus a doctor's report about neglect. I'll take this to court if I have to. You'd really destroy my relationship with my own family over this. I'm not destroying anything. They're doing that themselves. I'm just protecting Cole from the fallout. Annalise's voice hardened. You know what your problem is, Marcus? You can't forgive. Something happens, and you just hold on to it forever. My mother made one mistake. It wasn't one mistake. It's been 5 years of comments, manipulation, and pressure. The hospital was just the breaking point. She apologized. To who? Not to me. Not to Cole. She called and left a message, which I didn't listen to because I block her number. And I'm not unblocking it. Fine. Annalise's voice went cold. Do whatever you want. You always do anyway. She hung up. Marcus stared at his phone, then set it aside. He'd expected resistance, but some part of him had hoped Annalise would finally see what he saw. That hope was gone now. Friday afternoon, Marcus picked Cole up from school and drove to Joanna's house. His neighbor was in her garden, planting mums for fall. Hey, she called. Cole, want to help me dig? Can I, Dad? Go ahead. Cole ran off while Marcus sat on Joanna's porch steps. She joined him after a few minutes, pulling off her gloves. You look stressed, she said, dealing with Annalise's family. Still, always. He filled her in on the week's events. Cole's revelations, the call with Annalise, the ultimatum. Joanna listened quietly. When he finished, she said, You know what you're up against, right? What do you mean? Lorraine's been controlling Annalise since birth. That kind of pattern doesn't break just because you demand it. Annalise will nod and agree and promise to set boundaries. But the second Lorraine applies pressure, she'll cave. I know. So what's your plan? Limit contact. Keep Cole away from situations where he can be manipulated. Force Annalise to choose between protecting our son and keeping her mother happy. She'll choose Lorraine. Marcus looked at his son, happily digging in the dirt. I know, but I have to try. Saturday morning, Annalise arrived to pick up Cole for her weekend. She stayed in the car, not bothering to come to the door. Marcus watched from the window as Cole climbed into the passenger seat. 2 hours later, his phone rang. Lorraine's number showed on the screen. She must have called from Annalise's phone. We need to talk, Lorraine said without preamble. No, we don't. Yes, we do. You're keeping Cole from his family. I'm keeping Cole safe. There's a difference. Safe from what? People who love him. Marcus felt his temper rise. People who love him don't forget to feed him. People who love him don't make him feel guilty about a divorce he had nothing to do with. That was an accident. I explained that to Annalise. I don't care what you told Annalise. I care what happened to my son. Your son? He's my grandson. I have rights. No, you don't. Grandparents have no legal rights unless the parents are dead or unfit. And I'm neither. You're being cruel. I'm being a father. You're being controlling. Just like you were during the marriage. This is exactly why Annalise left you. Marcus laughed. Is that what you tell yourself? That Annalise left me on her own? She made her own decision. Did she? Or did you spend 5 years planting doubts until she had no choice but to file? I only told her the truth. The truth according to you, which is that I was never good enough, never made enough money, never treated her the way she deserved. Sound familiar? Lorraine's voice went icy. You were a mechanic. She could have done better. There it is. The real reason you hated me. I wasn't good enough for your daughter. You weren't. And you're not good enough for Cole either. Marcus felt something cold settle in his chest. This conversation is over. Don't you dare hang up on me. He ended the call and immediately texted Annalise. Tell your mother to stop using your phone to call me. Any communication goes through you from now on. In a response. An hour later, Glenda called. Marcus answered out of curiosity. You're a piece of work, she said. Thanks. You too. My sister is crying because of you. Again. Your sister is crying because she won't stand up to your mother. That's not my problem. She loves you. She always has. She has a funny way of showing it. If you just apologize to Mom, all of this could go away. Apologize for what? For taking Cole to the hospital without permission. For embarrassing her. For treating her like she's some kind of criminal. Marcus shook his head. I'm not apologizing for protecting my son. He wasn't in danger. He was severely dehydrated and running a fever. The doctor disagreed with your assessment. Doctors exaggerate. That's how they make money. You're ridiculous. And you're impossible. No wonder Annalise couldn't stand being married to you. At least I didn't turn her into a puppet. She can't make a single decision without checking with Lorraine first. That what you wanted? A sister who has no backbone. How dare you? How dare I what? Tell the truth? Point out that your family is dysfunctional? Newsflash. Everyone already knows. You're going to regret this. I doubt it. Glenda hung up. Marcus set his phone on the counter and went to the garage. He needed to work with his hands, to focus on something mechanical and solvable, that he was under a Honda Civic when Joanna appeared in the doorway. Heard shouting, she said. Just the ex's family. Want to talk about it? Marcus slid out from under the car. They want me to apologize. For protecting Cole. For calling out Lorraine's neglect. For being a bad husband, probably. Are you going to? What do you think? Joanna smiled. I think you'd rather eat glass. You know me well. She leaned against the workbench. My ex used to demand apologies for everything. For breathing wrong. For looking at him wrong. For existing wrong. Took me 3 years to realize I was apologizing for being myself. When you stopped. When I filed for divorce. She picked up a wrench, examined it, set it down. Best decision I ever made. Hardest too. Any regrets? Only that I didn't do it sooner. Marcus nodded. Annalise and I were over long before the divorce. We just didn't admit it. Because of Lorraine. Because of a lot of things. But yeah, she was a big part of it. Every decision had to go through her. Every argument ended with Annalise calling her mother for advice. We couldn't be a couple because there were always 3 people in the marriage. That why you're so hard on her now? I'm hard on her because she's still letting Lorraine control her life. And now she's letting Lorraine control Cole too. I won't allow it. What if Annalise tries to take you to court? Let her. I've got documentation. I've got witnesses. I've got a doctor's report. She's got hurt feelings and her mother's opinion. Courts don't always side with logic. Maybe not, but I have to try. Sunday morning, Cole came home quiet and withdrawn. Marcus made pancakes, but his son barely ate. What happened? Marcus asked. Grandma Lorraine came over. To your mom's house. Yeah, she and Mom talked in the kitchen for a long time. I heard my name a lot. What did they say? Couldn't hear the words. Just the tone. Grandma sounded angry. Mom sounded upset. Did they include you in the conversation? After a while, Grandma came out and asked if you'd been saying bad things about her. Marcus set down his fork. What did you tell her? The truth. That you only told me I didn't have to go anywhere I didn't want to go. That you said I'm not responsible for fixing things between adults. How'd she react? She said you're turning me against the family. That I'm too young to understand how complicated things are. Then she told Mom that you're manipulating me. Do you feel manipulated? Cole looked at him directly. No, I feel safe. With them, I always feel like I'm walking on broken glass. Like any wrong word will start a fight. Marcus reached across the table and squeezed his son's hand. You're not going back there. Not to Lorraine's house. And not to any family gatherings where she'll be present. What about Mom? You can still see your mother. On her weekends, at her house. But no side trips to Lorraine's. Mom won't like that. Your mother doesn't get a vote anymore. This is about your safety, and I'm not negotiating. Cole nodded slowly. Okay. Scene 3. Allies and Strategy Monday morning. Marcus called the lawyer who'd handled his divorce. Patricia Werner was 50-something, sharp as a knife, and had zero tolerance for manipulation. Marcus Heller, she said when she answered. This can't be good. Need to talk about my custody agreement. What happened? He explained everything. The hospital visit, the manipulation, the constant pressure from Lorraine and Glenda. Patricia listened without interrupting. You have a doctor's report? She asked when he finished. Yes. Any other documentation? I've been keeping notes. Times, dates, what was said. Good. Keep doing that. Document every interaction with Lorraine, every conversation with Annalise about boundaries, every instance where Cole expresses discomfort about visits. What are my options? Technically, your custody agreement doesn't specify who can supervise Cole during Annalise's custody time. But if you can prove a pattern of emotional manipulation or neglect by third parties, you might petition for a modification that restricts who has access. Will it work? Depends on the judge. Some will see it as overreach. Others will prioritize the child's well-being. Patricia paused. But Marcus, I have to be honest. This will get ugly. Annalise's family won't go quietly. I know, and it'll be expensive. I don't care. What does Annalise say? She wants me to apologize and let everything go back to normal. Will you? No. Then prepare for a fight. Talk to Cole's teachers, his doctor, anyone who interacts with him regularly. Get character witnesses. Build a case that you're acting in his best interests, not out of spite. I am acting in his best interests. I believe you, but you need to prove it. Marcus hung up and immediately called Cole's school. The secretary transferred him to Mrs. Henderson, Cole's teacher. Mr. Heller, is everything all right with Cole? That's what I'm calling about. Have you noticed any changes in his behavior lately? Mrs. Henderson paused. Actually, yes. The last few weeks, he's been quieter than usual, less engaged in class discussions, and he's been anxious about weekends. Anxious how? He asked if he could do his homework early so he wouldn't have to worry about it later. When I asked why, he said weekends were complicated and he wanted everything finished beforehand. Marcus made notes. As his work suffered, no, his grades are still excellent, but his attitude has changed. He used to be one of my most enthusiastic students. Now he just goes through the motions. If I asked you to document what you've noticed, would you be willing? Is Cole in some kind of trouble? No, but I'm dealing with a custody situation that might require teacher input. I'll write up my observations and send them to you. Thank you. Next, he called Dr. Kim at the hospital. The doctor remembered him immediately. Mr. Heller, how's Cole doing? Better physically, but I'm concerned about the emotional impact of what happened. Understandable. Has there been any follow-up with the grandmother? She claims it was an accident. I've limited Cole's contact with her. That's probably wise. In cases of neglect, even unintentional, repeated exposure can compound the harm. Would you be willing to provide a formal statement about Cole's condition and your assessment of the situation? For legal purposes, potentially, I can prepare a report based on my examination and findings. It'll be factual, not opinion-based. That's all I need. That evening, Joanna came over with casserole and determination. You're not handling this alone, she said, setting the dish on the counter. I'm fine. You're stressed, exhausted, and dealing with toxic people. You need support. Marcus smiled despite everything. Is that what this is? This is a friend making sure you eat and don't lose your mind. Now sit down and tell me what you've done today. He explained the calls to Patricia, Mrs. Henderson, and Dr. Kim. Joanna listened while reheating the casserole. You're building a case, she said. I'm protecting my son. Same thing in this situation. She handed him a plate. What about witnesses to the manipulation? Anyone besides Cole who's heard Lorraine's comments? Not directly. It's always when they're alone. What about phone calls? Does Cole have a cell phone? No. He's 9. Might be worth getting him one. Not for his sake, but for documentation. If Lorraine calls and says inappropriate things, he could record it. Marcus considered this. That feels manipulative. It's evidence. And if they're really saying what Cole reports, they won't know to censor themselves. I'll think about it. They ate in silence for a few minutes. Then Joanna said, "My ex tried this kind of thing. Not with the kids directly, but with me. Constant calls, manipulation, making me feel guilty for protecting myself. You know what finally worked? What? Stopping all communication. Everything went through lawyers. He could rage and manipulate all he wanted, but I didn't hear it. Maybe you need that boundary with Lorraine. I already blocked her number. Block Annalise's too when it comes to discussions about Lorraine. Only talk about Cole's schedule, nothing else." Marcus nodded slowly. "You might be right. I'm always right. It's my best and worst quality." He laughed, the first real laugh in days. Wednesday afternoon, Annalise showed up at the auto shop. Marcus was working on an oil change when she walked into the bay. "We need to talk," she said. He wiped his hands and gestured to his office. Once inside, she closed the door. "This has to stop," she said. "What has to stop?" "The war on my family. The restrictions. The documentation. All of it. I'm not at war with anyone. I'm protecting Cole. By attacking my mother, I haven't attacked anyone. I've set boundaries. There's a difference." Annalise's hand shook. "My mother is devastated. She thinks she'll never see her grandson again. She can see him under supervision, at public places, with clear rules about what's appropriate to discuss. Those aren't boundaries. That's punishment. Call it whatever you want. Those are my terms. What if I take you to court? Then we go to court. I have documentation, witnesses, and a doctor's report. What do you have? A mother who loves her grandson and made one mistake. One mistake that could have seriously harmed Cole. And that doesn't account for 5 years of emotional manipulation." Annalise's eyes filled with tears. "Why are you doing this?" "Because no one else will. You won't stand up to Lorraine. You won't protect Cole from her behavior. So I have to. I do protect him." "No, you don't. You make excuses. You minimize. You tell him to just deal with it because confronting your mother is too hard. That's not fair. Life isn't fair. But I can make sure Cole's life is as fair as possible. And that means keeping people who hurt him at arm's length. She doesn't hurt him. She makes him feel responsible for our divorce. She questions him about me. She forgot to feed him and ignored him when he was sick. If that's not harm, what is?" Annalise wiped her eyes. "I can't do this anymore." "Do what?" "Be stuck between you and my family. I can't make everyone happy." "Then don't. Choose Cole. Choose what's best for him instead of what's easiest for you." "I am choosing what's best for him. A relationship with his grandmother is best. Not if that relationship comes with manipulation and neglect." They stared at each other across the small office. Finally, Annalise said, "I can't agree to your terms." "Then we'll let the courts decide. Is that really what you want? Lawyers and judges and fighting?" "I want Cole to grow up healthy and happy, without carrying adult burdens. If that requires a court battle, so be it." Annalise turned to leave, then stopped. "You know what your problem is, Marcus? You can't forgive. Something happens, and you just hold on to it forever. You'll never let go of what my mother did, will you?" "No," he said simply. "I won't. Because forgiveness requires trust, and I don't trust her. I never will again. That's sad. What's sad is watching our son suffer, because you're too afraid to set boundaries with your mother." She left without another word. Marcus returned to the oil change, but his hands were shaking. That night, he sat down with Cole and said, "Your mom and I are having some disagreements about how to handle things with your grandmother." "I know. Mom told me." "What did she say?" "That you're being stubborn. That grandma's feelings are hurt. That families are supposed to forgive each other. What do you think?" Cole was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I think forgiveness is for when someone makes a real mistake. Not when they do stuff on purpose and then act sorry." Marcus felt pride swell in his chest. "You're pretty smart for a 9-year-old. I get it from my dad." They spent the rest of the evening building a model car kit Marcus had bought. Simple, methodical work that required focus and steady hands. No room for thoughts about Lorraine or Annalise or custody battles. Just a father and son building something together. Friday evening, Marcus received a certified letter. Inside was a formal notice from Patricia Werner, sent on behalf of Annalise. It outlined a petition for modification of the custody agreement, specifically requesting unrestricted access for Lorraine Mercer during Annalise's custody time. Marcus read it twice, then called Patricia. "You saw it?" she asked. "Just got it. They're forcing your hand. Annalise is asking the court to explicitly allow Lorraine's involvement. Can they do that? They can ask. Whether they'll get it is another question." Patricia's voice was grim. "We need to file a counterpetition. Request that third-party access be restricted pending evaluation." "What kind of evaluation?" "Psychological evaluation of Cole. Interview with all parties. Home visits. The works." Marcus felt cold. "That sounds invasive." "It is. But it's the only way to prove your concerns are legitimate." "When does this start?" "Court date is in 3 weeks. Between now and then, document everything. Keep Cole's routine stable. Don't give them any ammunition." "What kind of ammunition?" "Anything they can use to paint you as controlling or vindictive. No confrontations with Lorraine. No arguments with Annalise in front of Cole. No restrictions on calls or visits beyond what's already in place. So I just let them do whatever they want." "No. You maintain your boundaries, but stay calm about it. Be the reasonable parent." Marcus hung up and looked at the letter again. 3 weeks. 21 days to prepare for a battle he'd never wanted but couldn't avoid that he spent Saturday morning at the shop, catching up on paperwork and clearing his schedule for the coming weeks. Around noon, his mechanic Luis stuck his head in the office. "Boss, someone here to see you." Marcus walked out to find Lorraine standing in the waiting area, purse clutched in front of her like a shield. "Marcus," she said, "we need to talk." He gestured to his office. Once inside, he leaned against his desk and waited. "This has gotten out of hand," Lorraine began. "The lawyers, the court date, all of it. We're family. We should be able to work this out. I try to work it out. You ignored Cole's needs and manipulated him. That's not family behavior. I made a mistake. I've apologized." "No, you left a voicemail that I didn't listen to." "That's not an apology." She set her purse down. "What do you want from me?" "I want you to respect boundaries. I want you to stop questioning Cole about me. I want you to stop making him feel responsible for the divorce. And I want you to accept that your access to him is limited. Those aren't reasonable requests. They're not requests. They're requirements. You can't keep me from my grandson. I can restrict when and how you see him. And unless things change, that's exactly what I'll do." Lorraine's composure cracked. "I have rights." "No, you don't. You have privileges that I can revoke. And I will if you don't change your behavior. Annalise won't let you do this. Annalise doesn't get to make this decision. The court will. Then we'll let the court decide." "Fine with me." Lorraine grabbed her purse. "You're going to regret this." "Doubt it." She stormed out, and Marcus returned to his paperwork. But his hands were shaking. Sunday afternoon, Glenda called. Marcus almost didn't answer, but curiosity won. "My sister is falling apart because of you," she said without preamble. "Your sister is falling apart because she won't stand up to your mother. Mom is trying to be part of Cole's life by manipulating him and making him feel guilty. That's not being part of his life. That's using him. You have no idea what you're talking about." "I know exactly what I'm talking about. I've watched Lorraine control Annalise for 15 years. I watched her destroy our marriage. And I've watched her try to do the same thing to Cole. She never save it. I'm done listening to excuses. The court will see through this. They'll see you're just a bitter ex-husband trying to control everything. Maybe. Or they'll see a father protecting his son from toxic family dynamics. We'll find out." Glenda hung up. Marcus blocked her number 2. That evening, he sat Cole down for a serious conversation. "In a few weeks, we're going to court," he said. "Do you know what that means?" "Like with a judge." "Yeah. Your mom wants the judge to say Grandma Lorraine can see you whenever she wants during Mom's custody time. I want the judge to say she can only see you under certain conditions." "What kind of conditions?" "That I'm there. That we're in public places. That certain topics are off limits." "Cole processed this." "Well, I have to talk to the judge." "Probably. They want to know how you feel about seeing Grandma." "What should I say?" "The truth. Whatever you really feel, that's what you tell them." "What if I hurt Grandma's feelings?" Marcus took his son's hands. Your feelings matter more than her feelings. You understand? You're a kid. She's an adult. Adults are supposed to take care of kids' feelings, not the other way around. But what if mom gets mad? Let her be mad. Your job is to tell the truth. My job is to protect you. And I will, no matter what. Cole nodded slowly. Okay. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of preparation. Patricia deposed Marcus, asking difficult questions about his relationship with Annalise, his concerns about Lorraine, his documentation of Cole's distress. She grilled him on dates, times, exact quotes from conversations. The other side will paint you as controlling, she said during one session. They'll say you're keeping Cole from his grandmother out of spite. Let them. I have proof otherwise. Proof helps. But judges are human. They respond to emotion too. You need to show them you're acting out of love, not anger. I am acting out of love. Then make sure that comes through. Don't get defensive. Don't attack Lorraine or Annalise. Just state facts and express concern for Cole's well-being. The day before court, Marcus took Cole camping. They drove to a state park 2 hours away, set up a tent by a lake, and spent the afternoon fishing. Cole caught 3 bass, Marcus caught nothing, and neither of them cared. Thanks for this, Cole said as they cooked hot dogs over the fire that evening. For what? For not making me worry about tomorrow. You don't need to worry. Whatever happens, we'll handle it. What if the judge says I have to see Grandma all the time? Then we follow the judge's orders. But we also keep working on making sure you're safe and comfortable. You won't give up. Never. They slept in the tent, listening to night sounds and distant traffic. In the morning, they packed up and drove home. Marcus dropped Cole at Joanna's house, then headed to the courthouse downtown. The hearing lasted 4 hours. Both sides presented evidence. Marcus with his doctor's report, teacher statements, and detailed documentation. Annalise with character witnesses for Lorraine and testimony about Marcus's controlling behavior during the marriage. The judge, a woman in her 50s named Barbara Chun, listened impassively. When Cole was called to her chambers for a private interview, Marcus felt his stomach drop. 30 minutes later, Cole emerged looking tired but calm. He sat with Joanna in the gallery while the lawyers made final arguments. This is a case about control, Annalise's lawyer said. Mr. Heller is using his son as a weapon against his ex-wife and her family. A single incident of alleged neglect has become justification for cutting off a loving grandmother. This is a case about protection, Patricia countered. Mr. Heller has documented a pattern of emotional manipulation that has caused his son significant distress. The medical evidence supports this. The teacher's observations support this. And Cole's own words support this. Judge Chun took notes throughout. When both sides finished, she said, I'll issue a ruling in 1 week. Until then, the current custody arrangement remains in effect. Outside the courthouse, Annalise confronted Marcus on the steps. Are you happy now? She asked. This isn't about happiness. You dragged us all to court. You made Cole testify. For what? For his protection. For my mother? Who loves him? Love isn't enough if it comes with manipulation. You're destroying this family. Your mother destroyed this family years ago. I'm just dealing with the aftermath. They parted without another word. The following week was torture. Marcus tried to maintain normalcy. Work, school, dinner, homework. But Cole was quieter than usual, withdrawn in a way that worried him. You okay? Marcus asked over breakfast Wednesday. What if the judge says I have to see Grandma? Then we'll figure it out. But what if she makes me go back to her house? What if she forgets to feed me again? Marcus crouched beside Cole's chair. That won't happen. Even if the judge says you have to see her, I'll make sure you're never alone with her again. I promise. You can promise that. I can and I do. Friday afternoon, Patricia called. We got the ruling. Marcus sat down. And, mixed bag, the judge acknowledged your concerns and noted the medical evidence. She's restricting Lorraine's access. Visits must be in public places during Annalise's custody time, and you must be notified in advance. No overnights at Lorraine's house. That's good, right? Yes. But the judge also stated that you need to facilitate a relationship between Cole and his grandmother, not prevent one. If Lorraine demonstrates improved behavior over the next 6 months, she can petition for less restrictive access. So, it's temporary. It's conditional. Lorraine gets limited access now, but she has a path to more if she behaves appropriately. Marcus absorbed this. What about Cole's opinion? The judge noted that Cole expressed discomfort, but also love for his grandmother. She believes a relationship can be maintained with proper boundaries. So we got what we needed. For now. But Marcus, this isn't over. Lorraine will push those boundaries. Document everything. And if she steps out of line even once, we go back to court with even stronger evidence. Understood. That evening, Marcus sat Cole down and explained the ruling. You'll still see Grandma Lorraine sometimes, but it'll be at parks or restaurants, and I'll know about it ahead of time. And you'll never stay at her house overnight again. Cole's relief was visible. Really? Really? What about Aunt Glinda? Same rules apply. Any visits during Mom's custody time have to be supervised and appropriate. Thank you, Dad. You don't have to thank me for protecting you. That's my job. Over the next few months, Marcus focused on rebuilding Cole's confidence and security. They started new traditions: Saturday morning breakfast at the diner, Sunday afternoon projects in the garage, weeknight movie marathons with popcorn and bad jokes. Cole opened up gradually. He talked about school, about friends, about the things that interested him beyond the drama of family dysfunction. He laughed more, relaxed more, started acting like a kid again instead of miniature adult carrying impossible weight. One Saturday in early spring, they drove to a lake 2 hours away. Marcus brought fishing gear and a cooler full of sandwiches. They spent the day on a dock, lines in the water, talking about everything and nothing. Dad, Cole asked around noon. Yeah, do you think Grandma will ever change? I don't know. Maybe. But whether she does or not isn't your responsibility. I feel bad sometimes. Like I should try harder to make things work with her. Marcus reeled in his line and set down his rod. Listen to me. You're 9 years old. Your only job is to be a kid. Adults are responsible for managing their own feelings and behaviors. If Grandma is hurt or angry, that's her problem to solve, not yours. But she's family. Being family doesn't give someone permission to hurt you. Remember that. Blood relation doesn't excuse bad behavior. Cole nodded slowly. That makes sense. They fished until sunset, then drove home, singing badly to the radio. Marcus caught Cole watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. What? Marcus asked. Nothing. Just, I'm glad you're my dad. Marcus felt his throat tighten. I'm glad you're my son. The supervised visits with Lorraine started slowly. Annalise would text Marcus a day in advance. Usually something terse like Mom wants to see Cole Saturday. Park at 2. Marcus would show up with Cole, stay visible but not hovering, and watch from a distance. The first few visits were awkward. Lorraine clearly resented the restrictions, and her conversation with Cole was stilted. But over time, something shifted. Lorraine seemed to realize she had no choice but to play by the rules. She stopped bringing up the divorce, stopped questioning Cole about Marcus, started focusing on just being with her grandson, playing catch, pushing him on swings, eating ice cream. Cole relaxed too. Without the pressure and manipulation, he actually enjoyed his grandmother's company. How was it? Marcus asked after one visit in May. Good. Grandma told me about when Mom was a kid. Funny stories, not sad ones. That's good. Yeah, it was nice. Glinda tried to insert herself a few times, but Marcus shut it down. The judge's order specifies Lorraine, not extended family. Annalise argued, but Patricia backed Marcus up with legal citations. Eventually, Glinda stopped trying to be wise summer. A new routine had established itself. Cole spent alternate weekends with Annalise, saw Lorraine once a month in supervised public visits, and spent the rest of his time with Marcus. The tension didn't disappear entirely, but it faded to background noise. 4th of July weekend, the town held its annual fireworks display at the high school football field. Marcus took Cole, and they spread a blanket on the grass with Joanna and her daughters. Look, Cole pointed at the sky as red and blue bursts lit up the night. Marcus watched his son's face, lit by fireworks and pure joy. No anxiety about family drama. No worry about manipulative questions. Just a kid enjoying a summer night. You did good, Joanna said quietly. We'll see. Still early. No, I mean it. You fought for him. A lot of parents wouldn't have. A lot of parents don't have to, but you did. And you didn't back down. Marcus shrugged. Backing down wasn't an option. That's what makes you different. That's what makes you a good father. They watched the rest of the show in silence. When the finale ended, a cascade of gold and silver that lasted a full minute. Cole turned to Marcus with the biggest smile he'd seen in months. That was amazing. Yeah, it was. Can we get ice cream on the way home? Sure. At the ice cream shop, Cole ordered a double scoop of chocolate. Marcus got vanilla. They sat outside under the streetlights and watched people pass by. Dad, Cole said between bites. Yeah, I know things were hard for a while. With Grandma and the court and everything. They were. But I want you to know. Cole paused, searching for words. I'm glad you didn't give up. I'm glad you kept protecting me, even when it was hard. Marcus felt his chest tighten. I'll always protect you. That's not going to change. I know. That's why I feel safe. They finished their ice cream and drove home through quiet streets. Inside, Cole went straight to bed, exhausted from the long day. Marcus sat on the porch and looked at the stars. He thought about the past year, the hospital visit, the confrontations, the court hearing, the slow rebuild of trust and security. None of it had been easy. All of it had been necessary. He thought about forgiveness. Annalise had accused him of being unable to let things go, of holding grudges forever. Maybe she was right. He hadn't forgiven Lorraine for her years of manipulation. He hadn't forgiven Annalise for failing to protect their son from her mother's influence. But forgiveness required trust, and trust required change. Neither Lorraine nor Annalise had shown they were capable of real change. They wanted Marcus to forget what happened, to pretend everything was fine, to go back to the way things were. He refused. Some things didn't deserve forgiveness. Some behaviors were unforgivable. And protecting Cole from those behaviors wasn't cruelty. It was love. His phone buzzed. A text from Patricia. 6-month review coming up. Lorraine can petition for expanded access. Be ready. Marcus typed back. Always about he set down his phone and looked at the house. Inside, his son slept peacefully. Safe. Protected. Free from the weight of adult problems. Marcus had built that safety through hard boundaries and harder conversations. He'd fought his ex-wife, her mother, and a family system designed to excuse bad behavior. He'd refused to back down even when everyone called him controlling, bitter, vindictive. He'd been all those things. And he'd also been right. That was enough. The stars shone overhead. Somewhere in town, Lorraine was probably complaining about him to Glenda. Annalise was probably wondering why he couldn't just be reasonable. They could think whatever they wanted. Marcus knew the truth, that he was a father first. Everything else came second. And nothing, not family pressure, not court orders, not accusations of holding grudges, would ever change that. He went inside, checked on Cole one more time, and went to bed. Tomorrow they'd work on the model car. Maybe hit the lake. Maybe just hang around the house doing nothing. Whatever Cole needed, Marcus would provide. That was the promise he'd made. That was the promise he'd keep. Forever. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. The truck's engine hummed steady as Roy Whitlock guided it along the coastal highway. 42 years of living had taught him the value of small moments. And this Saturday morning drive with his son felt like oxygen after weeks of holding his breath. Mason sat in the passenger seat, 13 years old and growing taller every month. The kid had his mother's dark hair, but Roy's gray eyes that had started looking sadder lately. You think we'll see whales? Mason asked, watching the Pacific stretch endlessly to their left. Maybe. Wind's right for it. Roy kept his hands relaxed on the wheel, trying to ignore the knot in his stomach that had lived there for months. Home had become a minefield. Eliza barely looked at him anymore. When she did speak, her voice came out flat, like she was reading from a script she'd memorized but didn't believe in. The marriage counselor they'd seen twice, before Eliza refused to go back, had talked about communication breakdown and reconnecting. Roy knew it ran deeper than that. Something had changed in his wife, something fundamental, and he couldn't name it or fight. He'd taken Mason out, away from the cold silences and the sound of Eliza's phone buzzing at odd hours. Dad, yeah, is Mom okay? Roy's jaw tightened. He forced it to relax. She's been stressed. Work stuff. Mason nodded, but he didn't look convinced. Smart kid. Too smart to fool with easy lies. The road curved inland briefly, climbing through a stretch of evergreens. Roy rolled down his window, letting the salt air mix with the smell of pine. This was Oregon at its best, raw and honest, and the explosion came from beneath them. The truck lurched hard right. Roy's hands clamped on the wheel as the rear end fishtailed. The steering fought him, pulling toward the guardrail and the 100-foot drop beyond it. Dad, hold on. Roy pumped the brakes. The pedal felt soft, too soft, but he managed to wrestle the truck onto the shoulder. Gravel sprayed up as they skidded to a stop, the vehicle canting at an angle with its blown tire. His heart slammed against his ribs. Mason's face had gone white. You okay? Roy's hands were still locked on the wheel. Yeah, I think so. Roy killed the engine. His hands shook as he pulled them free. If they'd been going faster, if the curve had been sharper, if there had been oncoming traffic, that he shoved the thoughts away and climbed out. The rear passenger tire was shredded, rubber hanging in strips from the rim. Mason got out on his side, careful on the uneven ground. Bad blowout, Mason said. Roy crouched beside the tire, examining it. Something bothered him, but he couldn't place what. Yeah, bad. He pulled out his phone. No signal. Of course not. They were between towns, in that dead zone where civilization forgot to reach. There was a sign a few miles back, Mason said. Auto repair. Remember? Roy did. Small place, barely noticeable. But it was their only option that he changed to the spare, working quickly despite his still shaking hands. The lug nuts came off easy enough, but when he lifted the shredded tire to toss it in the bed, he noticed something that made him pause. The rubber hadn't just blown. The sidewall showed a clean cut, maybe 3 inches long. Road debris, he told himself. Sharp rock, but the cut looked too straight. Let's go, he said, loading the ruined tire. The repair shop sat 20 minutes back, tucked between the highway and a stand of Douglas firs. The sign read, Hargrove's Auto, in faded red letters. A bell chimed when Roy pushed through the door. Be right there, a voice called from somewhere in back. The waiting area smelled like old coffee and motor oil. Mason wandered over to a display of air fresheners while Roy stood at the counter. Still trying to shake the adrenaline from his system, the man emerged from the garage bay, wiping his hands on a rag. Late 50s, built like someone who'd spent his life doing hard work. Gray stubble covered his jaw, and his eyes were the color of engine steel. Help you. Blew a tire on the coast road. Got the spare on, but I'd like you to check it. Make sure everything else is sound. The man, Gus, according to the name patch on his coveralls, nodded. Pull it around back. Roy did. Mason stayed inside the shop, studying a wall of automotive posters. Gus came out as Roy backed the truck into the bay. Won't take long, Gus said. He jacked up the truck with practiced efficiency and started examining the tires, running his hands over each one. When he got to the spare Roy had put on, his movements slowed. Roy watched from the bay entrance, arms crossed. Gus pulled the shredded tire from the truck bed and laid it flat. He studied it for a long moment, then looked up. This your tire? Yeah. Why? Gus didn't answer. He went back to the truck, dropped to his back, and slid under the chassis on a creeper. Roy heard him moving around under there, the sound of tools tapping metal. When Gus emerged, his face had changed. The professional neutrality had vanished, replaced by something harder. Come here. Roy followed him to the workbench. Gus set the tire down and pointed at the sidewall. See that? Roy looked closer. The cut he'd noticed before seemed more obvious now, under the fluorescent lights. Looks like road damage, Roy said, but even as he said it, doubt crept into his voice. No. Gus ran his finger along the cut. That's a knife. Blade went in at an angle, sliced through the layers. Whoever did it knew tires. Made it look like it could pass for wear until you got up to speed. Roy's mouth went dry. You sure? 30 years in this business. I'm sure. Gus walked back to the truck. That's not all. Your brake line's been frayed. Someone used a file or a blade on it. Another 100 miles, and it would have failed completely. The shop suddenly felt too small, too hot. Roy's vision narrowed to a tunnel. Somebody wanted you to wreck. Gus continued, his voice flat and certain. "That's no accident. You need to call the cops." Roy's mind raced. Who would? And then the pieces started clicking together, slow and horrible, like a puzzle he didn't want to see completed. "Can I use your phone?" His voice came out steady, which surprised him. Gus pointed to the office. Roy dialed the local police department. The dispatcher told him an officer would come by within the hour to take a report. He hung up and stood there, staring at the phone. Mason appeared in the doorway. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, just a problem with the car. Nothing to worry about." The lie tasted bitter. An hour later, a county deputy arrived. Young guy, maybe 25, with a notepad and a skeptical expression that said he thought this would be a waste of time. Gus showed him the tire and the brake line. The deputy's expression changed as he examined the damage. He took photos, asked questions, filled out a report. "Any idea who might want to hurt you?" the deputy asked. Roy opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. "No," he finally said. The deputy gave him a card with a case number and told him to call if he thought of anything. Then he left, and Roy was alone with Gus and Mason and a truth he couldn't quite face yet. "I appreciate your help," Roy said to Gus. "Don't mention it." Gus studied him. "You got somewhere safe to go?" "Home. That where safe is." Roy didn't answer. Gus handed him a business card. "You need anything, you call. Day or night." "I mean it." Roy took the card, nodded, and paid for new tires. The ride home felt longer than it should have. Mason was quiet until they were 20 minutes out. Then he said, "Dad, can I tell you something?" "Always." "Last week, I heard Mom on the phone. Late at night. I got up to get water, and her door was open a crack." Roy's hands tightened on the wheel. Eliza had moved to the guest room 3 months ago, claiming his snoring kept her awake. "What did she say?" Mason's voice dropped to almost a whisper. "She said, once it's done, we'll be free." And then she laughed, but it wasn't a happy laugh. It was, I don't know, weird. The words hit Roy like a physical thing, stealing the air from his lungs. "Once it's done, we'll be freed." He thought about the tire. The brake line. Eliza's insistence last month that he increase his life insurance policy. Her anger when he'd put it off, claiming he needed to think about it. "Dad, it's nothing, buddy." Phone conversations always sound weird when you only hear one side. But Mason wasn't stupid. "You sure?" "Yeah." Another lie. They were piling up. When they pulled into the driveway, Eliza's car was gone. Roy felt a rush of relief that shamed him. "Where's Mom?" Mason asked. "Probably grocery shopping." They went inside. Mason headed upstairs to his room. Roy stood in the kitchen, staring at nothing. His phone buzzed. A text from Eliza. "Working late. Don't wait up." She'd been working late a lot recently. Her job as a medical records clerk at the hospital had never required overtime before. Roy opened the cabinet above the fridge and pulled down the file folder where they kept important documents. He flipped through until he found their bank statements. The ones that came by mail, not the online statements. Eliza had switched them to 6 months ago. He hadn't looked at them in a while. Now he did. The savings account had dropped by almost $15,000 over the past year. Small withdrawals, never more than $500 at a time, scattered across different dates. His hands started shaking again, but he put the statements back and walked to the window. Outside, the neighborhood looked normal. Kids on bikes, someone mowing their lawn. The world continuing like nothing had changed. But everything had changed. Somebody had tried to kill him today, had cut his tire and filed his brake line, and sent him driving up a mountain road with his son in the truck. And Mason's words kept echoing. "Once it's done, we'll be free." Roy pulled out his phone and looked at Gus's card. He didn't call. Not yet. First, he needed to be sure. He needed to be absolutely certain before he let himself believe that his wife, the woman he'd married 14 years ago, the mother of his child, had tried to murder him. He went upstairs and knocked on Mason's door. Yeah. Roy opened it. Mason was lying on his bed, reading a graphic novel. "Hey, bud, that thing you told me about Mom's phone call. You remember anything else?" Mason frowned, thinking. She kept saying, I know, like someone was telling her to be careful or something. And she said a name. Trent, maybe? Or Trevor. Roy's vision swam. He gripped the doorframe. "Dad, I'm fine. Thanks, Mason." He closed the door and walked to his bedroom. the bedroom that used to be theirs before Eliza had moved out. He sat on the edge of the bed. Trent Holloway. The name meant something. Where had he? The gym. Eliza had joined a gym 8 months ago, claiming she needed to get healthier. She'd mentioned someone named Trent who worked there, a personal trainer. Said he was helping her with a program. Roy had thought nothing of it at the time. He thought about it now. He pulled out his laptop and opened a browser. 5 minutes of searching gave him what he needed. Trent Holloway's social media page showed a guy in his early 30s, muscular, with the kind of smile that belonged in commercials. His page was public, filled with workout videos and inspirational quotes, and photos with clients. Roy scrolled until he found one from 3 months ago. Trent and a woman doing partner exercises. The woman's face was turned away from the camera, but Roy recognized her build, her hair, the silver bracelet on her wrist, the one he'd given Eliza for their anniversary. The caption read, "Crushing goals with the best training partner." Hashtag, dedicated hashtag fitness journey Roy. Closed the laptop. He sat there as the sun went down and the room grew dark, and he thought about everything that had happened over the past year. The distance, the coldness, the locked phone, and the unexplained absences in the life insurance policy. The tire, the brake line. Once it's done, we'll be free. When Eliza came home at 10 that night, Roy was sitting in the kitchen with all the lights off. "You're still up." She didn't quite look at him. Couldn't sleep. She set her purse down and opened the refrigerator. "How was work?" Roy asked. "Busy. Anything interesting happen?" She paused, her hand on a container of leftovers. "Not really." "Why?" "Just asking." She took the container out and set it on the counter, her back to him. "How was your drive with Mason?" "Had some car trouble. Tire blew." "Oh." No concern in her voice. "No worry. That's annoying." "Yeah." Mechanic said it looked like the tire had been cut. Now she turned, and in the dim light from the fridge, Roy could see her face. For just a second, less than a heartbeat, something flickered across it. Fear? Calculation? Then it was gone, replaced by confusion. "Cut? What do you mean? Like someone took a knife to it." "That's crazy. Who would do that?" "I don't know." He stood up. "Maybe someone who wanted me to crash." They stared at each other across the dark kitchen. The refrigerator hummed. "You sound paranoid," Eliza finally said. "Maybe." She closed the fridge, leaving the leftovers on the counter. "I'm going to bed. I have an early shift." She walked past him, not touching him, not looking back. Her footsteps faded up the stairs. A door closed. Roy stood alone in the kitchen and felt the last hope he'd been carrying die a quiet death. His wife had tried to kill him, and now he had to figure out what to do about it. Roy didn't sleep that night. He lay in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the house settle around him. Down the hall, Eliza was probably sleeping peacefully in the guest room. Upstairs, Mason was safe in his bed, unaware of the bomb ticking beneath their lives. When dawn came, Roy got up and made coffee. His body moved through familiar motions while his mind spun in circles, but he couldn't go to the police. The deputy yesterday had taken the report, but what did Roy really have? A sabotaged tire that could have been damaged anywhere by anyone. A frayed brake line that might just be wear and tear, though Gus would testify otherwise. And what else? An overheard phone conversation from a 13-year-old boy. It wasn't enough. Not even close. Roy needed more. Mason came down around 7, still in his pajamas. "Morning. Morning, bud. Want pancakes?" "Always." They ate together in the quiet kitchen. Eliza's door stayed closed. When she finally emerged at 8:30, she was already dressed for work, her hair pulled back, her face carefully blank. "I'm leaving," she announced to no one in particular. "Okay," Roy said. She grabbed her purse and keys and left without another word. Her car started in the driveway, backed out, disappeared down the street. Mason poked at his pancakes. "She's different lately." "Yeah. You guys fighting about something?" Roy wanted to protect his son from this, wanted to shield him from the ugliness that was coming. But Mason had already seen too much, heard too much. Lying would only make it worse. "Your mom and I are having some problems," Roy said carefully. "Grown-up stuff. But whatever happens, you know I love you, right?" "I know." Mason looked up. "Do you still love Mom?" The question punched through Roy's chest. He thought about the woman he'd married, the one who'd laughed at his jokes and held his hand during scary movies and cried happy tears when Mason was born. That woman was gone. In her place was a stranger who'd tried to murder him. I don't know anymore, Roy said honestly. Mason nodded slowly, like he'd expected that answer. After breakfast, Roy drove to the construction site where his crew was working on a new housing development. He was the foreman, which meant he couldn't just take days off. But his mind wasn't on the job. He kept thinking about Eliza's locked phone, about the missing money from their savings, about Trent Holloway and his perfect smile. AT lunch. Roy sat in his truck and opened his phone. He pulled up the cell phone bill. They were on a family plan, both phones under his name. The detailed charges were available online, that he logged in and downloaded the last 3 months of records that Eliza's call and text history filled page after page. Most of it looked normal, calls to her mom, texts to friends, work-related stuff. But there was one number that appeared constantly, especially after 8 at night. Sometimes the calls lasted an hour or more. Roy didn't recognize the number. He copied it and ran it through a reverse lookup site. The result came back. Trent Holloway, his hands clenched around the phone. Over 60 calls in the past month alone. Hundreds of texts that he checked the timestamps. Many of them came during work hours, when Eliza claimed to be at the hospital. Others came late at night, after she'd supposedly gone to bed. Roy's stomach turned. He put the phone away and tried to focus on work, but the numbers kept swimming through his head. 60 calls. Hundreds of texts. How long had this been going on? When he got home that evening, Eliza was in the kitchen making dinner. The smell of garlic and tomatoes filled the house. "Hey," she said without looking up from the stove. "Hey." Mason was in the living room, doing homework. Roy could hear the TV playing softly in the background. "Dinner in 20 minutes, Eliza said. Roy watched her move around the kitchen. She'd lost weight recently, he realized. Her clothes fit differently. New clothes, actually, things he didn't remember her buying. "Those jeans new?" he asked. She glanced down. "These? No, I've had them a while." "Huh, don't remember seeing them." "Well, you're not exactly paying attention to my wardrobe lately." The accusation in her voice startled him, like he was the one who'd pulled away, like he was the one who destroyed their marriage. "I've been trying," Roy said quietly. "You're the one who won't talk to me." She slammed the wooden spoon down on the counter. "Because there's nothing to say. We're done, Roy. Can't you feel it?" Mason appeared in the kitchen doorway, his face worried. "We're not doing this now," Roy said. Nodding toward their son, Eliza's jaw tightened. She picked up the spoon and went back to stirring the sauce, her movements sharp and angry. Dinner was silent and tense. Mason barely ate. Eliza scrolled through her phone between bites, not even pretending to care about the awkwardness. After they cleaned up, just Roy and Mason. While Eliza disappeared to her room, Roy went out to the garage. He needed space to think. His phone rang. "Gus Hargrove." "Yeah, just checking in," Gus said. "You doing okay?" "Not really. Figures much. You find out who messed with your truck?" Roy leaned against his workbench. "I think so. You going to the cops?" "Don't know what good it would do. Not enough proof." Gus was quiet for a moment. "You can go to the cops. Or you can handle this your way. Just don't let her take you for a fool." "Her." Gus knew. Of course he knew. The old mechanic had seen enough of life to read between the lines. "I won't," Roy said. "You need help, you call." "I'm serious." "Thanks, Gus." After he hung up, Roy stood in the garage for a long time. Tools hung on the walls around him. Hammers, wrenches, saws. Everything in its place. Everything organized and logical. Not like his life that he thought about what Gus had said. Handle this your way. What was his way? What did he even want? A year ago, he would have fought to save his marriage. Would have suggested more counseling, more communication, more trying. But that was before someone had tried to kill him. That changed things. Roy pulled out his phone and called the number on the deputy's card. The call went to voicemail. He left a message asking for an update on the investigation. Then he called another number, a lawyer his buddy from work had used during his divorce. The receptionist scheduled him for a consultation the following week. Finally, he called Detective Lorraine Pike at the county sheriff's office. The deputy had mentioned her name on the report, said she handled most of the serious cases. Pike answered on the third ring. "Detective Pike." "Hi, my name's Roy Whitlock." I filed a report yesterday about sabotage to my vehicle. Case number, he rattled it off. Right. I saw that come across my desk. What can I do for you? I was wondering if there's been any progress. Mr. Whitlock, I'll be straight with you. These cases are tough. The damage to your vehicle was real, no question. But proving who did it is another matter entirely. No witnesses, no cameras, no physical evidence tying anyone to the scene. So you're saying there's nothing you can do? Pike sighed. I'm saying we'll investigate, but I don't want to give you false hope. Unless we find something concrete, fingerprints, footage, a confession, it's going to be hard to charge anyone. Even if I know who did it, suspicion isn't evidence. I need proof that would stand up in court. Roy closed his eyes. I understand. I'm sorry. I wish I had better news. Thanks anyway. He ended the call and stood there in the empty garage, understanding that the system wouldn't help him. The law required proof he didn't have and might never get that he was on his own. The next few days fell into a pattern. Roy went to work, came home, watched Eliza come and go at odd hours. He paid attention now, noting everything that she'd leave for work at 9, but text him at noon claiming she was swamped. Yet her call log showed no work calls during that time. Just text to Trent that she'd come home at 6, sometimes 7. Her clothes smelled like cologne that Roy didn't wear. One night, he checked the mileage on her car. The next morning, after she'd supposedly gone straight to the hospital and back, the odometer showed 50 extra miles. The hospital was only 12 miles away. The money kept disappearing too. Smaller amounts now, 200 here, 300 there. Always cash withdrawals from the ATM. When Roy asked about it, Eliza got defensive. I don't need to justify every dollar I spend. It's our money. I work too, remember? Making $9 an hour, part-time. That doesn't cover $15,000 in withdrawals. Her face went pale. You're tracking my spending now? That's controlling, Roy. It's our joint account. I'm checking on our finances. God, you're so paranoid lately. She grabbed her purse. I'm going out. Where? Does it matter? She left. Roy tracked her phone. He'd set up the family locator app years ago when Mason got his first cell. The app showed Eliza's phone moving across town, stopping in an apartment complex Roy didn't recognize the Trent Place. Had to be. Roy could drive over there, confront them both, but he forced himself to stay put. Not yet. He needed more. Mason came downstairs, drawn by the sound of the slamming door. She left again. Yeah. Dad, what's happening? Roy looked at his son, really looked at him. Mason had dark circles under his eyes. His shoulders hunched like he was waiting for the next blow. Come sit down, Roy said. They sat at the kitchen table. Roy tried to figure out how to explain something he barely understood himself. Your mom and I, we're having serious problems. Worse than I thought. Is she cheating on you? The bluntness shocked Roy. What makes you say that? I'm not stupid. She's always gone. Always on her phone. And she doesn't look at you anymore. Mason's voice cracked. Plus, I heard her talking to someone. She called him baby. Roy's heart broke for his kid. I think she is. Yeah. Are you going to divorce her? I don't know yet. This is complicated. Because of me? No. Roy reached across the table and grabbed Mason's hand. Never because of you. You're the best thing in my life, bud. Whatever happens between your mom and me, that doesn't change. Mason's eyes went red, but he didn't cry. Just nodded and squeezed Roy's hand back. I wish things were normal again, Mason whispered. Me too. Later that night, after Mason had gone to bed, Roy sat in the dark living room and made a decision. If Eliza wanted him gone, she'd be the one to disappear instead. Not physically. He wasn't that kind of man, despite the rage that lived in his chest now. But she'd leave their lives. She'd lose Mason, lose their home, lose everything she tried to steal from him. He just had to prove what she'd done. The weekend came. Eliza claimed she had to work Saturday. Roy didn't argue. After she left, he told Mason they were going to run errands. Instead, he drove to the apartment complex where Eliza's phone had shown up multiple times. He parked across the street and waited. An hour passed. 2. Mason played games on his phone, occasionally asking what they were doing. Just checking something, Roy said. Then Eliza's car pulled into the lot. Mason looked up. That's Mom. Yeah. She parked and got out, carrying a bag from a coffee shop. She wore workout clothes, and her hair was down. different from how she'd looked when she left their house in Scrubs. She walked to Building C and knocked on a door on the second floor that IT opened. Trent Holloway stood there, smiling. He leaned down and kissed her, not a friendly peck. A real kiss, the kind you give someone you love. Mason made a small sound beside Roy. "I'm sorry you had to see that," Roy said. "Why'd you bring me here?" "Because you need to know the truth." "We both do." They sat there and watched through the window as Eliza and Trent moved around the apartment. At one point, she laughed at something he said, throwing her head back. Roy hadn't seen her laugh like that in over a year. "Can we go?" Mason asked quietly. "Yeah." Roy drove home, his hands steady on the wheel. Mason was silent beside him, staring out the window. When they pulled into the driveway, Mason said, "I don't want to see her right now." "You don't have to. Go to your room. I'll handle it." Mason went inside and straight upstairs. Roy heard his door close, then lock. Roy sat in the truck for a few more minutes, thinking. Then he pulled out his phone and called Gus. "I need a favor," Roy said when the mechanic answered. "Name it. That tire you saved. The one that was cut. Can I get it back?" "Sure." "What for?" "Evidence." Gus was quiet for a beat. "Come by tomorrow. I'll have it ready." "Thanks." Next, Roy texted the lawyer's office and asked to move up his consultation. The receptionist replied that they had a cancellation. He could come in Monday morning. Finally, he went inside and walked through his house. The place where he'd lived for 8 years, where he'd raised his son, where he'd thought he was building a life that IT didn't feel like home anymore in the kitchen. He opened the cabinet and pulled out the bank statements again. He photocopied them all, along with the phone records he'd printed out. He took screenshots of Eliza's location history from the family app. He documented everything why the time Eliza came home that night. Roy was in bed with his door closed. She didn't knock, didn't check on Mason, just went to her room and shut herself in. Roy lay in the dark and thought about what came next. His promise echoed in his head. If she wanted me gone, she'll be the one to disappear. Instead, IT wasn't about revenge. It was about protecting Mason, protecting himself, making sure Eliza couldn't hurt them anymore. She tried to kill him. That meant she was capable of anything, and Roy wasn't going to give her another chance. The next morning, Roy drove to Gus's shop with Mason. The old mechanic had the tire wrapped up and ready. "You sure about this?" Gus asked. "Yeah. It's going to get ugly. It already is." Gus handed over the tire, then looked at Mason. "You doing okay, kid?" Mason shrugged. "Your dad's a good man," Gus said. "Best thing you can do is stick with him." "I know." Gus turned back to Roy. "You need anything else, you call. And I mean anything. I've got friends who can help if this gets complicated." Roy didn't ask what that meant. Just nodded and loaded the tire into his truck. That on Monday, he met with the lawyer, a sharp woman named Patricia Vance who listened to his story without interrupting. When he finished, she leaned back in her chair. "You've got a strong case for divorce. The infidelity alone is enough. But the sabotage," she paused. "That's attempted murder, Mr. Whitlock. The cops don't have enough to charge her." "No, but it'll play very well in family court. Judges take endangerment seriously, especially when a child is involved. You'll get custody. That's what I want. Just Mason. She can have everything else. Everything. I don't care about the house or the money. I just want my son safe." Patricia made notes. "We'll file this week. Oregon has a mandatory waiting period, but we can request an emergency custody order based on the danger she poses. How long will this take? Months. Maybe a year if she fights it. But based on what you're telling me, she'll lose." Roy left the office feeling something he hadn't felt in weeks. A flicker of control. That night, he went home early and cooked dinner. Spaghetti, Mason's favorite. While they ate, Eliza's phone buzzed constantly on the counter. She ignored it at first, but then grabbed it and read something that made her smile. "Who's texting you?" Roy asked. "A friend." "Which friend?" Her smile disappeared. "Why does it matter?" "Just curious." She stood up, taking her plate to the sink, even though she'd barely touched her food. "I'm going to take a shower." After she left, Mason said quietly, "She's not even trying to hide it anymore." "No, she's not. Are you going to divorce her?" "Yeah, I am." Mason nodded slowly. "Good." The word hung in the air. "Good." His 13-year-old son, Thought it was good that his parents were splitting up. That's how bad things had gotten. Roy reached across the table and squeezed Mason's shoulder. We're going to be okay. You and me. I know. You want to stay with me? After the divorce? Yeah, I don't want to live with her. The certainty in Mason's voice told Roy everything he needed to know. His son had already chosen sides, and Roy was going to make damn sure that choice was honored. The next 3 weeks were a waiting game. Roy filed for divorce on Wednesday. Patricia said the papers would be served to Eliza within a few days. In the meantime, Roy kept gathering evidence. He took more screenshots of the phone records. He documented every late night, every unexplained absence. He checked their credit cards and found charges at restaurants he'd never been to, hotels in the next county, a jewelry store where someone, probably Eliza, had bought a men's watch for $800. She hadn't given Roy a gift in 2 years. He photographed everything. Created a folder on his laptop labeled documentation and backed it up to a cloud drive. Mason helped in his own way. The kid started paying attention too, telling Roy when Eliza lied about where she'd been or what she was doing. She said she was grocery shopping, Mason reported one night, but she came home with no groceries. Thanks, bud. I don't like lying for her anymore. Then don't. Just tell me the truth. That's all I need. One evening, Mason came to Roy with something new. Dad, remember when you asked about that night? I heard Mom on the phone. Yeah, there's something else. A week before that, I saw someone outside. Roy's attention sharpened. Outside where? By your truck. It was late, maybe midnight. I got up to get water and looked out my window. There was a guy near the driveway, crouched down by the back tire. Roy's blood went cold. What did he look like? I don't know. It was dark, but he was big, like workout big. And he had something in his hand that looked like a knife or a tool. Why didn't you tell me before? Mason's face crumpled. I didn't think about it. I just thought he was checking out the truck or something. Then after you said about the tire being cut, I remembered. Roy pulled his son into a hug. It's okay. You're telling me now. That's what matters. But inside, Roy's mind was racing. If Mason could testify that he saw someone tampering with the truck, that changed everything. That made the sabotage real in a way the detective couldn't ignore. The next morning, Roy called Detective Pike. Mr. Whitlock, she answered, sounding tired. My son saw someone messing with my truck the week before it blew. He didn't realize what it meant at the time, but he's willing to give a statement. Pike's tone sharpened. How old is your son? 13. And he saw this at night? Yes, from his bedroom window. Can he identify the person? Not specifically, but he can describe them. And he can testify that someone was there. Pike was silent for a moment. Bring him down to the station. We'll take his statement. That afternoon, Roy and Mason sat in a small interview room while Detective Pike asked questions. A youth counselor was present, standard procedure when interviewing minors. Mason told the story calmly, describing what he'd seen without embellishment. Did you see this person's face? Pike asked. No, it was too dark, but you saw them near the vehicle. Yeah, they were crouched down by the back, right tire. They had something in their hand that glinted like metal. And you're certain this was the same tire that later failed? Mason looked at Roy, then back to Pike. I think so. It was the back right. That's the one that blew. Pike took notes. When she finished, she looked at Roy. This helps. Combined with the physical evidence and your other suspicions, it starts to paint a picture. But I still need more to make an arrest. What about phone records? Roy asked. I have proof my wife was in contact with someone extensively before this happened. That's circumstantial. People are allowed to have phone conversations, even if those conversations line up with attempted murder. Pike leaned back in her chair. Mr. Whitlock, I believe you. But believing and proving are different things. I'll keep investigating. If we find anything concrete, you'll be the first to know. They left the station with Roy feeling frustrated but not defeated. The wheels were turning. Slowly, but they were turning. The divorce papers were served to Eliza on a Friday evening. Roy made sure he was there when the process server knocked on their door. Eliza answered, still in her work scrubs. She took the envelope, confused. What's this? The server didn't answer, just turned and walked away. Eliza opened the envelope. Roy watched from the kitchen as her face went through a series of changes. Confusion, disbelief, anger. You're divorcing me. She looked up, her eyes blazing. Yeah, you can't be serious. I'm very serious. She stalked into the kitchen, waving the papers. This is insane. We can work this out. No, we can't. Roy, come on. I know we've had problems, but you try to kill me. The words hung in the air like a bomb that Eliza's face went white. What? The tire. The brake line. I know what you did. That's crazy. But her voice shook. Is it? You want me dead so you can be with Trent? Her mouth opened. Closed. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. Roy pulled out his phone and brought up the location history. He showed her the screen. You've been to his apartment 43 times in the last 2 months. Want to explain that? Eliza's hand trembled as she pushed the phone away. You've been tracking me. It's a family safety app. You agreed to it years ago. That's a violation of my privacy. An attempted murder is a violation of my life. They stood there, facing each other across the kitchen island. Mason appeared in the doorway, drawn by the raised voices. Eliza saw him, and her expression shifted. Mason, honey, your dad's being crazy. He thinks I did something I didn't do. Mason didn't move. I saw him, Mom. Saw who? The guy by Dad's truck. The night before you guys fought about the insurance. Eliza's face crumpled. You don't understand what you saw. I understand enough. Mason, I want to live with Dad. The words hit Eliza like a slap. She stepped back, her hand going to her chest. You can't mean that. I do. Roy, you turned him against me. Roy shook his head. You did this yourself. Eliza looked between them, her eyes wild. Then she grabbed her purse and keys. I need to get out of here. Where are you going? Roy asked. Somewhere I don't have to deal with your paranoia. She left, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the windows. Her car roared to life and tore out of the driveway. Roy and Mason stood in the sudden silence. You okay? Roy asked. Yeah, you. Getting there. They ordered pizza that night and ate in front of the TV, neither of them talking much. Around 9, Roy's phone buzzed. A text from Patricia, his lawyer, papers served. Now we wait for her response. She is 30 days. Roy texted back, thanks, but he knew Eliza wouldn't wait 30 days. She'd react fast and probably badly. He was right. The next morning, Roy woke to find their bank account drained. Eliza had withdrawn every penny, close to $8,000. Before he could stop her, that he called Patricia. She can't do that, the lawyer said. Well, she did. We'll file an emergency motion. The judge will freeze the accounts and make her return the money. But it takes time. Time Roy didn't have. He had a mortgage payment due in 2 weeks and a truck payment after that. Could she take Mason? Roy asked, the thought suddenly occurring to him. Not without violating the temporary custody agreement we're filing today. If she takes him without your permission, it's parental kidnapping. That should have made Roy feel better. It didn't. That he picked up Mason from a friend's house that afternoon and explained what was happening. Mom took all our money. Yeah. Why? To hurt me. To make this harder. Mason's face hardened. She's mean. She's scared. People do stupid things when they're scared. That doesn't make it okay. No, it doesn't. When they got home, Roy found the locks had been changed. His key didn't work. He stood on his own front porch, staring at the door. Are you kidding me? He muttered. He called Patricia again. She was getting tired of hearing from him. He could hear in her voice, but she stayed professional. She can't lock you out of your own house. Tell that to the door. I'll file another emergency motion, but you might need to call the police for now. Roy hung up and called the non-emergency line. An officer arrived 20 minutes later and made Eliza open the door. She stood in the foyer, arms crossed, looking defiant. This is my house too, she said. And his, the officer replied. You can't change the locks without his permission. He's trying to take everything from me. Ma'am, that's a civil matter. But you can't lock him out of his own home. The officer left. Roy and Mason went inside. Eliza retreated to her room and slammed the door. This is bad, Mason whispered. Yeah, but we're going to get through it. That night, Roy barely slept. He kept thinking about what Eliza might do next. She was desperate now, backed into a corner. Desperate people were dangerous. The next week crawled by. Eliza avoided Roy completely, leaving before he woke up and coming home after he'd gone to bed. The house felt like a war zone, both of them circling each other warily. Mason stayed close to Roy, sleeping with his door locked. Then, on Thursday, Gus called. You might want to come down to the shop, he said. What? Just had an interesting visitor. Roy drove over, leaving Mason with a neighbor. Gus met him in the bay, his expression grim. That guy your wife's seeing? Trent? He showed up here an hour ago. Roy's hands clenched. What did he want? Said he was looking for someone to do some work on his car. But he was asking questions about you. Wanted to know if I'd talked to the cops, what I'd told them, if I still had that tire. What did you say? Told him to get lost. Did he threaten you? Not directly, but the message was clear enough. He wanted me to know he could cause problems if I didn't back off. Roy's jaw tightened. I'm sorry he dragged you into this. Don't be. I can handle myself. Gus paused. But you need to be careful. If he's willing to come after me, he might come after you directly. Let him try. Gus studied him. You got protection? I got a gun safe at home. Keep it close. I'm serious. Roy drove home, his mind racing. If Trent was getting aggressive, that meant things were escalating faster than he'd expected. He needed to end this. Soon. That evening, Roy made a decision. He called Patricia. I want to confront her, he said. With everything. All the evidence. Force her hand. That's risky. She might get violent. I'll have witnesses. I'll make sure Mason's somewhere safe. Patricia was quiet for a long moment. If you're going to do this, do it somewhere neutral. And record everything. Oregon's a one-party consent state. You can record conversations without her knowledge. Okay, and Roy, be smart. Don't give her ammunition to use against you. I won't. Roy spent the next 2 days preparing. He organized all his evidence into a single folder. Printouts of phone records, bank statements, location history, photos of the sabotaged tire, Mason's witness statement. Everything he scheduled a family meeting for Sunday evening. He sent Eliza a text. We need to talk. All three of us. 6 p.m. Sunday. She didn't respond until Saturday night. Fine. Sunday afternoon, Roy sent Mason to stay with Gus. The old mechanic had offered, understanding what Roy was about to do. You call if you need me, Gus said as Mason got out of the truck. I will. Roy went home and set up his phone to record on the kitchen counter, angled to capture the whole room. Then he laid out all the evidence on the table. Eliza arrived at 6:15, 15 minutes late. She walked in and saw the papers spread across the table. Her face paled. What is this? Sit down. Roy, sit. Down. Something in his voice made her obey. She sat, her eyes scanning the documents. Roy sat across from her and slid the first paper over. The phone records. 63 calls to Trent Holloway in 1 month. Hundreds of texts. He slid over the bank statements. $15,000 withdrawn over a year. Small amounts, carefully spaced, so I wouldn't notice right away. He slid over the photos. The tire you had cut. The brake line you had filed down. He slid over the final document. Mason's statement. He saw Trent at our house the week before the tire blew, working on my truck. Eliza's hands shook as she picked up the papers. Her face went through a series of changes: denial, fear, calculation, resignation. This doesn't prove anything, she finally said. It proves enough. You can't. Yes, I can. Roy leaned forward. You tried to kill me. You and Trent sabotaged my truck so I'd crash. You wanted the life insurance money. You wanted me gone so you could be with him. That's not, don't lie. Roy's voice cracked like a whip. I'm done with the lies. Done with you pretending to be something you're not. Tears started rolling down Eliza's face. Roy, please. What? What? Why did you do it? If you wanted out, you could have just left. Divorce me. I would have let you go. She shook her head, the tears coming faster. You don't understand. Then make me understand. I was trapped. Her voice broke. We have nothing. You work construction. I make $9 an hour. Mason needs braces, needs new clothes, needs everything, and we can barely afford groceries. I was drowning, so you decided to kill me for the insurance money. Trent said it would be easy, so we can make it look like an accident, so we'd be set for life. Roy felt sick. You threw away 14 years of marriage for money. It wasn't just the money. She looked up, her eyes red and desperate. I don't love you anymore, Roy. I haven't for a long time. I tried to fall back in love with you. I swear I did, but I couldn't. And then I met Trent, and he made me feel alive again, and I wanted out. I wanted a different life. So leave. I'm not stopping you. But Mason is staying with me. You can't take my son. Watch me. Roy stood up. You tried to murder me, Eliza. You conspired with your boyfriend to sabotage my truck and send me off a mountain. You think any judge is going to give you custody after that? You can't prove it. Maybe not enough for criminal charges. But for family court, this is plenty. He gestured at the evidence. You're done. You'll never see Mason again except for supervised visits, and even those I'm going to fight. Eliza stood up, her chair scraping back. You're taking everything from me. You did this to yourself. Roy, please. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It was a mistake. It was stupid. I wasn't thinking. Get out. What? Get out of my house. Now. This is my house too. Not anymore. Roy pulled out another document. The restraining order Patricia had filed that morning. This says you need to stay at least 100 yards away from me and Mason. If you come back here, you'll be arrested. Eliza's face crumpled. She grabbed for the restraining order, reading it with shaking hands. You can't do this. I already did. She looked up at him, her eyes pleading. What about my stuff? I'll box it up. You can pick it up this week with a police escort. Roy, go. Before I call the cops. She stood there for another moment, looking small and broken. Then she grabbed her purse and walked to the door. To the threshold, she turned back. I loved you once, she said softly. I loved you too, Roy replied. But that person doesn't exist anymore. She left. Roy stood in his empty kitchen, listening to her car start and drive away. His hands were shaking. His chest felt tight, but he'd done it. He picked up his phone and called Gus. It's done, he said. You okay? I'll bring Mason home. Thanks. Roy hung up and looked around the kitchen. The evidence was still spread across the table. Proof of his wife's betrayal, his near death, the disintegration of his family. He gathered it all up and put it back in the folder. Then he sat down and waited for his son to come home. 4 months later, Roy stood in a courtroom and listened to the judge read the custody decision. Based on the evidence presented, including the documented infidelity, financial misconduct, and credible threat to Mr. Whitlock's safety, this court awards full physical and legal custody to the father, Roy Whitlock. The gavel came down. Roy closed his eyes and let out a breath he'd been holding for months. Across the courtroom, Eliza sat with her public defender. She couldn't afford a real lawyer after Trent had left her the moment things got serious. Her face was blank, like she'd used up all her emotions and had nothing left. The judge continued. The mother will be allowed supervised visits twice a month, pending completion of court-ordered counseling. Eliza didn't react, just sat there, staring at nothing. After the hearing, Roy walked out into the hallway where Mason was waiting with Gus. The old mechanic had taken the day off to be there, wearing his one suit. Well, Mason asked, you're staying with me? Roy said. Mason's face lit up. Really? Really? The kid threw his arms around Roy's waist. Roy hugged him back, his throat tight. We good? Gus asked. We're good. They went out to lunch, burgers at Mason's favorite place. The weight that had been pressing on Roy's chest for months had finally lifted. He could breathe again. What happens to Mom? Mason asked over fries. She'll get to see you twice a month. If she shows up, will she? Roy didn't know. Eliza had missed the last 2 supervised visits already. The counselor said she was having a hard time accepting the consequences of her actions. Trent was long gone. He'd ghosted her the moment Detective Pike had shown up at his apartment to ask questions. Moved to another state without telling Eliza where he was going. She'd lost everything. Her son, her husband, her boyfriend, most of her money. The hospital had fired her when the investigation became public. Part of Roy felt bad for her, but only a small part, and he didn't listen to it. She'd try to kill him. Nothing erased that. I don't know if she will, Roy finally said. But that's up to her. Do you miss her? Roy thought about it. Did he miss the woman who'd smiled at him on their wedding day? Who'd held his hand in the delivery room? Who'd made him coffee every morning for 10 years? I miss who she used to be, he said. But that person's gone. Mason nodded, accepting this. They finished lunch and headed home. Home that was actually peaceful now. No more tension, no more lies, no more waiting for the next disaster. Just Roy and Mason figuring out how to move forward. Over the next few weeks, they established new routines. Roy taught Mason how to use the tools in the garage. They cooked dinner together every night, watched movies on weekends. Gus came by once a week, filling the role of a grandfather Mason had never had. The old mechanic taught the kid about engines and gave Roy advice on parenting and generally became part of their small, healing family. Detective Pike checked in occasionally, too. The investigation into Eliza and Trent had stalled. Not enough evidence to charge them criminally. But she wanted Roy to know she hadn't forgotten. These things have a way of coming back around, she'd said during her last visit. People like that, they make mistakes eventually. Roy didn't care anymore. He had what he needed. His son, his safety, his life back. One evening in late spring, Mason came to Roy with a question. Dad, do you think you'll ever forgive Mom? They were sitting on the back porch, watching the sunset. Roy had a beer. Mason had a soda. The air smelled like fresh-cut grass. Roy considered his answer carefully. No, he finally said. Some things you don't forgive. Why not? Because forgiveness implies that what happened was somehow okay or understandable or worth moving past. And trying to murder someone isn't any of those things. Mason thought about this. My teacher says forgiveness is for yourself, not the other person. Maybe that works for some people. But I don't need to forgive your mom to move on. I just need to survive what she did and build something better. Are we building something better? Roy looked at his son, taller now, more confident, healing from the trauma of those months. They were both healing. Yeah, Roy said. I think we are. Mason smiled and took a sip of his soda. Good. They sat there as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky orange and purple. Somewhere out there, Eliza was living whatever life she'd built from the ruins of their family. Roy hoped, for her sake, that she'd found some peace. But he didn't need to know. Didn't need to check on her, or worry about her, or to think about her at all. She was gone from their lives. Completely, finally, permanently gone. And Roy and Mason were stronger for it. I love you, Dad, Mason said quietly. I love you too, bud. Thanks for not giving up. I can never give up on you. They finished their drinks and went inside. Roy locked the door behind them. A new lock, installed the day after Eliza moved out. The house was secure. Safe. Theirs. That night, Roy slept better than he had in over a year and owned nightmares about blown tires or crashed trucks. No anxiety about what would happen next. Just rest. And in the morning, he woke up to the smell of pancakes. Mason was in the kitchen, attempting breakfast. They're a little burnt, Mason called out when he heard Roy coming down the stairs. That's okay. I like them crispy. They ate together, planning their weekend. Maybe a hike. Maybe fishing. Maybe just hanging out and doing nothing. It didn't matter what they did. They were together, and they were safe, and that was enough. Later, when Mason was outside shooting hoops, Roy's phone rang. Unknown number. Hello, Mr. Whitlock. This is Detective Pike. Roy's stomach tightened. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. I just wanted to let you know. We got him. Got who? Trent Holloway. He tried the same scheme with a new girlfriend in Arizona. Sabotaged her husband's car. But this time, there were cameras. He's been arrested. Roy sat down slowly. And Eliza, we're bringing her in for questioning. His phone records show they stayed in contact after he left. She knew about the Arizona situation. Probably helped plan it. So she's going to be charged. Looking that way. Conspiracy to commit murder, maybe attempted murder for your case too. Now that we have more to work with. She's looking at serious time. Roy should have felt victorious. Should have felt vindicated. Instead, he just felt tired. Thanks for letting me know, he said. You did the right thing, documenting everything. If you hadn't built that case, we might never have connected these dots. After they hung up, Roy sat there for a long time. Eliza would go to prison. She'd lose years of her life, all because she'd wanted money and excitement and a way out that didn't involve honest divorce. He didn't feel sorry for her. But he didn't feel glad either. He just felt done. Mason came in from outside, sweaty and grinning. Want to play horse? Roy stood up and ruffled his son's hair. Sure. They went outside together, into the sunshine and the sound of the basketball bouncing on pavement and the ordinary, beautiful simplicity of an afternoon with nothing to fear. Eliza was part of the past now, a chapter that had closed. Roy and Mason were the future, and that future looked bright. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. Jack Armitage set the last plate on the table and stepped back. The dining room smelled of roasted chicken and garlic. He'd cooked it himself after work, same as every Tuesday. Soren sat in his chair, legs swinging, waiting. The boy had his mother's dark hair, but Jack's gray eyes. "Can we eat now, Dad?" Soren asked. "Wait for your mom and Grandma." Vivian walked in from a hallway, phone in hand. She didn't look up. Behind her came Margaret Halloway, Vivian's mother, wearing that expression she always wore, the one that said she knew better than everyone else in the room. "Smells good," Vivian said. She sat down, still scrolling. "Put the phone away," Jack said. She glanced at him, then set it face down beside her plate. "Happy, thrilled." Mags settled into her chair with a heavy sigh. "I hope you didn't use too much salt this time, Jack. My blood pressure, you know." Jack filled Soren's cup with water. "I use the same amount I always use." "Well, that's the problem, isn't it?" He bit back his response and sat down. Soren reached for the chicken, and Jack helped him with a piece. The boy smiled up at him. "Thank you, Daddy." "You're welcome, buddy." They ate in silence for a minute. Jack watched Vivian push food around her plate. She'd been distant for weeks now, maybe months. He couldn't pinpoint when it started, only that the warmth between them had cooled to something that felt like tolerance. "I spoke with Linda today," Mags said. "Her daughter just bought a new house. 5 bedrooms. Pool in the back. Good for Linda's daughter," Jack said. "Some people know how to provide properly for their families." Jack set down his fork. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing, dear. Just making conversation." Vivian cut in. "Mom, please. I'm only saying that some men prioritize their family's comfort. That's all." Jack looked at his mother-in-law. "I work 60 hours a week. This house is paid for. Soren has everything he needs." "Needs aren't wants, Jack." "Then maybe people should adjust their wants." Mag straightened in her chair. "My daughter deserves better than this. This mediocrity." "Mom, stop." Vivian's voice was sharp, but Jack caught something else in it. Not defense of him, just irritation at the timing. "I'm eating," Soren said quietly. "Can we not fight?" Jack reached over and squeezed his son's shoulder. "You're right. No fighting." But Mags wasn't finished. "I just think it's time we had an honest discussion about finances. About the future. Vivian tells me you refuse to put her name on the house." Jack went still. "We've been over this. It's her home, too. It's my house. I bought it before we got married. And she's been living here for 7 years. Raising your son. That count for something. It count for a lot," Jack said. "But it doesn't change the deed." Vivian stood abruptly. "I'm not hungry anymore." "Sit down," Mag said. "We're talking about this." "No, we're not." Vivian looked at Jack, and there was something in her eyes he couldn't read. "I'm done." She walked out. Mags followed without another word. Jack and Soren sat alone at the table. "Dad." "Yeah, buddy. Why does Grandma always get mad at you?" Jack pushed back his chair. "Some people just like to be mad. Don't worry about it." But he was worried. The conversation felt rehearsed. Planned. Like they'd been working up to it for weeks. That he cleared the plates while Soren went to play. In the kitchen, he scraped food into the trash and loaded the dishwasher. His phone buzzed. A text from Vivian's number. "We need to talk about this seriously," that he typed back. "About what?" "The house. Everything." Jack stared at the screen. The knot in his stomach tightened. He set the phone down and finished cleaning up. When he returned to the dining room to wipe down the table, he noticed Vivian's water glass still sat there, mostly full, and his own glass, empty. He drained it during the argument without thinking. Something tickled at the back of his mind, but he pushed it away. Paranoia wouldn't help anything. Soren called from the living room. "Dad, can we watch a movie?" "In a bit. Come help me finish up first." The boy ran in, and together they wiped down the table and put away the leftovers. Jack felt a wave of dizziness as he bent to store the chicken in the fridge. He steadied himself against the counter. "You okay, Dad?" "Fine. Just stood up too fast." But the dizziness didn't pass. It grew. The room tilted. Jack gripped the counter harder. "Dad!" "Soren, go get your mom." "But now." The boy ran. Jack tried to follow, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. He stumbled into the hallway. The walls seemed to breathe. His vision blurred at the edges. Vivian. No answer. He made it to the stairs and grabbed the railing. Had to get to Soren. Had to make sure he was okay. The boy appeared at the top of the stairs. Dad, what's wrong? Come here. Come down here right now. Soren started down, but halfway, he swayed. His small hand slipped from the railing. Soren. Jack lunged forward. The world spun. He caught his son, but they both went down. Jack twisted, taking the impact on his shoulder. They hit the floor hard, thus Soren's eyes were glazed. Daddy, I don't feel good. It's okay. I've got you. But he didn't have anything. The room went dark at the edges. Jack tried to push himself up, but his arms gave out. Footsteps. Vivian and Mags appeared above him. Their faces swam in and out of focus. Call 911, Jack managed. Vivian pulled out her phone, but she didn't dial. She just stood there, looking down at them. Vivian, call. Once they're gone, she said to her mother. Everything will be ours. Mags nodded. Finally. Jack tried to speak, but his tongue felt thick. The darkness closed in. The last thing he saw was Vivian watching him, her face blank as he and his son lay there. Then nothing. Jack woke to white ceiling tiles and the smell of antiseptic. His throat burned. His head pounded. He turned it slowly and saw machines, tubes, the standard hospital setup. Mr. Armitage. A nurse stood beside the bed. Young, tired-looking, checking his four. Where's my son? Jack's voice came out as gravel. He's stable. Next room over. You both came in with similar symptoms. What symptoms? Contamination. Foodborne, the doctors think. Not fatal, but you both had a good dose of something. She adjusted the foredrip. You're lucky. Another hour, and it might have been different. Jack closed his eyes. Contamination. Not an accident. He'd heard what Vivian said. Heard it clear as anything. Once they're gone, everything will be ours. I need to see my son. Soon. Let the doctor check you first. She left. Jack lay there, staring at the ceiling, running through everything. The argument at dinner. Mags pushing about the house. Vivian's strange behavior. His empty water glass. They'd tried to poison him. Tried to poison Soren.no. That wasn't quite right. The nurse said contamination, not poison, not fatal. A scare, maybe. A way to get him out of the picture temporarily while they moved assets. The door opened. A man in a suit walked in, carrying a briefcase. Donovan Kepler, Jack's lawyer and friend from college. They'd stayed in touch over the years, handled Jack's will and estate planning. Don, Jack said, you look like hell. Feel worse. Donovan pulled a chair close to the bed and sat. His face was serious. We need to talk, and you're not going to like it. Tell me, Vivian and your mother-in-law have been busy. While you were unconscious, they started moving money. Tried to change ownership documents on the house. They've got a lawyer working with them. Carter something works out of Durham. Real piece of work. Jack's jaw tightened. How much did they move? About $40,000 from the joint account. Tried to access your personal account, but the bank flagged it. That's when they called me. Actually, wanted to verify the transfer. And you said no. I said hell no. But Jack, they're not done. I pulled some records. Vivian's been talking to lawyers for 3 months. She's been planning this. 3 months. Jack thought back. Right around the time she started acting distant. When the arguments about money started getting more frequent. What do I have? Donovan opened his briefcase and pulled out a folder. Your house is still in your name. They can't touch that without your signature, and I've already flagged it with the county. Your personal accounts are locked down, but the joint account is vulnerable. She has legal access. How much is left in it? About $10,000. I'd move it today if you can. Jack nodded. What else? She's going to file for separation. Probably today or tomorrow. Her lawyer's already drafted papers, and she's going for custody of Soren. Like hell. I know, but we need to be smart. She's going to claim you're unstable, that you've been controlling, that she feared for her safety. That's a lie. Doesn't matter. It's her narrative, and with Mags backing her up, she's got a witness. Donovan leaned forward. Jack, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be straight with me. Did you ever threaten her? Physically intimidate her? Anything she could twist? No. You're sure? I'm sure. Donovan studied him for a moment, then nodded. Okay, then we fight back. But carefully. No confrontations without witnesses. No angry phone calls. Everything documented. I want to see Soren. Good. Do that. And when the doctor clears you, we go home and lock everything down. Bank accounts, credit cards, passwords. Everything. The door opened again. A doctor came in, looked at the chart, checked Jack's vitals, asked the standard questions. Jack answered mechanically. His mind was elsewhere, running through plans, contingencies, next steps. After the doctor left, Donovan stood. I'll get the paperwork started. You focus on getting out of here and protecting your son. We'll handle the rest. Don, one more thing. Yeah, I heard her. Before I passed out, she said, once they're gone, everything will be ours. Donovan went quiet. You're sure? I'm sure. Can you prove it? No. Then we don't mention it. Not yet. But if this was intentional, if they try to hurt you and Soren. He shook his head. We'll need evidence. Real evidence. Not just your word against theirs. After Donovan left, a different nurse came to move Jack to Soren's room. They wheeled him in, and Jack saw his son in the next bed. The boy was asleep, small and pale against white sheets. Jack reached out and took his hand. Soren's eyes fluttered open. Dad, I'm here, buddy. I don't like this place. I know. We'll go home soon. Promise. Jack squeezed his hand. Promise. Soren closed his eyes again. Jack sat there, watching his son breathe, feeling the weight of what had almost happened. What could still happen if he wasn't careful? He thought about Vivian, about the years they'd spent together, the promises they'd made. He'd loved her once, trusted her completely. That was done now. Burned to ash. He'd protect Soren. He'd keep what was his, and he'd make sure Vivian and Mags never got another chance to hurt them. But first, he needed a plan, a real one. Not anger, not revenge. Strategy. Jack closed his eyes and started thinking. Jack brought Soren home 2 days later. The boy was still weak, but the doctor said rest and fluids would fix it. No permanent damage. Vivian met them at the door. She looked concerned, played the worried wife well. How is he? Fine. We're both fine. I was so scared. When you both collapse, don't. Jack kept his voice level. Not in front of him. She blinked. What? We'll talk later. He carried Soren upstairs to his room and tucked him in a bed. The boy clung to him for a moment before letting go. Dad, why do we get sick? Sometimes food goes bad. It happens. Will it happen again? No. How do you know? Jack smoothed his son's hair back. Because I'm going to make sure it doesn't. He stayed until Soren fell asleep, then went downstairs. Vivian sat at the kitchen table, phone in hand. She looked up when he walked in. We should talk. Not here, Jack said. My study. He led the way. The study was small, just a desk and filing cabinet, but it was his space. He closed the door behind them and locked it. Jack, what's going on? He didn't answer. Instead, he pulled out his laptop and opened his bank accounts. Started going through transactions line by line. What are you doing? Looking at what you've been doing. Silence. He glanced at her. Her face had gone carefully blank. I don't know what you mean. $40,000, Vivian, from our joint account. 3 transfers over the last 2 days. I needed to secure some funds. For us. For Soren. For you. Jack kept scrolling. You moved it to an account in your mother's name. What? In case something happened to you. I needed to make sure we'd be okay. Something did happen to me. We both ended up in the hospital. He turned the laptop toward her. Convenient timing. She stared at the screen. Are you accusing me of something? I'm stating facts. You moved money while I was unconscious. You've been talking to lawyers for months. You've been preparing for this. Preparing for what? To leave. To take everything you could on your way out. Vivian stood. You're being paranoid. Am I? Jack opened a drawer and pulled out a stack of papers. Bills, statements, property documents. He'd spent the last 2 days in the hospital going through everything on his phone, making notes. These are copies of documents he tried to file with the county, claiming joint ownership of the house. It is my house, too. No, it's mine. I bought it. My name is on the deed. I've lived here for 7 years. I've made it a home, and you've been compensated. Food, shelter, comfort, everything you needed. Her eyes flashed. You sound like a landlord, better than sounding like a thief. She stepped forward. I'm not a thief. Then what do you call it? Taking money without asking? filing fake documents. They're not fake. I have rights. You have what the law gives you. Nothing more. Jack stood and faced her. I talked to Donovan. He told me everything. The lawyers you've been meeting with. The separation papers. The custody filing. Vivian's mouth tightened. You had no right to go through my things. Your things? We're married. There are no secrets. Apparently, there are. Jack studied her face. The woman he'd married seemed like a stranger now. Had she always been this way? Or had something changed? It didn't matter. Whatever she'd been, whatever she'd become, the result was the same. Betrayal. I want you to know something, Jack said quietly. I'm not going to make this easy. You're not taking my house. You're not taking my money. And you're sure as hell not taking my son. He's my son too. Then act like it. Stop trying to rob him of his father. She laughed, but there was no humor in it. You think this is about robbery? Jack, I've been suffocating in this house for years. You control everything. Every dollar, every decision. I wanted some independence. Some security of my own. You wanted to steal from me. I wanted what I deserved. Then you should have asked. We could have talked. Made arrangements. Would you have agreed? Jack thought about it. Honestly considered it. Probably not. Exactly. So I took action. I protected myself. By poisoning us. The words hung in the air. Vivian went very still. What did you say? I heard you. Before I passed out. You said, once they're gone, everything will be ours. That's not, I didn't, you did. She backed toward the door. You're twisting things. You were barely conscious. You don't know what you heard. I know exactly what I heard. Jack, listen to me. I would never hurt Soren. Never. Whatever you think happened, get out. What? Get out of my study. Now. She stared at him, and for a moment he saw fear in her eyes. Good. She should be afraid. She left without another word. Jack locked the door again and sat down at his desk. His hands were shaking. Not from fear. From rage that he'd built this life. Worked for everything he had. Provided for his family. And this was how they repaid him? No, he wouldn't allow it. Jack opened a new document on his computer and started making lists. Assets. Accounts. Property. Evidence. Every piece of leverage he had. Then he made another list. Vivian's vulnerabilities. Mag's weaknesses. Their lawyer's reputation. That'd be why the time he finished, it was dark outside. He heard movement downstairs. Voices. Vivian and Mag's. Probably planning their next move. Let them plan. Jack would be 3 steps ahead. He pulled out his phone and texted Donovan. Need to see you tomorrow. Have information. The response came immediately. My office. 9 a.m. Jack set the phone down and looked at the list again. Everything written out, organized, ready. This wasn't about anger anymore. This was about survival. And Jack Armitage had learned a long time ago, you do whatever it takes to survive. Jack came downstairs the next morning to find Vivian and Mag sitting at the kitchen table. Coffee cups in front of them, papers spread out. They looked up when he walked in. We need to talk, Vivian said. So talk. Mags pushed one of the papers toward him. We've prepared a proposal. A fair division of assets and a custody arrangement for Soren. Jack picked up the paper and scanned it. They wanted half of everything. The house split, his retirement accounts divided, full joint custody with Soren living primarily with Vivian. He set it down. No, Jack, be reasonable, Vivian said. We're trying to avoid a fight. Should have thought of that before you tried to steal from me. We didn't steal anything. We moved funds that were legally stopped. Jack pulled out a chair and sat down. Let's be honest. You wanted me out of the picture. The food contamination. The timing of the money transfers. You planned it. Mags leaned forward. That's a serious accusation. Do you have proof? I have enough. Such as, my word, the hospital records, the timeline. Jack looked at Vivian. And I have what you said before I passed out. Vivian's face went pale. I never said anything. You said, once they're gone, everything will be ours. Your mother agreed. I heard it clearly. You were hallucinating. Try that in court. See how it goes. Mag stood. This is ridiculous. We came here in good faith to negotiate. You came here to intimidate me into signing away my rights. Jack stood too. It won't work. You're being paranoid, Vivian said, but her voice shook. Am I? Let's review the facts. You've been meeting with lawyers for months. You transferred $40,000 while I was unconscious. You filed fraudulent ownership claims on my property. And somehow, on the same night you and your mother started pushing me about finances, Soren and I end up in the hospital. Jack crossed his arms. Added up. Silence. Mags and Vivian exchanged glances. We wanted security, Vivian finally said. That's all. I've sacrificed my life for this marriage, Jack. I gave up my career, my independence. I just wanted something of my own. Then you should have asked. Like an adult. Would you have given it to me? We'll never know, will we? She stood and walked to the window, arms wrapped around herself. I'm so tired of this. The constant fighting. The control. You watching every dollar, every decision. I watch because I earned it. Every penny in this house came from my work. And I raised your son. I kept this place running. That's not worth anything. It's worth a lot. But it's not worth half of everything I own. Mags cut in. Legally, she's entitled to what a judge decides. Not what you two decide in my kitchen. Jack walked to the coffee maker and poured himself a cup. He kept his back to them, forcing himself to stay calm. Anger wouldn't help. Facts would. Here's what's going to happen, he said, turning around. You're going to return the $40,000. All of it. Today. That's our security fund. Mags said. It's my money. Return it, or I filed charges for theft. It was a joint account, Vivian said. I had every right to withdraw a reasonable amount for household expenses. Not $40,000. Not all at once. Not while I was hospitalized. Jack sipped his coffee. Return it, or we let the police sort out. You wouldn't. He met her eyes. Try me. Another silence. Vivian looked at her mother, then back at Jack. We'll return it. Good. Second, you're going to withdraw those fraudulent ownership claims. I have emails to the county recorder showing you tried to forge my signature. That's a felony. I didn't forge anything, Vivian said quickly. I used an electronic signature service. Without my permission. Same thing. Jack set down his cup. Withdraw the claims. Today. Fine. Third, you're going to stop talking to lawyers about taking my son. If you want to leave, leave. But Soren stays with me. He's my son, too. Then prove it. Stop using him as leverage. Vivian's eyes filled with tears. I love him. I would never hurt him. You put in the hospital. That was an accident, was it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like a plan gone wrong. You wanted me incapacitated, not dead. Just long enough to move assets and file papers. But you miscalculated. You gave Soren some too, and now you're scrambling to explain it. That's not what happened. Then what had happened, Vivian? Explain it to me. She sank back in her chair. The food was contaminated. That's all. It was old chicken. I should have thrown it out. I cooked that chicken the same day I bought it. Then it was contaminated at the store. The hospital said we both had identical symptoms. Same contamination levels. That doesn't happen randomly. Mags slammed her hand on the table. Enough. You can't prove anything, Jack. All you have is paranoia and suspicion. I have a timeline. I have motive. I have opportunity. He looked at Vivian. I have your words. I didn't say what you think I said. Then let's get Soren down here. Let's ask him what he heard. Don't bring him into this. You already brought him into this when you poisoned him. Vivian stood abruptly. I didn't poison anyone. And if you keep saying that, I'll sue you for slander. Go ahead. Discovery should be interesting. She grabbed her purse from the counter. I'm leaving. Where are you going? Away from you. You're not taking Soren. I wouldn't dream of it. He's safer here than with me, apparently. Since according to you, I'm some kind of monster. She walked out. Mags followed, giving Jack a look that promised this wasn't over. Jack stood alone in the kitchen, listening to their car pull out of the driveway. His heart pounded. His hand shook, but he'd won this round. They'd return the money. Withdraw the claims. Back off, at least temporarily. It wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. But it was a start. Footsteps on the stairs. Soren appeared in the doorway, rubbing his eyes. Dad? Where's Mom? She went out for a bit. Come here. Soren walked over, and Jack picked him up, settling him on his lap. The boy was getting too big for this, but Jack didn't care. You feeling okay? Yeah, just tired. Want some breakfast? Can we have pancakes? Sure. Jack stood and carried his son to the counter, set him on a stool, and started pulling out ingredients. Flour, eggs, milk. Normal things. Routine things. Soren watched him mix the batter. Dad, yeah, buddy, are you and Mom fighting? Jack poured batter onto the griddle. We're working through some things. Is it because of me? No, never because of you. Then why? How did you explain betrayal to a 6-year-old? How did you tell him his mother had tried to steal from his father? That his grandmother had helped? You didn't. You protected him from it. Adults have disagreements sometimes, Jack said, but it has nothing to do with you. You're the best thing in both our lives. Even if you're fighting, especially then. Soren seemed to accept that. He ate his pancakes quietly, and Jack ate his own, and for a little while, things felt almost normal, but Jack knew better. This was the eye of the storm. Vivian and Mags were regrouping, planning their next move, that he needed to move faster. Jack met Donovan at his office that afternoon. The lawyer had a corner space in downtown Raleigh, modest but professional. He'd done well for himself over the years. Tell me everything, Donovan said as soon as Jack sat down. Jack ran through the morning's confrontation. The proposal, the accusations, Vivian's weak defenses. Donovan took notes, stopping him occasionally to clarify details. She admitted to moving the money. Donovan asked. She said she had the right to. Did she agree to return it? Yes. Good. I'll draft a letter confirming that and get her to sign it. That way we have documentation. Donovan leaned back. What about the ownership claims? She agreed to withdraw them. Also good. But Jack, here's the problem. None of this proves intent. She can claim the money move was precautionary. The ownership claim was a misunderstanding. Even the contamination incident. There's no proof it was deliberate. I know. So we need more. We need to show a pattern. A history of manipulation and financial impropriety. How? Donovan pulled out a file. I did some digging. Your wife has been more active than you know. She opened 3 credit cards in the last 6 months. All in her name, but using your address and financial information. Jack went still. How much did she charge? About $15,000 total. Small purchases spread out. Nothing that would trigger alerts. Where's that money now? Hard to say. The cards are maxed out, but I don't see corresponding charges on your joint accounts. She's hiding assets. Can we use this? We can. It shows financial dishonesty. A judge would consider it in custody proceedings. Donovan flipped through more papers. There's more. I pulled phone records. She's been in contact with a lawyer named Gerald Voss. He specializes in contentious divorces. High-conflict custody battles. What's his reputation? Aggressive. Not afraid to play dirty. But beatable if we're prepared. Jack absorbed this. What do we need to do? First, lock down everything. Change all your passwords. Get your name off any remaining joint accounts. Move your money to a personal account at a different bank. One she doesn't know about. Done. Second, document everything. Every interaction with Vivian. Every conversation. Keep a log. Dates, times, what was said. If things get ugly, we'll need a record. I can do that. Third, we need to shore up your support network. Who can testify to your character as a father? Who's seen you with Soren? Who knows the situation? Jack thought. My friend Ava. She's known us for years. Good. Anyone else? Neighbors. Soren's teacher. My co-workers. Reach out to them. Not to gossip, just to maintain relationships. If we go to court, we'll need witnesses. Jack nodded. What about Vivian's side? Who's she got? Her mother, obviously. Maybe some friends. But here's the thing. Mags isn't a neutral party. She's biased. That weakens her testimony. What about the contamination? Can we prove anything there? Donovan grimaced. I reached out to a private investigator. He might be able to dig something up. But honestly, unless we find direct evidence, receipts, messages, something concrete, it's your word against hers. So we focus on what we can prove. Exactly. They talked for another hour, going over strategy, timelines, contingencies. By the time Jack left, he had a plan. Not perfect, but solid, that he drove across town to Ava Linhart's apartment. She lived alone, worked as a nurse, kept odd hours. They'd been friends since college, before he even met Vivian. She answered on the second knock, wearing scrubs and looking tired. Jack, everything okay? Can I come in? Of course. Her apartment was small and cluttered. Books everywhere, plants on every surface. She cleared a space on the couch, and they Saturday. What's going on? She asked. Jack told her. Not everything, but enough. The contamination, the hospital, the money transfers, Vivian's betrayal. Ava listened without interrupting. When he finished, she sat back and shook her head. I never trusted her. What? Vivian. I never trusted her. From the first time you introduced us, you never said anything. Because you were happy. And I thought maybe I was wrong. She looked at him. I wasn't wrong. Why didn't you trust her? She was too calculated. Everything she'd have felt planned. Even spontaneous stuff. Ava pulled her feet up under her. But you loved her, so I kept my mouth shut. I don't love her anymore. Good. Because she doesn't deserve it. They talked for a while longer. Ava promised to testify if needed. She'd tell the truth about what she'd observed over the years. The subtle control tactics. The way Vivian always seemed to be positioning herself. How about your back? She said as Jack got up to leave. Whatever you need. Thank you. Just promise me something. What? Don't let her take Soren. That kid needs you. She won't take him. I'll make sure of it. Driving home, Jack felt lighter. He had allies. He had a plan. He had evidence that IT still wasn't enough. But it was more than he'd had yesterday. The weekend came. Jack had kept Soren close, barely letting him out of sight. Vivian had returned to the house, but stayed distant, spending most of her time in the guest room or out with her mother. Saturday morning, Mag showed up uninvited. We're going to the park, she announced. Soren needs fresh air. Jack was in the kitchen making breakfast. He looked at his son, sitting at the table with a coloring book. Soren, you want to go to the park? The boy shrugged. I guess. Then I'll take you. I said we're taking him. Mags insisted. And I said no. You can't keep him locked up. I'm not locking him up. I'm taking him out. Just not with you. Mags's face reddened. You have no right. I have every right. I'm his father. Vivian appeared from the hallway. Mom, stop. Don't tell me to stop. He's being unreasonable. I'm being protective, Jack said. There's a difference. Protective from what? We're his family. Jack didn't answer. He just looked at her until she looked away. Vivian stepped between them. Mom, why don't you wait outside? I'll talk to Jack. Mags huffed, but left. Vivian turned to Jack. She just wants to spend time with her grandson. She can do that here, under my supervision. You're being paranoid. I'm being smart. Jack crouched down next to Soren. Hey, buddy, why don't you go upstairs and get your shoes? We'll go to the park in a bit. Okay. The boy ran off. Jack stood and faced Vivian. I don't want her alone with him. She's his grandmother. She's also the one who helped you try to steal from me. I don't trust her. She wouldn't hurt him. Maybe not physically, but she'll say things, plant ideas, turn him against me. Vivian crossed her arms. That's ridiculous. Is it? Because I heard her last week telling him I don't understand what's best for him, that I'm too strict, too controlling. She was just trying to comfort him. By undermining me, Jack shook his head. No, I won't allow it. You can't control who he spends time with. Watch me. Vivian's eyes filled with tears again. Why are you being like this? Because you betrayed me. You tried to take everything. And now you want me to just pretend it didn't happen. I want us to find a way forward. There is no forward. Not together. We're done, Vivian. You killed whatever was between us. I made mistakes, but we can fix this. No, we can't. She wiped her eyes. What about Soren? What about him? He needs both of us. He needs honesty, stability, safety. You don't provide that anymore. That's not fair. Life isn't fair. You taught me that. Soren came back down, shoes in hand. Jack helped him put them on. Ready? Jack asked. Yeah. They left Vivian standing in the kitchen. Mags was waiting on the porch, arms crossed. Jack walked past her without a word. This isn't over, she called after him. Jack didn't respond. He buckled Soren into the car and drove to the park across town. The one Mags didn't know about. They spent an hour on the swings, the slides, the monkey bars. Soren laughed and played, and for a little while, Jack could pretend everything was normal. But on the drive home, Soren got quiet. Dad, yeah, why doesn't Grandma like you? Jack glanced in the rearview mirror. She thinks she knows what's best for everyone. When people don't agree with her, she gets upset. Do you know what's best? I know what's best for you. How? Because I'm your dad. It's my job to know. Soren thought about that. What if you're wrong? Then I'll fix it. Promise. Promise. They pulled into the driveway. Vivian's car was gone. Good. Maybe she and Mags had gone somewhere. Inside, Jack started lunch. Soren played in the living room. The house felt peaceful without Vivian and Mags there. But peace didn't last. That evening, Vivian returned with papers. She dropped them on the kitchen table in front of Jack. What's this? Separation agreement. I had a lawyer draw it up. It's fair. Jack picked them up and scanned them. They wanted joint custody, split assets, shared time with Soren. No, Jack, be reasonable. I am being reasonable. You're asking for things you didn't earn. I earned them by being your wife. By raising your son. You earned distrust. Contempt. Nothing more. She sat down heavily. I can't keep doing this. Then don't. Leave. File for divorce. But don't expect me to make it easy. I just want what's fair. Fair would be you getting nothing. But I'm willing to negotiate on my terms. What terms? You get shared custody. Every other weekend. Supervised by me for the first 6 months. Supervised? That's insulting. That's the deal. What about money? I'll pay child support as required by law. Nothing more. And the house. Mine. Jack, mine. You want out? Fine. But you're not taking my home. She stared at him. You're punishing me. I'm protecting myself and my son. I'm his mother. Then act like it. Stop trying to use him as a bargaining chip. They sat in silence. Finally, Vivian stood. I need to think about this. Take your time. But the offer doesn't change. She left the papers on the table and went upstairs. Jack heard the guest room, door closed, he looked at the documents. They were meaningless. Vivian's lawyer had drafted them to give her maximum advantage. Jack wouldn't sign anything without Donovan reviewing it first. He took a picture of every page, sent them to Donovan, then locked the papers in his study. Later that night, after Soren was asleep, Jack sat at his desk and updated his log. Everything Vivian had said, every demand, every threat, the evidence was building. The case was taking shape, and Jack was winning. Donovan called early Monday morning. We need to move fast, he said. Vivian's lawyer filed a motion for temporary custody. Emergency hearing is Thursday. Jack went cold. On what grounds? Claims you're unstable, that you've been verbally abusive, that she fears for Soren's safety. That's a lie. I know, but we need to prove it. Do you have your log? Yes. Good. Bring it Thursday. Also, I need Ava's contact information. We're calling her as a witness. Already sent it. Perfect. One more thing. I got the financial records back. Your wife has been hiding more than we thought. She's got a storage unit rented under her mother's name. Cash withdrawals totaling about $60,000 over the last year. $60,000. She's been planning this for a while, Jack. Jack sat down. $60,000. Where had it come from? He thought about the credit cards, the account transfers, the small amounts that had disappeared over time that she'd been stealing from him for a year. Can we prove it? The withdrawals are documented. The storage unit exists. What's in it? I don't know. But we can subpoena it. Do it. Already on it. But Jack, be prepared. Thursday's hearing is going to be brutal. Vivian's lawyer will paint you as controlling, possibly abusive. You need to stay calm. Don't react. Just tell the truth. I can do that. Thursday came. Jack, dressed in his best suit, picked up Soren from school early and dropped him off with Ava. She promised to keep him entertained until after the hearing. The courthouse was cold and impersonal. Donovan met Jack outside the courtroom. Remember, he said, stay calm. Answer honestly. Don't volunteer information. Got it. They walked in. Vivian sat on the opposite side with her lawyer, Gerald Voss. Mag sat behind them, glaring at Jack. The judge entered. A woman in her 50s, stern-looking, efficient. This is an emergency motion for temporary custody, she said. Ms. Armitage, your attorney may proceed. Voss stood. Your Honor, my client fears for her son's safety. Mr. Armitage has demonstrated erratic and controlling behavior. He's isolated the child from family members, made baseless accusations, and created an unstable home environment. Mr. Kepler, the judge asked. Donovan stood. Your Honor, Mr. Armitage has done nothing but protect his son. The accusations are false and unsupported by evidence. We'll see. Ms. Armitage, please take the stand. Vivian was sworn in. She looked nervous, which Jack noted. Good. She should be. Voss questioned her first. Soft, leading questions designed to make her look sympathetic. She talked about Jack's control over finances, his refusal to let her see family, his accusations of theft. Has he ever threatened you? Voss asked, not directly, but the way he looks at me sometimes. I'm scared. Lies. All lies. But convincing ones. Donovan's turn. He stood and approached the stand. Ms. Armitage, you claim your husband controls the finances. But isn't it true you have access to joint accounts? Well, yes, and isn't it true you transferred $40,000 from those accounts without his knowledge or consent? She hesitated. I was securing funds for our son, securing them in your mother's account. For safety. Safety from what? From him. In case he cut me off. Has he ever threatened to cut you off? No, but has he ever restricted your access to money for household expenses? No. Then why did you need to secure funds? Vivian looked at Voss, who nodded slightly. I was planning to leave. I needed resources. So you admit you were planning to leave, and you took money to do it? I took what was rightfully mine, from a joint account, while your husband was hospitalized. That was coincidence. Was it? Ms. Armitage, do you know why your husband and son were hospitalized? Food contamination. And who prepared the food? She went pale. I don't remember. You don't remember who cooked dinner that night? My husband cooked it. Did you? The chicken was purchased that day. Fresh. Yet somehow it was contaminated. Can you explain that? I don't know. These things happen. Do they? Ms. Armitage, isn't it true that you and your mother discussed ways to gain control of marital assets? We discussed finances, yes. And isn't it true you consulted multiple attorneys about divorce proceedings months before the contamination incident? I was exploring options. Options that involved removing your husband from the picture. No, but her voice cracked. Donovan pressed on. Ms. Armitage, where's the $40,000 you withdrew? In a secure account. Under whose name? My mother's. And why not your own? I wanted it separate from joint assets. Or you wanted to hide it. Objection, Voss called. Speculation. Sustained, the judge said. But she was watching Vivian carefully now. Donovan continued for another 10 minutes, methodically dismantling Vivian's story. By the end, she was crying. It would have been effective if the judge hadn't looked so skeptical. Jack took the stand next. Voss tried to rattle him, asking about control, about anger, about threats. But Jack stayed calm, answered every question honestly. Mr. Armitage, do you love your son? The judge asked. More than anything. And do you believe his mother loves him? Jack paused, considered. I think she believes she does. But love requires putting the child first. She's used him as leverage. That's not love. Strong words. True words. The judge made some notes. I'm going to take a brief recess. We'll reconvene in 30 minutes. Jack stepped down. Donovan patted his shoulder. You did great. Is it enough? I think so. The judge seized through her act. They waited. Jack watched Vivian and Voss talk in hushed tones. Mag sat stone-faced behind them. When the judge returned, everyone stood. I've reviewed the evidence and heard the testimony, she said. Ms. Armitage has failed to demonstrate that the child is in immediate danger. The financial irregularities concern me, and I find her explanations insufficient. Therefore, the emergency motion for temporary custody is denied. Custody remains with the father. Visitation for the mother will be supervised pending further proceedings. Vivian gasped. Voss started to object, but the judge raised a hand. This court is adjourned. Jack felt relief flood through him. He'd won. But as they left the courtroom, Voss stopped them. This isn't over, he said. We'll appeal. Good luck with that, Donovan replied. Outside, Jack called Ava. I'm coming to get Soren. You won. We won. He could hear the smile in her voice. Good. He's been asking about you. Jack picked up his son and held him tight. Soren wrapped his arms around his neck. Can we go home now? The boy asked. Yeah, buddy. We're going home. The days after the hearing were tense. Vivian moved out, taking only her clothes and personal items. Mags helped her pack, both of them silent and furious. Jack stood in the doorway, watching, making sure they didn't take anything that wasn't theirs. Satisfied, Mags asked as they loaded the last box. just making sure everything's accounted for. You're a cold man, Jack Armitage. I'm a careful man. There's a difference. After they left, Jack changed the locks. Then he went through the house systematically, cataloging what remained, what was gone, what needed to be replaced. Soren watched from the stairs. Is Mom coming back? To visit, yes. To live, no. Because you're fighting. Because she made choices that hurt our family. Will I still see her? Of course. She's your mother. But things will be different now. Soren seemed to accept that. Kids were resilient. More resilient than adults, sometimes. Over the next week, Jack noticed something. Neighbors started asking questions. Subtle ones at first. Everything okay with you and Vivian? Then more direct. We heard some concerning things. Jack realized Vivian and Mags had been talking, spreading their version of events, making him look like the villain that he decided to address it head on. Saturday morning, he invited the neighbors over for coffee. The Hendersons from next door, the Chins from across the street, the Ramirez family from 2 houses down. People who'd known them for years. I want to talk to you all, Jack said once everyone was seated. Clear up some rumors. We don't want to get involved, Mrs. Henderson said quickly. I'm not asking you to take sides. I just want you to hear the truth. Jack pulled out documents, bank statements, attorney letters, hospital records. Vivian and I are separating. She's been telling people I'm controlling, abusive. I want you to see the facts. He walked them through everything. The money transfers, the custody fight, the hospitalization. He didn't mention the contamination suspicions, just stuck to provable facts. She took $40,000 while I was in the hospital, he said, then claimed she had the right to. She tried to file fraudulent ownership papers on my house. And she's using our son to try to get more money. Silence. The neighbors exchanged glances. That's concerning, Mr. Chin said. I'm telling you this because I know she's been talking to you. Probably saying I'm dangerous. Unstable. I want you to know the truth before you form opinions. Mrs. Ramirez leaned forward. Jack, we've known you for years. You've always been fair with us. Helpful. If Vivian's saying otherwise, we don't believe it. Thank you. But we heard things, Mr. Henderson added. About fights. Yelling. There have been arguments. Heated ones. But no violence. No threats. Just disagreements about money and the future. Jack met each of their eyes. I'm not perfect, but I'm not what she's claiming. They talked for another hour. Jack answered every question honestly. Showed every document. By the end, he could see they understood. We'll keep this confidential, Mrs. Chun said as they left. But if anyone asks us, we'll tell them what we know. That's all I ask. Word spread. Within days, the neighborhood gossip shifted. Instead of Jack being the villain, Vivian became the questionable one. People started asking her questions, pushing back on her story. She called Jack furious. You turned everyone against me. I told them the truth. That's all. You humiliated me. You humiliated yourself when you tried to steal from me. She hung up, but the damage was done. Her social leverage was gone. Jack moved on to the next phase. He requested copies of all the credit card statements Donovan had mentioned. Went through them line by line. Most purchases were small. Clothes, meals, gas. But some stood out. Large cash advances. Purchases at jewelry stores. Payments to unknown accounts that he tracked down the jewelry. Found receipts for 3 expensive watches and a necklace. None of which Vivian had ever worn around him. Gifts. She'd been buying gifts. For someone, Jack dug deeper. Pulled phone records. Cross-referenced calls and texts against the jewelry purchase dates. .1 number appeared repeatedly. Always around the time of a purchase. Always for extended conversations. Jack looked up the number. It belonged to a man named Thomas Wright. Lived in Durham. Worked as a real estate agent. Jack sat back, absorbing this. Vivian had been having an affair. He called Donovan immediately. How long? The lawyer asked. At least 6 months. Maybe longer. Can you prove it? Phone records. Jewelry receipts. I need to dig more, but it's there. Jack, this changes everything. If she was planning to leave you for another man, if she was using marital funds to support that relationship, she loses any sympathy she might have had. Exactly. Jack hired a private investigator. Within a week, they had photos. Vivian and Thomas together. Lunch dates. meetings at his apartment. Nothing explicit, but enough to show a relationship. Jack added it to his file. Evidence stacked on evidence. When the next court date came, Donovan presented everything. The affair, the hidden purchases, the credit cards, the cash withdrawals. Vivian's lawyer tried to minimize it. My client was unhappy. She saw companionship elsewhere. That doesn't make her a bad mother. No, Donovan replied. But using marital funds to support that affair, hiding assets, lying to the court about her financial situation, that makes her dishonest. And dishonesty reflects on character, which is relevant in custody proceedings. The judge agreed. She awarded Jack primary custody. Vivian got every other weekend, supervised by a court-appointed guardian for the first 3 months. She also ordered Vivian to return all misappropriated funds, pay Jack's legal fees, and undergo financial counseling. Vivian left the courtroom in tears. Mags followed, shooting Jack a look of pure hatred. Jack felt nothing. No satisfaction, no triumph, just relief that IT was over. Jack spent the next month rebuilding. He redecorated Soren's room, letting the boy pick new colors and furniture. They established routines. Dinner at 6, homework before TV, bedtime stories every night. Vivian came for her first supervised visit. She and Soren went to the park with a court guardian watching from a distance. When Soren came home, he seemed okay but quiet. How was it? Jack asked. Fine. Mom cried a lot. She's sad about the situation. Is it my fault? No, never. Jack knelt down to Soren's level. None of this is your fault. Adults make choices, and sometimes those choices have consequences. But you're not responsible for any of it. Okay, but Jack could see the doubt in his son's eyes. He need time. Therapy, maybe. Jack made a note to look into child psychologists. Vivian and Mags made one last attempt. They filed a motion to reconsider custody, claiming new evidence. But when pressed, they had nothing. Just more accusations, more unfounded claims. The judge dismissed it immediately, warned them about frivolous filings, threatened sanctions if they continued. After that, they stopped. The fight was over. Vivian moved to Durham. Closer to Thomas, Jack assumed. She took a job at a retail store. Downsized her life. Adjusted to her new reality. Mags called once, asking to see Soren unsupervised. No, Jack said. You're punishing me for supporting my daughter. I'm protecting my son from manipulation. I would never manipulate him. You already have. You told him I don't understand what's best. That I'm too strict. That was manipulation. I was just trying to help him. Help him see me as the villain. I won't allow it. You can't keep me from my grandson. I can and I will. If you want to see him, it'll be at my house with me present. Take it or leave it. She took it, but she wasn't happy about it. One evening, a few months after everything settled, Jack sat on the porch with a beer. Soren was asleep upstairs. The house was quiet, peaceful. Ava stopped by, bringing pizza. Figured you could use some company, she said. Always. They ate in comfortable silence. Then Ava asked, Do you ever regret it? Regret what? Fighting so hard. Not trying to reconcile. Jack thought about it. Really thought about it. No. She betrayed me. Tried to take everything. Used our son as a weapon. That's not something you come back from. Even if she apologized, she hasn't. And even if she did, it wouldn't change what she did. You're hard, Jack. I'm realistic. Trust is earned. She destroyed mine. I won't make that mistake again. Ava nodded. Fair enough. What about you? Jack asked. You ever regret not warning me about her? Every day. But you seemed happy. I didn't want to ruin that. You couldn't have known. Maybe. But I should have said something. They sat in silence for a while. Then Ava stood. I should go. Early shift tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by. Anytime. After she left, Jack went inside and checked on Soren. The boy slept peacefully, one arm wrapped around his stuffed bear. Jack stood in the doorway, watching him breathe. This was what mattered. This right here, that he'd fought for this. Bled for it. And he'd won. The house was his. His son was safe. His life was his own. Vivian had tried to take it all. She'd failed. And Jack would make sure she never got another chance. That he closed Soren's door and went to his study. Sat at his desk and opened his laptop. The file was still there. All the evidence, all the documents, all the proof of what Vivian had done, that he backed it up to 3 different drives. Just in case, because you never knew when you might need it. Jack shut the laptop and leaned back. He was tired, more tired than he'd been in years. But he was also free from lies, free from manipulation, free from betrayal. And that was worth everything. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. David Mercer gripped the steering wheel and glanced at his daughter in the passenger seat. Alice had her head tilted against the window, one earbud dangling while the other stayed lodged in her ear. 13 years old and already too smart for her own good. "You awake over there?" David asked. Alice turned and grinned. "Barely. How much longer?" 2 hours, maybe 3 if we hit traffic." He reached into the center console and pulled out a bag of gummy bears. "Fuel up." She grabbed the bag and tore it open. "Mom says these are pure sugar." "Mom's not here." David winked. "What she doesn't know won't hurt her." Alice popped 3 gummy bears in her mouth at once. The countryside rolled past them, flat and green under a gray September sky. David had taken Friday off from the warehouse to make this a long weekend. His sister Nora lived in a small town outside Indianapolis, and he hadn't seen her in months. Alice loved her aunt, and David needed the break. Jean had been fine with it. Too fine, actually. She'd practically pushed them out the door that morning with sandwiches and bottled water. David hadn't thought much of it then. "Can I pick the music?" Alice asked. "Go ahead." She plugged her phone into the AUX cable and scrolled through her playlist. Some indie band David didn't recognize filled the car. Alice hummed along, drumming her fingers on her knee. "This is nice," she said after a while. "What is?" "Just us. No work, no school, no." She trailed off. David glanced at her. "No what?" "Nothing." Alice shook her head and turned back to the window that he wanted to press, but he didn't. Alice had always been observant, picking up on things most kids her age missed. If something was bothering her, she'd tell him eventually. She always did. They stopped at a gas station an hour in. David filled the tank while Alice went inside for a bathroom break. When she came back, she had 2 Slurpees and a bag of chips. "Lunch of champions," David said. "Aunt Nora's making dinner, right?" She promised lasagna. Alice's face lit up. "Yes." They got back on the road. The sky had darkened, clouds gathering thick and low. David turned on the headlights and cracked his window. The air smelled like rain. "Dad, can you turn up the AC?" Alice asked. "It's getting hot." David twisted the dial. Cold air blasted from the vents. Alice leaned forward, letting it hit her face. 20 minutes later, she wrinkled her nose. "What's wrong?" David asked. "The AC smells weird." David sniffed. There was something off, a chemical tang that didn't belong. He'd had the car serviced a few months back, but nothing had seemed wrong since then. "Maybe something got stuck in the filter," he said. Alice rubbed her temple. "It's making my head hurt." That got David's attention. He glanced at her and saw she'd gone pale. "How bad?" "Like dizzy bad." She closed her eyes. "Can we pull over?" David's stomach tightened. He checked the rearview mirror and moved into the right lane. A rest stop sign appeared a mile ahead. He pushed the gas pedal and got them there in under 2 minutes. The parking lot was mostly empty. David pulled into a spot and killed the engine. Alice opened her door and stumbled out, gulping fresh air. David followed, his own head starting to throb. "Sit down," he told her, guiding her to a bench near the entrance. Alice sat and put her head between her knees. David's hands shook as he rubbed her back. The dizzy feeling faded as they breathed clean air, but his concern didn't. "Stay here," he said. "I'm checking the car." He opened the hood first, looking for obvious problems. Nothing. Then he opened the driver's door and leaned in, sniffing the vents. The smell was stronger now, sharp and bitter. David popped open the glove compartment and dug around for a flashlight. He angled it toward the vent on the passenger side and peered inside. Something was wedged in there, jammed between the filter and the vent cover. David grabbed a screwdriver from the trunk and carefully pried the vent cover loose. A small metal container fell into his hand, still warm from the engine's heat. Liquid sloshed inside. David's blood went cold. This wasn't a manufacturing defect. Someone had put this here. Dad, Alice called from the bench. What is it? Stay there, he said again, his voice sharper than he meant it. He carried the container to the bench and set it down carefully. Alice looked at it, then at him. What is that? I don't know. David pulled out his phone. But we're finding out. The state trooper arrived 20 minutes later, lights flashing, but no siren. He was young, maybe 30, with a crew cut and a serious expression. His nameplate read Officer Brennan. You called about a suspicious item in your vehicle. Brennan asked. David nodded and led him to the bench. The container sat where he'd left it, sealed in a plastic bag David had found in the trunk. Brennan put on gloves and examined it without touching the bag. Where exactly did you find this? Wedged in the AC vent on the passenger side. David gestured toward the car. My daughter started feeling dizzy from the smell. I pulled over and found it. Brennan looked at Alice, who sat hunched on the bench with her arms wrapped around her knees. How are you feeling now, miss? Better, Alice said quietly. Brennan turned back to David. I'm calling this in. We need a hazmat team to test whatever's in here. David's throat went dry. Hazmat, standard procedure for unknown substances. Brennan pulled out his radio and spoke into it, using codes David didn't understand. When he finished, he looked at David again. You two need to wait here. Don't touch the car until we clear it. They waited an hour. The hazmat team showed up in a white van, 3 people in full protective gear. They tested the container, the car's interior, and even took samples from the vents. Alice leaned against David the whole time, not saying anything. When they finished, one of the techs spoke to Brennan in low tones. Brennan's face darkened. He walked back to David and Alice. The substance is a chemical solvent, high concentration, Brennan said. Exposure to the fumes in an enclosed space can cause severe dizziness, disorientation, and loss of consciousness. If you've been driving another hour, you might have passed out behind the wheel. David felt the ground tilt. Alice grabbed his arm. Someone put that in our car, she whispered. Brennan nodded. I need to ask you some questions, Mr. Mercer. Do you have any idea who might have done this? David's mind spun. Jean's face flashed through his thoughts, but he pushed it away. That was impossible. Ridiculous. No, he said. Maybe it was, I don't know, vandalism? Kids messing around. This isn't the kind of thing kids do, Brennan said. The container was deliberately placed to leak fumes into the cabin while the AC was running. Someone knew what they were doing. Alice started crying. David pulled her close, feeling her shake against him. We'll need to take the container as evidence, Brennan continued. And I recommend you file a full report. This is attempted assault at minimum, possibly attempted murder, depending on intent. The words hit David like a punch. Murder. Someone had tried to kill him. Or Alice. Or both of them. Can we go? David asked, his voice barely steady. Your car's clear now. The hazmat team removed all traces of the substance. Brennan handed David a card. Call the station Monday morning and ask for Detective Walsh. He'll take your statement. David nodded and helped Alice to her feet. They walked back to the car in silence. He opened her door first, checking the vents again, even though he knew they were empty. Alice climbed in and buckled her seatbelt with shaking hands. David got behind the wheel, but didn't start the engine. He stared at the dashboard, his mind racing. Dad, Alice said. Who would do this? I don't know, baby. Are you sure? He looked at her. Her eyes were red from crying, but they were sharp, searching his face for something. David wondered what she saw there. I'm sure. He lied. They drove to Nora's house in silence, the AC off and the windows down. David's head pounded with every mile. Nora opened the door before David could knock. She took one look at them, and her expression shifted from joy to alarm. What happened? David ushered Alice inside. Long story. Is it okay if Alice goes upstairs for a bit? Nora nodded. Guest room's ready, sweetie. There's clean towels if you want to shower. Alice trudged up the stairs without a word. Nora watched her go, then turned to David. Talk. David told her everything. The smell, the dizziness, the container, the hazmat team. Nora's face went pale, then red, then hard as stone. Someone tried to kill you. We don't know that for sure. David. Nora grabbed his shoulders. Someone put poison in your car. What else could it be? David couldn't answer. He slumped into a chair and put his head in his hands. I need to call Jean, he said. What? Why? She needs to know what happened. David pulled out his phone. Alice could have died. Jean needs to know. Nora's jaw tightened, but she didn't argue. David dialed Jean's number and put the phone to his ear. It rang 4 times before she picked up. Hey, Jean said, her voice light. You make it to Nora's, okay? Not exactly. David explained what happened, keeping his voice even. Jean went silent. Oh my God, she said finally. Is Alice okay? She's fine. Shaken up, but fine. And you? I'm fine too. Do they know who did it? David hesitated. Not yet. The police are investigating. That's terrifying. Jean's voice wavered. You're sure you're both safe? We're at Nora's now. We'll be here all weekend. Good. That's good. She paused. Call me tomorrow, okay? Let me know how Alice is doing. I will. David. Yeah, I love you. The words felt heavy, weighted with something David couldn't name. He swallowed. Love you too. He hung up and stared at the phone. What did she say? Nora asked. She sounded worried. Of course she did. Anyone would be worried. Nora crossed her arms. Right? David looked up. What are you saying? Nothing. Just, have you noticed anything weird lately? With Jean, I mean. Like what? Nora sat down across from him. I don't know. Distant? Secretive? David wanted to say no, but he couldn't. Jean had been different the past few months. More distracted, always on her phone. But that didn't mean anything. People got distracted. It didn't mean they tried to murder their husbands. You're reaching, David said. Maybe. Nora didn't sound convinced. They ate a quiet dinner that night. Alice picked at her lasagna, barely eating. Nora tried to make conversation, but it fell flat. After dinner, Alice went back upstairs. David and Nora sat in the living room. The TV playing something neither of them watched. David's phone buzzed. A text from Jean that I'm so glad you're both safe. Try to rest. Love you. David typed back a quick response and set the phone down. He felt Nora watching him. What? He asked. Nothing. But it wasn't nothing. David could see the wheels turning in his sister's head. She'd never liked Jean, had warned him before the wedding that Jean was too focused on money and status. David had ignored her then. He wondered now if that had been a mistake. His phone buzzed again. Another text from Jean. Did the police say anything else? Do they have any leads? David frowned. He'd told her everything on the call. Why was she asking again? Not yet. They're looking into it. The reply came fast. Keep me posted. I want to know the second they find out anything. David stared at the screen. Something about the messages felt off, too eager, too insistent. He shook his head. He was being paranoid. Jean was his wife. She loved him. She'd never hurt him. But the doubt had taken root, and David couldn't shake it. He went to bed that night, but didn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the metal container in his hand, felt the dizzy sway as the fumes filled his lungs. Someone had put it there. Someone who knew their car, knew their routine, knew they'd be taking a road trip. David rolled over and checked his phone. 2 a.m. He opened his messages and scrolled through his recent conversations with Jean. Nothing looked suspicious. Just normal text about groceries and dinner plans and Alice's school schedule. He went back further to last month. Jean had texted him one afternoon while he was at work, running errands. Be home late. That was normal. But there had been a lot of those texts lately, now that David thought about it. A lot of late nights and errands that took hours. David sat up. His heart pounded in his chest. He opened Jean's contact and hovered his thumb over the call button. Then he stopped at if Jean had done this. And that was a big if. Confronting her now would be stupid. She'd deny it, and he had no proof. The police had the container, but that didn't connect it to anyone yet. David needed to be smart. He needed to watch and wait till he set the phone down and lay back. The ceiling fan spun above him, casting shadows across the walls. David thought about Jean's voice on the phone earlier, the way she'd said she loved him. Had there been something forced about it? Something false? Or was he losing his mind? He didn't know, but he was going to find out. The next morning, David drove back home. Alice had wanted to stay with Nora, and David had agreed. She'd be safer there, away from whatever was happening, away from Jean. That thought made him sick, but he couldn't ignore it anymore that he pulled into the driveway late Sunday afternoon. Jean's car sat in the garage, exactly where it should be. David grabbed his bag and walked to the front door. He could hear music playing inside, something soft and jazzy. Jean appeared in the doorway as he unlocked it. She smiled, but David saw the tension in her shoulders. "You're back early," she said. "Alice wanted to stay with Nora for a few more days." David stepped inside and set his bag down. "I figured I'd come home and catch up on things." "How is she?" "Still scared, but Nora is taking good care of her." Jean nodded and wrapped her arms around herself. "I can't believe someone did that." "To our car. To you and Alice." David watched her face. She looked worried, genuinely worried. But there was something else, too, something flickering behind her eyes that David couldn't read. "Have you heard from the police?" Jean asked. "Not yet. I'm supposed to call tomorrow and give a full statement." "Good. They need to catch whoever did this." Jean turned toward the kitchen. "Are you hungry? I can make something." "I'm fine." "Okay." She hesitated, then walked to the kitchen anyway. David followed and leaned against the counter. Jean opened the fridge and stared inside without taking anything out. "Jean." She looked at him. "Is there something you're not telling me?" David asked. Her eyes widened. "What?" "No. Why would you ask that? You seem off." "My husband and daughter were almost killed." "Of course I'm off." Jean shut the fridge and crossed her arms. "What are you really asking, David?" "I don't know." He rubbed his face. "I'm just trying to make sense of this." "There's nothing to make sense of. Some psycho put poison in our car." "That's it, is it?" Jean's expression hardened. "What are you trying to say?" David opened his mouth, then closed it. He didn't know what he was trying to say. Accusing her without evidence would destroy everything, and he wasn't ready for that. "Not yet." "Nothing," he said finally. "I'm just tired." "Then go rest." Jean's voice had gone cold. "I'll be down here if you need anything." David went upstairs and shut the bedroom door. He sat on the edge of the bed and pulled out his phone. Jean's text stared back at him, innocent and normal and completely unhelpful, that he needed more. He needed to know if Nora was right, if there was something wrong with Jean. But he couldn't do that from here. David stood and walked to the window. Below, he could see Jean in the backyard. Phone pressed her ear. She was pacing, gesturing with one hand. Her face was tight with anger or fear or something David couldn't name from this distance. She hadn't mentioned she was making a call. She'd just gone outside without a word. David grabbed his jacket and headed for the door. Then he stopped. Following Jean would only make things worse if he was wrong. And if he was right, he needed to be careful. Instead, he went to the garage. He'd left the car unlocked, and the interior still smelled faintly of cleaning chemicals from the hazmat team. David opened the glove compartment and dug around, looking for anything unusual. Nothing. He checked under the seats, in the trunk, behind the spare tire. Nothing. Then he saw it. A small smudge of grease on the edge of the AC vent housing. David leaned closer. Someone had removed the vent cover recently, and whoever did it hadn't been careful. The grease was fresh, maybe a few days old. David pulled out his phone and took a picture. Then he sat back and stared at the smudge. Someone had tampered with the car. Someone with access to the garage. Someone who knew they'd be taking a road trip. David looked toward the house. Jean was still on the phone, her back to him. She said something sharp, then listened, then shook her head violently. David's stomach twisted. He climbed out of the car and walked back inside, moving quietly. He reached the kitchen and stopped just out of sight. "I don't care," Jean hissed into the phone. "You said it would work. You promised me it would work." Silence. "No, he's asking questions. He's suspicious." Jean's voice cracked. "I can't do this anymore. I can't." She stopped mid-sentence. David held his breath. "Fine," Jean said, her voice flat. "Fine. We'll talk later." She hung up and stood there, phone dangling from her hand. David backed away before she could turn around. He made it to the stairs and climbed them as quietly as possible. In the bedroom. He locked the door and sat on the bed, his heart racing. Jean had lied. She was hiding something, and whatever it was, it involved the poison in the car. David didn't want to believe it. But the evidence was right there, in her words, in her voice. His wife had tried to kill him. David went to work Monday morning like nothing had happened. He clocked in at the warehouse, checked inventory, and supervised the loading crew. His boss asked about his weekend, and David gave him the short version. Trouble on the road, but everyone was fine, and one needed to know the rest. AT lunch. David sat in his truck and called Detective Walsh. The detective answered on the second ring, his voice gruff and businesslike. "Walsh here. This is David Mercer. Officer Brennan told me to call about the incident with my vehicle." "Right, the chemical container." "Hold on." David heard papers shuffling. "Okay, I've got your file. Can you come in this week to give a statement?" "Tomorrow works. 3 o'clock. I'll be there." Walsh paused. "Mr. Mercer, have you thought more about who might have done this?" David gripped the phone. "Not really. Any disputes with neighbors? Problems at work? Ex-girlfriend with a grudge? Nothing like that. Family members?" David's chest tightened. "No." "You sure? These kinds of things usually have a personal element. Whoever did this knew your car, knew your routine." "I'm sure," David said, the lie tasting bitter. "All right, we'll talk more tomorrow." Walsh hung up. David set the phone down and stared at the warehouse through the windshield. A few workers milled around outside, smoking and talking. Normal people with normal problems. David envied them that he drove home that evening and found Jean in the kitchen, chopping vegetables. She looked up when he walked in. "How was work?" "Fine." David set his keys on the counter. "You, quiet. I cleaned the house." They moved around each other like strangers, careful not to touch, careful not to say too much. David noticed Jean's phone sitting face down on the counter. It buzzed twice while they ate dinner, but she didn't check it. After dinner, David went to the garage on the pretense of organizing tools. He checked the car again, this time looking for anything he'd missed. The grease smudge was still there, and now David noticed something else. A few scratches on the vent housing, fresh and silver against the black plastic. Whoever had tampered with the vent had used a tool, probably a screwdriver. David walked to his workbench and opened the toolbox. His screwdrivers were lined up in their holder, but one was missing. The flathead he used for small jobs, he checked the pegboard on the wall. No screwdriver. He checked the shelves, the floor, under the workbench. Nothing. Someone had taken it. Recently, David's hands trembled as he closed the toolbox. He turned toward the house and saw Jean through the kitchen window, talking on her phone again. She was smiling this time. Her face relaxed in a way it hadn't been around David in weeks. He went back inside. Jean hung up quickly when she heard him. "Who was that?" David asked. "My sister. Just catching up." "Which sister?" Jean blinked. "What? You have 2 sisters. Which one were you talking to?" "Linda." "What?" David shrugged. "Just curious." Jean's smile faded. "You're acting weird." "I'm acting weird." David stepped closer. "You've been on the phone constantly for weeks. You disappear for hours and never say where you've been. And now someone tries to kill me, and you can't even look me in the eye when I ask you questions. That's not fair, isn't it?" Jean's face flushed. "I'm not doing this right now. I'm tired, David. I'm scared. And instead of supporting me, you're interrogating me like I'm a suspect." "Maybe you are." The words hung between them. Jean's mouth opened, then closed. Her eyes filled with tears. "How dare you?" she whispered. "Prove me wrong. I don't have to prove anything. I'm your wife." "Then act like it." Jean grabbed her phone and stormed out of the kitchen. David heard her footsteps pounding up the stairs, then the bedroom door slamming. He stood there, breathing hard, his hands clenched in a fist he'd pushed too hard. But he didn't regret it. Jean was lying, and David needed to know why he spent the night in the guest room. Sleep came in fits, broken by nightmares of metal containers and toxic fumes. When he woke at dawn, his head felt like concrete. David showered and dressed, then checked his phone. "A text from Alice that I miss you. When can I come home?" David's throat tightened. He typed back, "Soon. I promise." "How are you doing?" The reply came quickly. "Okay, I guess. Aunt Nora's being really nice, but I want to be home that I know baby. Just a few more days, okay? Love you, Dad." "Love you too." David pocketed his phone and went downstairs. Jean was already gone, her car missing from the garage. A note sat on the kitchen counter. "Going out. Be back later." That was it. No explanation, no apology for last night. Just 5 words and a blank space where her signature should have been. David crumpled the note and threw it in the trash. Then he went to the garage and started looking again that he found the screwdriver under the passenger seat of Jean's car. It was clean, no grease or residue, but David recognized the worn handle. It was his, and someone had put it back in the wrong place. David pulled out his phone and took more pictures. The screwdriver, the scratches on the vent, the grease smudge. Evidence. Not enough to convict anyone, but enough to build a case if he needed to. He heard Jean's car pull into the driveway. David shoved the screwdriver back under the seat and walked inside. Jean came through the door, carrying shopping bags. "I got groceries," she said, not looking at him. "Okay." They unpacked in silence. David watched Jean's hands as she put away milk and bread and eggs. She moved mechanically, her face blank. When they finished, she turned to leave, but David blocked her path. "We need to talk." "Not now." "Yes, now." David crossed his arms. "Where did you go this morning?" "The store." "You saw the groceries." "Before that." "You left early." Jean's jaw tightened. "I went for a drive. I needed to clear my head. Because of last night. Because of everything." She tried to push past him, but David didn't move. "Get out of my way, David. Tell me the truth." "About what?" "About why you've been lying to me. About why you're sneaking around, making phone calls. About why my screwdriver ended up on your car seat." Jean went pale. "What are you talking about?" "I found it. The screwdriver I use for small jobs. It was under your seat, and someone used it to open the AC vent in my car." "That's insane." "Is it?" David stepped closer. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you had something to do with what happened on that road trip." Jean's eyes went wide. "You think I tried to kill you? I don't know what to think anymore. You're out of your mind." Jean shoved him hard, and David stumbled back. "I didn't do anything to your car. I didn't put anything in the vents. And if you really believe I'm capable of murdering my own husband, then maybe we shouldn't be married anymore." She stormed past him and up the stairs. David heard the bedroom door slam again, followed by muffled sobbing that he stood in the kitchen, his pulse pounding in his ears. Jean's words echoed in his head. "Maybe we shouldn't be married anymore. Maybe they shouldn't." David grabbed his keys and left. He drove aimlessly for an hour, then ended up at a diner on the edge of town. He ordered coffee and sat in a booth by the window, staring at nothing. His phone rang. "Nora." "Hey," David said. "Alice is asking about you again. She wants to know when she can come home." "Not yet." "David, you need to tell me what's going on." "Is it Jean?" David hesitated, then told her everything. The phone calls, the missing screwdriver, the argument. Nora listened without interrupting. "You were right," David said when he finished. "Something's wrong with her. Have you told the police?" "Not yet. I don't have proof." "The screwdriver is proof. It's circumstantial. Any lawyer would tear it apart." David rubbed his face. "I need more before I go to them." "What are you going to do?" "I don't know." David's voice cracked. "I don't know anymore." Nora was quiet for a moment. "Bring Alice home. She needs you, and you need her. Whatever's happening with Jean, Alice shouldn't be kept in the dark. What if Jean tries something? Then you protect Alice. That's all that matters now." David knew she was right. He hung up and paid for his coffee, then drove to Nora's house. Alice was waiting on the porch when he pulled up. She ran to the car and climbed in, throwing her arms around him. "I'm so glad you're here," she said. "Me too, baby." David held her tight. "We're going home. Is Mom okay?" "She's fine. Are you?" David pulled back and looked at his daughter. Her eyes were searching, too old for 13, too wise. "I will be," he said. They drove home in silence. Alice kept glancing at him, her hands twisting in her lap. David wanted to tell her everything would be okay, but he couldn't lie to her. Not about this. Jean was in the living room when they walked in. She stood up, her face lighting up when she saw Alice. "Sweetheart," Jean said, opening her arms. Alice hesitated, then walked over and hugged her. But David saw the stiffness in Alice's shoulders, the way she pulled back too quickly. "I'm glad you're home," Jean said. "I missed you. I missed you too, Mom." Jean looked at David over Alice's head. Her expression was unreadable. "I made dinner," Jean said. "Chicken and rice. Your favorite, Alice." They ate together, the three of them, pretending everything was normal. But the tension was thick enough to cut. Alice picked at her food, and Jean barely ate anything. David forced himself to finish his plate. After dinner, Alice went upstairs to her room. David heard her door close, then the faint sound of music playing. Jean started washing dishes. David stood in the doorway, watching her. "We can't keep doing this," he said. Jean didn't turn around. "Doing what?" "Pretending. Lying." David stepped into the kitchen. "I know something's going on, Jean. I know you're hiding something. You don't know anything. Then prove it. Show me your phone." Jean dropped the plate she was holding. It clattered in the sink, but didn't break. She turned to face him, her face twisted with anger. "You want to go through my phone? Like I'm some kind of criminal. If you have nothing to hide, this is my privacy, David. My life. You don't get to demand that from me. I'm your husband, and I'm your wife, but that doesn't mean you own me." David's hands clenched. "Fine. Keep your secrets, but don't expect me to trust you anymore." He walked out before she could respond. Upstairs, he knocked on Alice's door. "Come in," she called. David opened the door and found her lying on her bed, earbuds in. She pulled them out when she saw him. "Hey, Dad." "Hey." David sat on the edge of her bed. "How are you doing?" Alice sat up. Honestly, I'm scared." Her voice was small. "Something's wrong with Mom. She's been weird for a while now, and after what happened with the car, I don't know. It feels like everything's falling apart." David wanted to tell her she was wrong, but he couldn't, because Alice was right. "I'm going to fix this," David said. "I promise." "How?" "I don't know yet, but I will." Alice leaned against him. "I believe you." David held her and tried to believe it himself. David met Nora at a coffee shop the next afternoon. She was waiting in a corner booth, 2 cups already on the table. David slid in across from her. "Thanks for meeting me," he said. "Of course." Nora pushed one of the cups toward him. "Black, no sugar. Just how you like it." David took a sip. It burned going down, but he didn't care. "I need to ask you something," David said. "And I need you to be honest. Always am. Did Jean ever say anything to you? Before we got married, I mean. Anything that made you think she wasn't right?" Nora leaned back and studied him. "You're really going there?" "I have to." She sighed. "Fine. Yes." Jean said things. "Like what?" "Like how she deserved better than a warehouse supervisor. Like how she'd grown up poor and wasn't going back." Nora's voice hardened. She used to talk about marrying rich, finding someone who could give her the life she wanted. "Then she met you." David's stomach turned. "And I wasn't rich." "No, you weren't. You were kind and stable and good with Alice. But you weren't rich." Nora took a drink. "I thought maybe she'd changed. Maybe she'd realized there were more important things than money. But now what? Now I think she was just biding her time." David set his cup down. His hands were shaking. "She wanted me dead." "I don't know if she wanted you dead," Nora said carefully. "But I think she wanted you gone. That's the same thing. Not legally." David laughed, but came out bitter. "So what? She puts poison in my car, I crash and die, and she gets the life insurance? That's her plan." Nora didn't answer, which was answer enough. David thought back to a year ago. Jean had brought up life insurance at dinner one night, casual and offhand. She'd said they needed to increase the policy, just in case something happened. David had agreed without thinking much about it. They'd bumped it up to $500,000. Enough for Jean to start over, to build the life she wanted. "I'm such an idiot," David muttered. "You're not an idiot. You trusted your wife." "Same thing." Nora reached across the table and grabbed his hand. "Listen to me. You're not alone in this. Whatever you need to do, I'll help you. I need proof. Something solid that ties Jean to the poison. Then we find it." David nodded. His mind was already spinning, thinking through possibilities. Jean had been careful, but nobody was perfect. If she'd done this, she'd left a trail. David just had to find it. He spent the rest of the week watching. He tracked Jean's movements, noting when she left the house and for how long. He checked her car for receipts or clues, finding nothing. He listened to her phone calls from behind closed doors, catching fragments of conversation that told him nothing useful. Then Alice came to him one evening while he was in the garage. "Dad." David looked up from the workbench. "Yeah." Alice stepped inside and closed the door behind her. "Mom's been on the phone a lot. Like a lot. I know. She gets angry after. Like really angry, but she tries to hide it." Alice crossed her arms. "Who's she talking to?" David hesitated. He didn't want to drag Alice into this, but she was already involved. She'd been in that car, breathing those fumes. "I don't know," David admitted, "but I'm trying to find out. Is she having an affair?" The question caught David off guard. What makes you think that? I'm not stupid, Dad. Mom's been acting weird, sneaking around, lying about where she's been. That's what people do when they're cheating, right? David's chest tightened. He'd been so focused on the poison, on the murder attempt, that he hadn't considered Jean might be involved with someone else. But it made sense. An affair would explain the secrecy, the phone calls, the late nights. And if Jean had a lover, maybe they'd helped her with the car. I don't know if she's having an affair, David said slowly. But if she is, I'll find out. Alice nodded. Good, because I'm tired of feeling scared in my own house. She left before David could respond. He stood there, staring at the closed door, a cold rage building in his chest. If Jean had betrayed him, if she brought someone else into their marriage, into their home, then David would make her pay. Not with violence, not with anything that would land him in jail, but he'd make her pay all the same. The next morning, David called in sick to work. Jean had left early again, and Alice was at school. David had the house to himself. He started in the bedroom. He checked Jean's dresser drawers, her closet, under the bed. Nothing. He went through her nightstand and found receipts for restaurants he'd never been to, hotel stays in cities Jean had never mentioned visiting. David took pictures of everything that in Jean's car. He found more. A parking stub from a motel an hour away, dated 2 months ago. A torn piece of paper with a phone number scrawled on it. David called the number from his phone. It rang twice, then went to voicemail. This is Bryce. Leave a message. David's blood went cold. Bryce Harlan, the mechanic who'd worked on their car 6 months ago. David remembered him now, a guy in his mid-30s with greasy hands and an easy smile. Jean had been there when they'd picked up the car, and she'd chatted with Bryce while David paid the bill. David hung up before the beep. His hands were shaking so hard he could barely hold the phone. Jean was having an affair with Bryce, and Bryce had access to their car. David sat in the driveway, trying to breathe. Everything was starting to make sense now. Jean wanted David gone. Bryce helped her rig the AC. They planned it together, thinking David would crash and die and no one would know. But they'd failed. And now David had a name. David drove to Bryce Harlan's auto shop that afternoon. It was a small place on the outskirts of town, 2 garage bays and a rusted sign that read Harlan's Auto Repair. A few cars sat in the lot, waiting for service. David parked across the street and watched. After 20 minutes, Bryce emerged from one of the bays, wiping his hands on a rag. He was tall and lean, with dark hair and a confident stride. David hated him instantly. Bryce got into a beat-up pickup truck and drove off. David followed at a distance, keeping 3 cars between them. Bryce drove to a motel on the edge of town, the same one from the parking stub. He parked and went inside. David waited. 10 minutes later, Jean's car pulled into the lot. David's vision blurred. He gripped the steering wheel so hard his knuckles went white. Jean got out of her car and walked into the motel without looking around. She knew exactly where she was going. David wanted to storm inside, to drag them both out and make them confess. But he didn't. He sat in his truck and took pictures. Jean entering the motel. Her car parked next to Bryce's truck. The motel sign with its flashing vacancy light. Evidence. An hour later, Jean and Bryce came out together. They stood by her car, talking. Bryce touched Jean's face, and she smiled. Then they kissed. David looked away. His chest felt like it was caving in. They separated. Bryce got in his truck and drove off. Jean stood there for a moment, checking her phone, then got in her car and left. David followed her home. She pulled into the garage, and he parked on the street. He sat there for a long time, trying to calm down. When he finally went inside, Jean was in the kitchen making dinner. "Hey," she said, glancing at him. "Where were you?" "Out." "Doing what?" David leaned against the counter. "Following you." Jean froze. "What?" "I know about Bryce." The color drained from Jean's face. She set down the knife she'd been using and turned to face him. "David, don't." He held up a hand. "Don't lie to me anymore. I saw you. At the motel." Jean's mouth opened and closed. Tears filled her eyes, but David didn't care. "How long?" he asked. "It's not what you think." "How long?" Jean wiped her eyes. 6 months. 6 months. Half a year of lying, of sneaking around, of betraying everything they'd built together. Did he help you with the car? David asked. Jean went pale. What? The poison. The container in the AC. Did Bryce help you put it there? I didn't. Don't lie to me. David's voice rose. I know it was you. I found the screwdriver. I saw the grease. I heard you on the phone, telling someone it didn't work. Jean's face crumpled. She sank into a chair and put her head in her hands. It wasn't supposed to happen like this, she whispered. David felt like he'd been punched. So you admit it. I didn't want to hurt you. I wanted out. So you tried to kill me? No. Jean looked up, her face streaked with tears. I wanted you to have an accident. Something that would look natural. You'd be gone. I'd get the insurance, and Alice would never have to know. You were willing to orphan our daughter. She would have had me. You think that makes it better? David's voice was cold. You think Alice would be okay losing her father? Jean didn't answer. David turned and walked out. He grabbed his keys and left the house, leaving Jean sobbing at the kitchen table. He drove to the police station and asked for Detective Walsh. The detective met him in an interrogation room, his expression wary. Mr. Mercer, what can I do for you? David pulled out his phone and showed Walsh the pictures. The receipts, the parking stub, the motel photos. He told him about Bryce, about the affair, about Jean's confession. Walsh listened, taking notes. When David finished, the detective leaned back and studied him. This is serious, Walsh said, but I need more than your word and some pictures. I need something that ties Bryce or your wife directly to the chemical container. Jean admitted it. To you, not to me. Walsh tapped his pen on the table. If I bring them in now, they'll lawyer up and deny everything. I need physical evidence. Phone records, financial transactions, something concrete. David's jaw tightened. What am I supposed to do? Be patient. Keep documenting everything. And stay away from Bryce Harlan. If you confront him, it could screw up the case. David wanted to argue, but he knew Walsh was right. He left the station feeling hollow. At home, Jean was gone. Her car was missing, and so were half her clothes. She'd left a note on the kitchen counter that I'm staying with my sister. I need space. Don't call me. David crumpled the note and threw it away. Then he went upstairs and knocked on Alice's door. Come in, she said. David opened the door. Alice was sitting on her bed, her sketchbook open in front of her. The page was filled with dark, jagged lines. Mom left, David said. Alice looked up. I know. She said goodbye before she went. Are you okay? Alice closed the sketchbook. Are you? David sat next to her. No, me neither. Alice leaned against him. What happens now? I don't know. David put his arm around her. But we'll figure out. Together. Alice nodded. They sat there in silence, the weight of everything pressing down on them. David's phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Leave this alone or you'll regret it. David stared at the message. Then he deleted it and turned off his phone. He wasn't leaving anything alone. David sat his truck outside Bryce Harlan's auto shop. It was early, barely past dawn, and the shop was still closed. David had been there since 5, watching and waiting. He wasn't going to confront Bryce. Walsh had told him not to, and David was smarter than that. But he needed to know more about the man who'd helped Jean try to kill him. T7, Bryce arrived. He parked his truck and unlocked the shop, disappearing inside. Lights flickered on in the garage bays. David waited another 10 minutes, then drove away. He called Nora on the way home. Did you find anything? She asked. Not yet, but I'm working on it. David, maybe you should let the police handle this. The police need evidence. I'm getting them evidence. Nora sighed. Just be careful. I will. He hung up and drove to a coffee shop downtown. He ordered a black coffee and sat in the corner, laptop open in front of him. He'd started building a file on Jean and Bryce, documenting everything he'd found. The receipts, the photos, the phone number, the text messages. It wasn't enough yet, but it was a start. David opened a new browser tab and searched for Bryce Harlan's name. A few results came up. A Facebook page with minimal activity. A business listing for the auto shop. Nothing useful. Then David tried searching for Bryce's business license. He found it on the county website, along with a list of complaints filed against the shop. 3 complaints in the past year, all related to overcharging customers. One complaint mentioned possible insurance fraud. David leaned forward. Insurance fraud. That was interesting that he dug deeper, searching for court records and business filings. After an hour, he found what he was looking for. Bryce had been investigated 2 years ago for filing false insurance claims on vehicle repairs. The case had been dropped due to lack of evidence, but the complaint was still on file. David took screenshots of everything. Then he called Deputy Clay Rourke. Clay was an old friend from high school, someone David trusted. They'd stayed in touch over the years, meeting for beers every few months. Clay worked for the county sheriff's department, and while David knew asking him for help was risky, he didn't have another choice. "David," Clay answered. "Long time. What's up? I need a favor." Clay paused. "What kind of favor?" "The kind you can't tell anyone about." Another pause. "You're scaring me, man. I need you to run a name through the system." Quietly. "David, please, Clay. It's important." Clay sighed. "What's the name?" "Bryce Harlan." David heard typing on the other end. "Okay, I'm pulling up his record. What am I looking for?" "Anything. Arrests, complaints, connections to my wife." More typing. "He's got a few minor things. Traffic tickets, a DUI from 5 years ago. Nothing recent." Clay paused. "Wait, there's a flag on his file." "What kind of flag?" "Someone's been looking at his records. Recently, like within the past week." David frowned. "Who? I can't tell from here, but it's marked as an active investigation." Clay's voice lowered. "David, what's going on?" "Jean's been having an affair with him, and I think they tried to kill me." Silence. "Clay, are you serious?" "Dead serious." Clay cursed under his breath. "You need to talk to Walsh." "Right now." "I did. He said he needs more evidence." "Then let him get it. Don't do this yourself."